Chapter 27. Empathy. It wasn't every day you got to see Harry Potter beg.
"Please?"
whined Harry Potter. Fred and George shook their heads again, smiling. There was an agonized look on Harry Potter's face.
"But I told you how I did the one with Kevin Entwistle's cat and Hermione and the Vanishing Soda, and I can't tell you about the Sorting Hat or the Remember-All or Professor Snape."
Fred and George shrugged and turned to leave.
"If you ever figure it out,"
said the Weasley twins,
"be sure to let us know." "You're evil. You're both evil."
Fred and George firmly closed the door to the empty classroom behind them and made sure to keep the grin on their faces for a while, just in case Harry Potter could see through doors. Then they turned a corner and their faces sagged.
"I don't suppose Harry's guesses gave you any ideas?"
they said to each other at the same time, and then their shoulders slumped further. Their last relevant memory was of Flume refusing to help them, though they couldn't remember what they'd asked him to do. But they must have looked elsewhere and found someone to help them do something illegal, or they wouldn't have agreed to be obliviated afterward. How had they possibly been able to get all that done on just 40 galleons? At first, they'd worried that they'd forged evidence so good that Harry actually would end up married to Ginny. But they'd thought of that too, it seemed. The Wizengamot proceedings had been tampered with, again, to put them back the way they'd been originally. The fake betrothal contract had vanished from its dragon-guarded vault in Gringotts, and so on. It was pretty scary, actually. Most people now thought the Daily Prophet had just made the whole thing up for unguessable reasons, and the Quibbler had helpfully twisted the knife deeper with the next day's headline, "Harry Potter secretly betrothed to Luna Lovegood." Whoever they'd hired would tell them after the statute of limitations expired, they desperately hoped. But, meanwhile, it was awful. They had pulled their greatest prank ever. Maybe the greatest prank in the history of pranking, and they couldn't remember how. It was crazy. They'd been able to think of a way the first time, so why couldn't they see it now, after knowing everything they'd done? Their only consolation was that Harry didn't know they didn't know. Not even Mum had questioned them about it, despite the obvious Weasley connection. Whatever had been done, it was far out of the reach of any Hogwarts student, except possibly one, who, if certain rumours were true, might have done it by snapping his fingers. Harry had been questioned under Veritaserum, he'd told them, with Dumbledore present and giving the Aurors scary looks. The Aurors had asked just enough to determine that Harry hadn't pulled the prank himself or disappeared anyone, and then gotten the heck out of Hogwarts. Fred and George had wondered whether to feel insulted about Harry Potter being questioned by the Aurors for their prank, but the look on Harry's face, probably for exactly the same reason, made everything worth it. Unsurprisingly, Rita Skeeter and the editor of the Daily Prophet had both vanished and were probably in another country by now. They would have liked to be able to tell their family about that part. Dad would have congratulated them, they thought, after Mum had finished killing them and Ginny had burned the remains. But everything was still all right. They'd tell Dad someday. And, meanwhile, Meanwhile, Dumbledore had happened to sneeze while passing them in the hallway, and a small package had accidentally dropped out of his pockets, and inside had been 2 matched Ward-Breakers monocles of incredible quality. The Weasley twins had tested their new monocles on the forbidden 3rd-floor corridor, making a quick trip to the magic mirror and back, and they hadn't been able to see all the detection webs clearly, but the monocles had shown a lot more than they'd seen the first time. Of course, they would have to be very careful never to get caught with the monocles in their possession, or they'd end up in the headmaster's office getting a stern lecture and maybe even threats of expulsion. It was good to know that not everyone who got sorted into Gryffindor grew up to be Professor McGonagall. Harry was in a white room, windowless, featureless, sitting before a desk facing an expressionless man in formal robes of solid black. The room was screened against detection, and the man had performed exactly 27 spells before saying so much as, "Hello, Mr. Potter." It was oddly appropriate that the man in black was about to try reading Harry's mind. "Prepare yourself," the man said tonelessly. A human mind, Harry's occlumency book had said, was only exposed to a legilimens along certain surfaces. If you failed to defend your surfaces, the legilimens would go through and be able to access any part which their own mind was able to comprehend, which tended not to be much. Human minds, it seemed, were hard for humans to understand on any level but the shallowest. Harry had wondered if knowing lots of cognitive science could make him an incredibly powerful legilimens, but repeated experience had finally driven into him the lesson that he needed to get a little less excited in his anticipations about this sort of thing. It wasn't as if any cognitive scientist understood humans well enough to make one. To learn the counter-occlumency, the first step was to imagine yourself to be a different person, pretending it as thoroughly as you could, immersing yourself entirely in that alternate persona. You wouldn't always have to do that, but in the beginning it was how you learned where your surfaces were. The legilimens would try to read you, and you would feel it happening if you paid close enough attention. You would sense them trying to enter. And your job was to make sure that they always touched your imaginary persona and not the real one. When you were good enough at that, you could imagine being a very simple sort of person. Pretend to be a rock, and make a habit of leaving the pretense in place where all your surfaces were. That was a standard occlumency barrier. Pretending to be a rock was hard to learn, but easy to do afterward, and the exposed surface of a mind was much shallower than its interior, so with enough practice you could keep it up as a background habit. Or, if you were a perfect occlumens, you could race ahead of any probes, answering queries as fast as they were asked, so that the legilimens would enter through your surfaces and see a mind indistinguishable from whoever you were pretending to be. Even the best legilimens could be fooled that way. If a perfect occlumens claimed they were dropping their occlumency barriers, there was no way to know if they were lying. Worse, you might not know you were dealing with a perfect occlumens. They were rare, but the fact that they existed meant you couldn't trust legilimency on anyone. It was a sad commentary on how little human beings understood each other, how little any wizard comprehended the depths lying beneath the mind's surface, that you could fool the best human telepaths by pretending to be someone else. But then, human beings only understood each other in the first place by pretending. You didn't make predictions about people by modelling the 100 trillion synapses in their brain as separate objects. Ask the best social manipulator on Earth to build you an artificial intelligence from scratch, and they'd just give you a dumb look. You predicted people by telling your brain to act like theirs. You put yourself in their place. If you wanted to know what an angry person would do, you activated your own brain's anger circuitry, and whatever that circuitry output, that was your prediction. What did the neural circuitry for anger actually look like inside? Who knew? The best social manipulator on Earth might not know what neurons were, and neither might the best legilimens. Anything a legilimens could understand, an occlumens could pretend to be. It was the same trick either way, probably implemented by the same neural circuitry in both cases. A single set of control circuits for reconfiguring your own brain to act as a model of someone else's. And so, the race between telepathic offense and telepathic defense had been a decisive win for defense. Otherwise, the entire magical world, maybe even the whole Earth, would have been a very different place. Harry took a deep breath and concentrated. There was a slight smile on his face. For once, just once, Harry hadn't gotten shortchanged in the mysterious powers department. After almost a month of work, and more on a whim than any real hunch, Harry had decided to make himself coldly angry, and then try the book's occlumency exercises again. At that point, he'd mostly given up hope on that sort of thing, but it had still seemed worth a quick try. He had run through all the book's hardest exercises in 2 hours, and the next day he had gone and told Professor Quirrell he was ready. His dark side, it had turned out, was very, very good at pretending to be other people. Harry thought of his standard trigger, from the first time he'd gone over entirely to his dark side. Severus paused, looking quite pleased with himself.
And that will be 5 points? No, let us make it an even 10 points from Ravenclaw for back chat.
Harry's smile grew chillier, and he regarded the black-robed man who thought he was going to read Harry's mind. And then Harry turned into someone else entirely, someone who had seemed appropriate to the occasion. In a white room, windowless, featureless, sitting before a desk, facing an expressionless man in formal robes of solid black, Kimball Kinnison regarded the black-robed man who thought he was going to read the mind of a second-stage lensman of the Galactic Patrol. To say that Kimball Kinnison was confident of the outcome would be an understatement. He had been trained by Mentor of Alessia, the most powerful kind known to this or any other universe, and the mere wizard sitting across from him would see precisely what the grey lensman wanted him to see. The mind of the boy he was currently disguised as, an innocent child named Harry Potter.
"I'm ready,"
said Kimball Kinnison in nervous tones that were exactly appropriate for an 11-year-old boy.
Legilimens,
said the black-robed wizard. There was a pause. The black-robed wizard blinked, as if he had seen something so shocking that it had been enough to make even his eyelids move. His voice wasn't quite toneless as he said,
"The boy who lived has a mysterious dark side."
The heat slowly crept up into Harry's cheeks.
"Well,"
the man said. His face had now settled back into perfect calm.
Excuse me. Mr. Potter, it is good to know your advantages, but that is not the same as being wildly overconfident in them. You may indeed be able to learn occlumency at 11 years of age. This astounds me. I had thought Mr. Dumbledore was pretending to be insane. Again. Your disassociative talent is so strong that I'm surprised to find no other signs of childhood abuse, and you may become a perfect occlumens in time. But there is a considerable difference between that and expecting to put up a successful occlumency barrier on your first attempt. That is merely ridiculous. Did you feel anything as I read your mind?
Harry shook his head, now blushing furiously.
Then pay closer attention next time. The goal is not to create a perfect image on your first day of lessons. The goal is to learn where your surfaces are. Prepare yourself.
Harry tried to pretend to be Kimble Kinnison again, tried to pay more attention, but his thoughts were a little scattered, and he was suddenly aware of all the things he shouldn't be thinking about. Oh, this was going to suck. Harry gritted his teeth. At least the instructor would be obliviated afterward.
Legilimens.
There was a pause. In a white room, windowless, featureless, sitting before a desk, facing an expressionless man in formal robes of solid black. It was their 4th day, on a Sunday evening. When you paid this much, you got your sessions any darn time you wanted, never mind the concept of weekends.
Hello, Mr. Potter,
the telepath said tonelessly, having cast the full suite of privacy spells.
Hello, Mr. Bester,
Harry said wearily.
Let's just get the initial shock out of the way, shall we?
You managed to surprise me,
the man said, now sounding slightly interested.
Well then.
He pointed his wand and stared into Harry's eyes.
Legilimens.
There was a pause, and then the black-robed wizard jerked as if someone had touched him with a cattle prod.
The Dark Lord is alive!
He choked. His eyes were suddenly wild.
Dumbledore turns himself invisible and sneaks into girls' dorm rooms.
Harry sighed and looked down at his watch. In about another 3 seconds...
So,
the man said. He hadn't quite recovered his tonelessness.
You genuinely believe you're going to discover the secret rules of magic and become all-powerful?
That's right,
Harry said evenly, still looking at his watch.
I'm that overconfident.
I wonder. It seems the Sorting Hat thinks she'll be the next Dark Lord.
And you know I'm trying pretty hard not to be. And you saw that we already had a long discussion about whether you were willing to teach me occlumency. And in the end you decided to do it. So can we just get this over with?
All right,
said the man exactly 6 seconds later. Same as last time.
Prepare yourself.
He paused, and then said, his voice rather wistful,
Though I do wish I could remember that trick with the gold and silver.
Harry was finding himself very disturbed by how reproducible human thoughts were when you reset people back to the same initial conditions and exposed them to the same stimuli. It was dispelling illusions that a good reductionist wasn't supposed to have in the first place. Harry was in a rather bad mood as he stomped out of his herbology class the next Monday morning. Hermione was seething alongside him. The other children were still inside, a bit slow to assemble their things because they were gibbering excitedly to each other about Ravenclaw winning the year's second Quidditch match. It seemed that, last night after dinner, a girl had flown around on a broomstick for 30 minutes and then caught some sort of giant mosquito. There were other facts about what had happened during this match, but they were irrelevant. Harry had missed this exciting sports event due to his occlumency lesson and also having a life. He had then avoided all conversations in the Ravenclaw dorm. Weren't quieting charms and magical trunks wonderful? He had eaten breakfast at the Gryffindor table. But Harry couldn't avoid herbology, and the Ravenclaws had talked about it before class, and after class, and during class, until Harry had looked up from the baby fur cot whose diaper he was changing and announced loudly that some of them were trying to learn about plants and snitches didn't grow on anything, so could they all please shut up about Quidditch? Everyone else present had given him shocked looks, except Hermione, who'd looked like she wanted to applaud, and Professor Sprout, who had awarded him a point for Ravenclaw. A point for Ravenclaw. 1 point. The 7 idiots, on their idiot brooms, playing their idiot game, had earned 190 points for Ravenclaw. It seemed that Quidditch scores added directly onto the house points total. In other words, catching a golden mosquito was worth 150 house points. Harry couldn't even imagine what he would have to do to earn 150 house points. Besides, rescuing 150 Hufflepuffs, or coming up with 15 ideas as good as putting protective shells on time machines, or inventing 1,500 creative ways to kill people, or being Hermione Granger for the entire year.
We should kill them,
Harry said to Hermione, who was walking beside him with an equally offended air.
Who?
Said Hermione.
The Quidditch team? I was thinking of everyone involved in any way with Quidditch anywhere. But the Ravenclaw team would be a start, yes.
Hermione's lips were pursed disapprovingly.
You do know that killing people is wrong, Harry?
Yes, Harry said.
Okay, just checking,
Hermione said.
Let's get the Seeker first. I've read some Agatha Christie mysteries. Do you know how we can get her onto a train?
2 students plotting murder, said a dry voice. How shocking.
From around a nearby corner strolled a man in lightly spotted robes, his greasy hair falling long and unkempt about his shoulders. Deadly danger seemed to radiate out from him, filling the hallway with improperly mixed potions and accidental falls, and people dying in bed of what the auras would rule to be natural causes. Without thinking about it at all, Harry stepped in front of Hermione. There was an intake of breath from behind him, and then a moment later, Hermione brushed past and stepped in front of him.
"Run, Harry!" she said. "Boys shouldn't have to be in danger."
Severus Snape smiled mirthlessly.
Amusing. I request a moment of your time, Potter. If you can tear yourself away from your flirtations with Miss Granger.
Suddenly, there was a very worried look on Hermione's face. She turned to Harry and opened her mouth, then paused, looking distressed.
Oh, Don't worry, Miss Granger, said Severus's silky voice. I promise to return your bow unmaimed. His smile vanished. Now, Potter and I are about to go off and have a private conversation, just by ourselves. I hope it is clear that you are not invited, but just in case, consider that an order from a Hogwarts professor. I'm sure a good little girl like you won't disobey.
And Severus turned and walked back around the corner.
Coming, Potter, his voice said.
Harry
said to Hermione.
Can I just sort of go off and follow him and let you work out what I should say to make sure you're not all worried and offended? No,
Hermione said, her voice trembling. Severus's laughter echoed from around the corner. Harry bowed his head.
Sorry,
he said lowly.
Really?
And he went off after the potions master.
So,
Harry said. There were no other sounds now but 2 pairs of legs, the long and the short, padding across a random stone corridor. The potions master was striding quickly, but not too fast for Harry to keep up, and insofar as Harry could apply the concept of directionality to Hogwarts, they were moving away from the frequented areas.
What's this about?
I don't suppose you could explain,
Severus said dryly.
Why the 2 of you were plotting to murder Cho Chang.
I don't suppose you could explain,
Harry said dryly.
In your capacity as an official of the Hogwarts school system, why catching a golden mosquito is deemed an academic accomplishment worthy of 150 house points.
A smile crossed Severus's lips.
Dear me, and I thought you were supposed to be perceptive. Are you truly so incapable of understanding your classmates, Potter? Or do you dislike them too much to try? If Quidditch scores did not count toward the House Cup, then none of them would care about house points at all. It would merely be an obscure contest for students like you and Miss Granger.
It was a shockingly good answer. And that shock brought Harry's mind fully awake. In retrospect, it shouldn't have been surprising that Severus understood his students, understood them very well indeed. He had been reading their minds. And the book said that a successful Legilimens was extremely rare, rarer than a perfect Occlumens, because almost no one had enough mental discipline.
Mental discipline?
Harry had collected stories about a man who routinely lost his temper in class and blew up at young children. But this same man, when Harry had spoken of the Dark Lord still being alive, had responded instantly and perfectly, reacting in precisely the way that someone completely ignorant would react. The man stalked about Hogwarts with the air of an assassin, radiating danger, which was exactly not what a real assassin should do. Real assassins should look like meek little accountants, until they killed you. He was the head of house for proud and aristocratic Slytherin, and he wore a robe with spotted stains from bits of potions and ingredients, which 2 minutes of magic could have removed. Harry noticed that he was confused, and his threat estimate of the head of House Slytherin shot up astronomically. Dumbledore had seemed to think Severus was his, and there'd been nothing to contradict that. The Potions Master had been scary but not abusive, as promised. So, Harry had reasoned earlier, this was fellowship business. If Severus had been planning harm, surely he wouldn't have come to get Harry in front of Hermione, a witness, when he could have simply waited for some time when Harry was alone. Harry quietly bit his lip.
I once knew a boy who truly adored Quidditch, said Severus Snape. He was an utter pillock, just as you and I would expect we to.
What is this?
Harry said slowly.
Patience, Potter.
Severus turned his head, and then glided with his assassin's bearing into a nearby opening in the corridor walls, a smaller and narrower hallway leading off. Harry followed him, wondering if it would be smarter to simply run away. They turned and made another turn, and came to a dead end. A simple, blank wall. If Hogwarts had actually been built, rather than conjured or summoned or birthed or whatever, Harry would have some sharp words for the architect about paying people to build hallways that didn't go anywhere.
Quietus,
said Severus, and a few other things as well. Harry leaned back, folded his arms across his chest, and watched Severus's face.
Looking me in the eyes, Potter, said Severus Snape. Your occlumency lessons cannot have progressed far enough for you to block legilimency, but then perhaps they have progressed far enough for you to detect it. Since I cannot know otherwise, I will not risk trying.
The man smiled thinly.
And the same will hold for Dumbledore, I think. Which is why we are now having this little talk.
Harry's eyes widened involuntarily.
To begin with,
Severus said, eyes glittering,
I should like you to promise not to speak of our conversations to anyone. So far as the school is concerned, we are discussing your potions homework. Whether or not they believe that is unimportant. So far as Dumbledore and McGonagall are concerned, I am violating Draco Malfoy's confidences in me, and neither of us think it proper to speak further of the particulars.
Harry's brain tried to calculate the ramifications and implications of this, and ran out of swap space.
Well,
said the Potions Master.
All right,
Harry said slowly. It was hard to see how having a conversation and being unable to tell anyone could be more constraining than not having it, in which case you also couldn't tell anyone the contents.
I promise.
Severus was watching Harry intently.
You said once in the headmaster's office that you would not tolerate bullying or abuse. And so I wonder, Harry Potter, just how much do you resemble your father?
Unless we're talking about Michael Varys Evans, Harry said, the answer is that I know very little about James Potter.
Severus nodded, as though to himself.
There is a fifth-year Slytherin, a boy named Lysarth Lestrange. He is being bullied by Gryffindors. I am constrained in my ability to deal with such situations. You could help him, perhaps, if you wished. I am not asking you for a favor, and will not owe you one. It is simply an opportunity to do as you will."
Harry stared at Severus, thinking.
"Wondering if it's a trap?"
said Severus, a faint smile crossing his lips.
"It is not. It is a test. Call it a curiosity on my part. But Lesath's troubles are real, as are my own difficulties in intervening."
That was the trouble with other people knowing you were a good guy. Even if you knew they knew, you still couldn't ignore the bait. And if his father had protected students from bullies too, it didn't matter if Harry knew why Severus had told him. It still made him feel warm inside and proud, and made it impossible to walk away.
Fine, Harry said. "Tell me about Lesath. Why is he being bullied?"
Severus's face lost the faint smile.
"You think there are reasons, Potter?"
Perhaps not,"
Harry said quietly.
"But the thought had occurred to me that he might have pushed some unimportant mudblood girl down the stairs."
"Lesath Lestrange," Severus said, his voice now cold, "is the son of Bellatrix Black, the most fanatic and evil servant of the Dark Lord. Lesath is the acknowledged bastard of Rabastan Lestrange. Shortly after the Dark Lord's death, Bellatrix and Rabastan's brother Rodolphus were captured while torturing Alice and Frank Longbottom. All three are in Azkaban for life. The Longbottoms were driven insane by repeated cruciatus and remain in St. Mungo's incurable ward. Is any of that a good reason to bully him, Potter?"
"It's no reason at all,"
Harry said, still quietly.
"And Lesath himself has done no wrong that you know."
The faint smile crossed Severus's lips again.
"He is no more a saint than anyone else. But he has pushed no mudblood girls down the stairs. Not that I ever heard of."
"Or saw in his mind,"
said Harry. Severus's expression was chill.
"I did not invade his privacy, Potter. I looked within the Gryffindors, rather. He is simply a convenient target for their little satisfactions."
A cold wash of anger ran down Harry's spine, and he had to remind himself that Severus might not be a trustworthy source of information.
"And you think," Harry said, "that an intervention by Harry Potter, the boy who lived, might prove effective?"
"Indeed,"
said Severus Snape, and told Harry when and where the Gryffindors were planning their next little game. There is a main hallway running through the middle of Hogwarts' second floor on the north-south axis, and near the centre of this hallway there is an opening into a short corridor which goes a dozen paces back before turning at a right angle, making an L shape. and then goes a dozen paces more before it ends at a bright, wide window, looking out from 3 stories above upon the light drizzle falling over the east grounds of Hogwarts. Standing by the window, you can hear nothing of the main hallway, and no one in the hallway would hear what went on by the window. If you were thinking there is anything odd about this, you haven't been in Hogwarts very long. 4 boys in red-trimmed robes are laughing, and a boy in green-trimmed robes is screaming and grabbing frantically onto the edges of the opened window with his hands, as the 4 boys make as though to push him out. It's just a joke, of course, and besides, a fall from that height wouldn't kill a wizard. It's all good fun. If you think there's anything odd about this...
"What are you doing?"
says a 6th boy's voice. The 4 boys in red-trimmed robes spin around with sudden starts, and the boy in green-trimmed robes frantically pushes himself away from the window and falls to the floor, face streaked with tears.
"Oh,"
says the most handsome of the boys in red-trimmed robes, sounding relieved.
"It's you. Hey, Lessie, you know who this is?"
There isn't any answer from the boy on the floor, who's trying to get his sniffling under control, and the boy in red-trimmed robes draws back his leg for a kick.
"Stop it!"
shouts the 6th boy. The boy in the red-trimmed robes wobbles as he aborts the kick.
He says, "Do you know who this is?"
The 6th boy's breathing sounds strange.
"Lesath Lestrange,"
he says, his breath coming in short pants.
"And he didn't do anything to my parents. He was 5 years old."
Neville Longbottom stared at the 4 huge 5th-year bullies in front of him, trying very hard to control his trembling. He should have just told Harry Potter no.
"Why are you defending him?"
said the handsome one slowly, sounding puzzled with the first hints of offence.
"He's a Slytherin, and a Lestrange."
"He's a boy who lost his parents,"
said Neville Longbottom.
"I know how that is."
He didn't know where the word had come from. It sounded too cool, like something Harry Potter would say. The trembling went on, though.
"Who do you think you are?" said the handsome one, starting to sound angry.
"I am Neville, the last scion of the noble and most ancient house of Longbottom."
Neville couldn't say it.
"I think he's a traitor,"
said one of the other Gryffindors, and there was a sudden sinking sensation in Neville's stomach. He'd known it. He'd just known it. Harry Potter had been wrong after all. Bullies wouldn't stop, only because Neville Longbottom told them to stop. The handsome one took a step forward, and the 3 others followed.
"So, that's how it is for you,"
Neville said, amazed at how steady his voice was.
"It doesn't matter to you if it's Lesath Lestrange or Neville Longbottom."
Lesath Lestrange let out a sudden gasp from where he was lying on the floor.
"Evil is evil,"
snarled the same boy who'd spoken before.
"And if you're friends with evil, you're evil too."
The 4 took another step forward. Lesath rose, wobbling to his feet. His face was grey, and he took a few steps forward and leaned against the wall, and didn't say anything. His eyes were fixed on the turn in the hallway, the way out.
"Friends?"
Neville said. Now his voice was going up a bit in pitch.
"Yes, I have friends. One of them is the boy who lived."
A couple of the Gryffindors looked suddenly worried. The handsome one didn't flinch.
"Harry Potter isn't here," he said, his voice hard.
"And if he was, I don't think he'd like to see a Longbottom defending a Lestrange." And the Gryffindors took another long step forward, and behind them Lesarth crept along the wall, waiting for his chance. Neville swallowed, and raised his right hand, with his thumb and forefinger pressed together. He shut his eyes because Harry Potter had made him promise not to peek. If this didn't work, he was never trusting anyone again. His voice came out surprisingly clear, considering.
"Harry James Potter, Evans Verus. Harry James Potter, Evans Verus. Harry James Potter, Evans Verus. By the debt that you owe me, and the power of your true name, I summon you. I open the way for you. I call upon you to manifest yourself before me."
Neville snapped his fingers. And then Neville opened his eyes. Lesarth Lestrange was staring at him. The 4 Gryffindors were staring at him. The handsome one started to chuckle, and that set off the other 3.
"Was Harry Potter supposed to step around the corner or something?" said the handsome one. "Oh, looks like you've been stood up."
The handsome one took a menacing step forward toward Neville. The other 3 followed in lockstep.
"Ahem,"
said Harry Potter from behind them, leaning against the wall by the window, in the dead end of the hallway where nobody could possibly have gotten to without being seen. If watching people scream always felt this good, Neville could sort of understand why people became bullies. Harry Potter stalked forward, placing himself between Lesarth Lestrange and the others. He swept his icy gaze across the boys in red-trimmed robes, and then his eyes came to rest on the handsome one, the ringleader.
"Mr. Carl Sloper,"
said Harry Potter.
"I believe I have comprehended this situation fully. If Lesarth Lestrange has ever committed a single evil himself, rather than being born to the wrong parents, the fact is not known to you. If I am mistaken in this, Mr. Sloper, I suggest you inform me at once."
Neville saw the fear and awe on the other boys' faces. He was feeling it himself. Harry had claimed it would be a trick. But how could it be?
"But he's a Lestrange," said the ringleader.
"He's a boy who lost his parents,"
Harry Potter said, his voice growing even colder. This time all 3 of the other Gryffindors flinched.
"So," said
Harry Potter,
"you saw that Neville didn't want you tormenting an innocent boy on behalf of the Longbottoms. This failed to move you. If I tell you that the boy who lived also thinks you're in the wrong, that what you did today was a terrible mistake, does that make a difference?"
The ringleader took a step toward Harry. The others did not follow him.
"Carl,"
one of them said, swallowing.
"Maybe we should go."
"They said you're going to be the next Dark Lord," the ringleader said, staring at Harry. A grin crossed Harry Potter's face.
They also say I'm secretly betrothed to Ginevra Weasley, and there's a prophecy about us conquering France.
The smile faded.
Since you're determined to force the issue, Mr. Carl Sloper, let me make things clear. Leave Lesarth alone. I will know if you don't.
So Lessie snarked to you, said the ringleader coldly.
Sure,
said Harry Potter dryly.
And he also told me what you did today after you left Charms class, in a private, secluded place where no one could see you, with a certain Hufflepuff girl wearing a white ribbon in her hair.
The ringleader's jaw dropped in shock. Said one of the other Gryffindors in a high-pitched voice, and spun on his heels and ran around the corner. His footsteps rapidly pattered away and faded. And then there were 6.
Ah,
said Harry Potter.
There goes a slightly intelligent young man. The rest of you could stand to learn from Bertram Kirk's example before you get into, shall we say, trouble.
Are you threatening to snark on us?
Said the handsome Gryffindor, his voice trying to be angry and rather wavering.
Bad things happen to snarkers.
The other 2 Gryffindors started slowly moving back. Harry Potter started laughing.
Ho! You did not just say that. Are you really trying to intimidate me? Me? Now, honestly, do you think you're scarier than Peregrine Derrick, Severus Snape, or for that matter, you know who?
Even the ringleader flinched at that. Harry Potter raised his hand, fingers poised, and all 3 of the Gryffindors leaped backward, and one of them blurted, "Don't!"
See?
said Harry Potter.
This is where I snap my fingers and you become part of a hilariously amusing story that will be told with much nervous laughter at dinner tonight. But the thing is, people I trust keep telling me not to do that. Professor McGonagall told me I was taking the easy way out of everything, and Professor Quirrell says I need to learn how to lose. So, you remember that story where I let myself get beaten up by some older Slytherins? We could do that. You could bully me for a while, and I could let you. Only, you remember that part at the end where I tell my many friends inside this school not to do anything about it? This time, we'll skip that part. So, go ahead. Bully me.
Harry Potter stepped forward, his arms opened wide in invitation. The 3 Gryffindors broke and ran, and Neville had to sidestep quickly to avoid getting run over. There was silence as their footsteps faded, and then more silence after that. And then there were 3. Harry Potter drew a deep breath, then exhaled.
"Whew,"
he said.
"How are you doing, Neville?"
Neville's voice came out in a high-pitched squeak.
"Okay, that was really cool."
A grin flashed across Harry Potter's face.
"You were pretty cool too, you know."
Neville knew that Harry Potter was just saying that, trying to make him feel good, and it still started a warm glow inside his chest. Harry turned toward Lesarth Lestrange.
"Are you okay, Lestrange?"
said Neville before Harry could open his mouth. Now, there was something you didn't expect to find yourself saying. Ever? Lesarth Lestrange turned slowly and stared at Neville, his face tight, no longer crying, tears glistening as they dried.
"You think you know how it is,"
said Lesarth, his voice high and shaking.
"You think you know. My parents are in Azkaban. I try not to think about it, and they always remind me. They think it's great that Mother is there in the cold and the dark with the Dementors sucking away her life. I wish I was like Harry Potter. At least his parents aren't hurting. My parents are always hurting, every second of every day. I wish I was like you. At least you can see your parents sometimes. At least you know they loved you. If Mother ever loved me, the Dementors will have eaten that thought by now."
Neville's eyes were wide with shock. He hadn't expected this. Lesarth turned to Harry Potter, whose eyes were full of horror. Lesarth flung himself on the floor in front of Harry Potter, touched his forehead to the ground and whispered,
"Help me, Lord."
There was an awful silence. Neville couldn't think of a single thing to say, and from the naked shock on Harry's face, he couldn't think of anything either.
"They say you can do anything. Please, please, my lord, get my parents out of Azkaban. I'll be your loyal servant forever. My life will be yours, and my death as well. Only, please." "Lesarth,"
Harry said, his voice breaking.
"Lesarth, I can't. I can't really do things like that. It's all just stupid tricks." "It's not,"
said Lesarth, his voice high and desperate.
"I saw it. The stories are true. You can."
Harry swallowed.
"Lesarth, I set the whole thing up with Neville. We planned it all out in advance. Ask him."
They had, though Harry hadn't said how he was going to do any of it. When Lesarth looked up from the floor, his face was ghastly, and his voice came out in a shriek that hurt Neville's ears.
"You son of a mudblood! You could get her out. You just won't. I got down on my knees and begged you, and you still won't help. I should have known. You're the boy who lived. You think she belongs there. I can't,"
Harry said, his voice as desperate as Lesarth's.
"It's not a question of what I want. I don't have the power."
Lesarth rose to his feet and spat on the floor in front of Harry, and then turned and walked away. When he was around the corner, the sound of his feet sped up, and, as they faded, Neville thought he heard a single sob. And then there were two. Neville looked at Harry. Harry looked at Neville.
"Wow,"
Neville said quietly.
"He didn't seem very grateful for being rescued. He thought I could help him,"
Harry said, his voice hoarse.
"He had hope for the first time in years."
Neville swallowed and said it.
"I'm sorry." "What?"
said Harry, sounding totally confused.
I wasn't grateful when you helped me. Every single thing you said before was completely right,
said the boy who lived.
No,
Neville said.
It wasn't.
They simultaneously gave brief, sad smiles, each condescending to the other.
I know this wasn't real,
said Neville.
I know I couldn't have done anything if you hadn't been here, but thanks for letting me pretend. Give it a break,
said Harry. Harry had turned from Neville and was staring out the window at the gloomy clouds. A completely ridiculous thought came to Neville.
Are you feeling guilty because you can't get Lesarth's parents out of Azkaban?
No, said Harry. A few seconds went by.
Yes,
said Harry.
You're silly,
said Neville.
I am aware of this,
said Harry.
Do you have to do literally anything anyone asks you?
The boy who lived turned back and looked at Neville again.
Do? No. Feel guilty about not doing? Yes.
Neville was having trouble finding words.
Once the Dark Lord died, Bellatrix Black was literally the most evil person in the entire world, and that was before she went to Azkaban. She tortured my mother and father into insanity because she wanted to find out what happened to the Dark Lord. I know,
Harry said quietly.
I get that, but... No, you don't. She had a reason for doing that, and my parents were both Aurors. It's not even close to the worst thing she's ever done.
Neville's voice was shaking.
Even so,
said the boy who lived, his eyes distant as they stared off into somewhere else, some other place that Neville couldn't imagine.
There might be some incredibly clever solution that makes it possible to save everyone and let them all live happily ever after. And if only I was smart enough, I would have thought of it by now.
You have problems, said Neville.
You think you ought to be what Lesarth Lestrange thinks you are? Yeah,
said the boy who lived.
That pretty much nails it. Every time someone cries out in prayer and I can't answer, I feel guilty about not being God.
Neville didn't quite understand that, but...
That doesn't sound good.
Harry sighed.
I understand that I have a problem, and I know what I need to do to solve it. All right? I'm working on it.
Harry watched Neville leave. Of course, Harry hadn't said what the solution was. The solution, obviously, was to hurry up and become God. Neville's footsteps moved off, and soon could no longer be heard. And then there was one. Said Severus Snape's voice from directly behind him. Harry let out a small scream and instantly hated himself. Slowly, Harry turned around. The tall, greasy man in the spotted robes was leaning against the wall in the same position Harry had occupied.
"A fine invisibility cloak, Potter,"
drawled the potions master.
"Much is explained."
"Oh, bloody crap."
"And perhaps I have been in Dumbledore's company too long," said Severus. But I cannot help but wonder if that is the cloak of invisibility."
Harry immediately turned into someone who'd never heard of the Cloak of Invisibility, and who was exactly as smart as Harry thought Severus thought Harry was.
"Oh, possibly," said Harry. "I trust you realise the implications if it is."
Severus's voice was condescending.
"You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you, Potter? A rather clumsy try at fishing."
Professor Quirrell had remarked over their lunch that Harry really needed to conceal his state of mind better than putting on a blank face when someone discussed a dangerous topic, and had explained about 1-level deceptions, 2-level deceptions, and so on. So, either Severus was, in fact, modelling Harry as a 1-level player, which made Severus himself 2-level, and Harry's 3-level move had been successful. Or Severus was a 4-level player and wanted Harry to think the deception had been successful. Harry, smiling, had asked Professor Quirrell what level he played at, and Professor Quirrell, also smiling, had responded, "1 level higher than you."
"So, you were watching this whole time?"
said Harry.
"Disillusionment, I think it's called."
A thin smile.
"It would have been foolish of me to take the slightest risk that you came to harm."
"And you wanted to see the results of your test firsthand," said Harry. "So, am I like my father?"
A strange, sad expression came over the man, one that looked foreign to his face.
"I should sooner say, Harry Potter, that you resemble—"
Severus stopped short. He stared at Harry.
"Lestrange called you a son of a mudblood," Severus said slowly. "It didn't seem to bother you much."
Harry furrowed his eyebrows.
"Not under those circumstances, no."
"You'd just helped him,"
Severus said. His eyes were intent on Harry.
"And he threw it back in your face. Surely that isn't something you'd just forgive?"
"He'd just been through a pretty harrowing experience," Harry said, "and I don't think being rescued by first years helped his pride much either."
"I suppose it was easy enough to forgive,"
Severus said, and his voice was odd.
"Since Lestrange means nothing to you. Just some strange Slytherin. If it was a friend, perhaps you would have felt far more injured by what he said."
"If he was a friend,"
Harry said,
"all the more reason to forgive him."
There was a long silence. Harry felt, and he couldn't have said why or from where, that the air was filling up with a dreadful tension, like water rising, and rising, and rising. Then Severus smiled, looking suddenly relaxed once more, and all the tension vanished.
"You are a very forgiving person,"
Severus said, still smiling.
"I suppose your stepfather, Michael Verris Evans, was the one who taught it to you?"
"More like Dad's science fiction and fantasy collection," said Harry. "Sort of my fifth parent, really. I've lived the lives of all the characters in all my books, and all their mighty wisdom thunders in my head. Somewhere in there was someone like Lasarth, I expect, though I couldn't say who. It wasn't hard to put myself in his shoes, and it was my books that told me what to do about it, too. The good guys forgive.
Severus gave a light, amused laugh.
I'm afraid I wouldn't know much about what good people do.
Harry looked at him. That was kind of sad, actually.
I'll send you some novels with good people in them, if you like.
I should like to ask your advice about something,
Severus said, his voice casual.
I know of another fifth-year Slytherin who was being bullied by Gryffindors. He was wooing a beautiful Muggle-born girl who came across him being bullied and tried to rescue him. And he called her a mudblood, and that was the end for them. He apologized many times, but she never forgave him. Have you any thoughts for what he could have said or done to win from her the forgiveness you gave Lestrange?
Harry said.
Based on only that information, I'm not sure he was the main one who had a problem. I'd have told him not to date someone that incapable of forgiveness. Suppose they'd gotten married. Can you imagine life in that household?
There was a pause.
Oh, but she could forgive,
Severus said with amusement in his voice.
Why, afterward, she went off and became the girlfriend of the bully. Tell me, why would she forgive the bully and not the bullied?
Harry shrugged.
I had a wild guess. Because the bully had hurt someone else very badly, and the bullied had hurt her just a little, and to her that just felt far more unforgivable, somehow. Or, not to put too fine a point on it, was the bully handsome, or, for that matter, rich?
There was another pause.
Yes, to both,
said Severus.
And there you have it,
said Harry.
Not that I've ever been through high school myself, but my books give me to understand that there's a certain kind of teenage girl who'll be outraged by a single insult if the boy's plain or poor, yet who can somehow find room in her heart to forgive a rich and handsome boy his bullying. She was shallow, in other words. Tell whoever it was that she wasn't worthy of him, and he needs to get over it and move on, and next time, date girls who are deep instead of pretty.
Severus stared at Harry in silence, his eyes glittering. The smile had faded, and though Severus's face twitched, it did not return. Harry was starting to feel a bit nervous.
Not that I've got any experience in the area myself, obviously, but I think that's what a wise advisor from my books would say.
There was more silence, and more glittering. It was probably a good time to change the subject.
So,
Harry said,
did I pass your test, whatever it was?
I think,
Severus said,
that there should be no more conversations between us, Potter, and you would be exceedingly wise never to speak of this one.
Harry blinked.
Would you mind telling me what I did wrong?
You offended me,
said Severus.
and I no longer trust your cunning."
Harry stared at Severus, taken rather aback.
"But you have given me well-meant advice," said Severus Snape, "and so I will give you true advice in return."
His voice was almost perfectly steady, like a string stretched almost perfectly horizontal, despite the massive weight hanging from its middle, by 1,000,000 tons of tension pulling at either end.
"You almost died today, Potter. In the future, never share your wisdom with anyone unless you know exactly what you are both talking about."
Harry's mind finally made the connection.
"You were that—"
Harry's mouth snapped shut as the almost died part sank in 2 seconds too late.
"Yes," said Severus, "I was."
And the terrible tension flooded back into the room like water pressurized at the bottom of the ocean. Harry couldn't breathe.
"Lose now!" "I didn't know,"
Harry whispered.
"No,"
said Severus. Just that one word. Harry stood there in silence, his mind frantically searching for options. Severus stood between him and the window, which was a real pity, because a fall from that height wouldn't kill a wizard.
"Your books betrayed you, Potter,"
said Severus, still in that voice stretched tight by 1,000,000 tons of pull.
"They did not tell you the one thing you needed to know. You cannot learn from stories what it is like to lose the one you love. That is something you could never understand without feeling it yourself."
"My father,"
Harry whispered. It was his best guess, the one thing that might save him.
"My father tried to protect you from the bullies."
A ghastly smile stretched across Severus's face, and the man moved toward Harry. And past him.
"Goodbye, Potter,"
said Severus, not looking back on his way out.
"We shall have little to say to each other from today on."
And at the corner, the man stopped, and without turning, spoke one final time.
"Your father was the bully,"
said Severus Snape.
"And what your mother saw in him was something I never did understand until this day."
He left. Harry turned and walked toward the window. His shaking hands went on to the ledge.
"Never give anyone wise advice unless you know exactly what you're both talking about. Got it?"
Harry stared out at the clouds and the light drizzle for a while. The window looked out on the east grounds, and it was afternoon, so if the sun was visible through the clouds at all, Harry couldn't see it. His hands had stopped shaking, but there was a tight feeling in Harry's chest, like it was being compressed by metal bands. So, his father had been a bully, and his mother had been shallow. Maybe they'd grown up later. Good people like Professor McGonagall did seem to think the world of them, and it might not be only because they were heroic martyrs. Of course, that was scant consolation when you were 11 and about to turn into a teenager, and wondering what sort of teenager you might become. So very terrible. So very sad. Such an awful life Harry led. Learning that his genetic parents hadn't been perfect, why, he ought to spend a while moping about that, feeling sorry for himself. Maybe he could complain to Lesarth Lestrange. Harry had read about Dementors. Cold and darkness surrounded them, and fear. They sucked away all your happy thoughts, and in that absence all your worst memories rose to the surface. He could imagine himself in Lesarth's shoes, knowing that his parents were in Azkaban for life, that place from which no one had ever escaped. And Lesarth would be imagining himself in his mother's place, in the cold and the darkness and the fear, alone with all of her worst memories, even in her dreams, every second of every day. For an instant, Harry imagined his own mum and dad in Azkaban, with the Dementors sucking out their life, draining away the happy memories of their love for him. Just for an instant, before his imagination blew a fuse and called an emergency shutdown and told him never to imagine that again. Was it right to do that to anyone? Even the second most evil person in the world? No, said the wisdom of Harry's books. Not if there was any other way. Any other way at all. And unless the wizarding justice system was as perfect as their prisons, and that sounded rather improbable, all things considered, somewhere in Azkaban was a person who was entirely innocent. And probably more than one. There was a burning sensation in Harry's throat, and moisture was gathering in his eyes, and he wanted to teleport all of Azkaban's prisoners to safety and call down fire from the sky and blast that terrible place down to bedrock. But he couldn't, because he wasn't God. And Harry remembered what Professor Quirrell had said beneath the starlight. Sometimes, when this flawed world seems unusually hateful, I wonder whether there might be some other place, far away, where I should have been. But the stars are so very, very far away. And I wonder what I would dream about if I slept for a long, long time. Right now, this flawed world seemed unusually hateful. And Harry couldn't understand Professor Quirrell's words. It might have been an alien that had spoken, or an artificial intelligence, something built along such different lines from Harry that his brain couldn't be forced to operate in that mode. You couldn't leave your home planet while it still contained a place like Azkaban. You had to stay and fight. Hello, you awesome listeners. So, looking at the stats of this podcast, more than a quarter of you are listening on Audible. Currently, this audiobook is ranked 5th on all of audible.com for fiction podcasts. Pretty cool. And I've realised that the ranking is based on the number of reviews that you have. So, if we get a bunch more reviews, we can jump right up there to the top. Let me just check. Yes, so we currently have 70 reviews. The top one has 168. We only need 100 more reviews on Audible to be the top fiction podcast on all of Audible. I think that's possible. We're getting between 500 and 1,000 downloads a day, so there's a lot of you out there. If you are on the Audible app and listening to this podcast, please review the overall podcast. You can review each chapter individually, but I think it's the overall rating that changes the rankings. You heroes. Chapter 28. Reductionism.
Okay,
Harry said, swallowing.
Okay, Hermione, it's enough. You can stop.
The white sugar pill in front of Hermione still hadn't changed shape or colour at all, even though she was concentrating harder than Harry had ever seen, her eyes squeezed shut, beads of sweat on her forehead, hand trembling as it gripped the wand.
Hermione, stop! It's not going to work, Hermione. I don't think we can make things that don't exist yet.
Slowly, Hermione's hand relaxed its grasp on the wand.
I thought I felt it,
she said in a bare whisper.
I thought I felt it start to transfigure, just for a second.
There was a lump in Harry's throat.
You were probably imagining it. Hoping too hard. I probably was,
she said. She looked like she wanted to cry. Slowly, Harry took his mechanical pencil in his hand and reached over to the sheet of paper with all the items crossed out, and drew a line through the item that said, Alzheimer's cure. They couldn't have fed anyone a transfigured pill, but transfiguration, at least the kind they could do, didn't enchant the targets. It wouldn't transfigure a regular broomstick into a flying one. So, if Hermione had been able to make a pill at all, it would have been a non-magical pill, one that worked for ordinary material reasons. They could have secretly made pills for a Muggle science lab, let them study the pills and try to reverse engineer them before the transfiguration wore off. No one in either world would need to know that magic had been involved. It would just be another scientific breakthrough. It hadn't been the sort of thing a wizard would think of either. They didn't respect mere patterns of atoms that much. They didn't think of enchanted material things as objects of power. If it wasn't magical, it wasn't interesting. Earlier, Harry had very secretly, he hadn't even told Hermione, tried to transfigure nanotechnology, a la Eric Drexler. He'd tried to produce a desktop nanofactory, of course, not tiny self-replicating assemblers. Harry wasn't insane. It would have been godhood in a single shot if it had worked.
That was it for today, right?
Said Hermione. She was slumped back in her chair, leaning her head against the back, and her face showed her tiredness, which was very unusual for Hermione. She liked to pretend she was limitless, at least when Harry was around.
One more,
Harry said cautiously.
But that one's small. Plus, it might actually work. I've saved it for last because I was hoping we could end on an up note. It's real stuff, not like phasers. They've already made it in the laboratory, not like the Alzheimer's cure. And it's a generic substance, not specific like the lost books you tried to transfigure copies of. I made a diagram of the molecular structure to show you. We just want to make it longer than it's ever been made before, and with all the tubes aligned, and the endpoint embedded in diamond.
Harry produced a sheet of graph paper. Hermione sat back up, took it, and studied it, frowning.
These are all carbon atoms? And, Harry, what's the name? I can't transfigure it if I don't know what it's called.
Harry made a disgusted face. He was still having trouble getting used to that sort of thing. It shouldn't matter what something was named if you knew what it was.
They're called Bucky tubes, or carbon nanotubes. It's a kind of fullerene that was discovered just this year. It's about 100 times stronger than steel and a sixth of the weight.
Hermione looked up from the graph paper, her face surprised.
That's real? Yeah, Harry said. Just hard to make the Muggle way. If we could get enough of the stuff, we could use it to build a space elevator all the way up to geosynchronous orbit or higher. And in terms of Delta V, that's halfway to anywhere in the solar system. Plus, we could throw out solar-powered satellites like confetti.
Hermione was frowning again.
Is this stuff safe? I don't see why it wouldn't be, Harry said. A Bucky tube is just a graphite sheet wrapped into a circular tube, basically, and graphite is the same stuff used in pencils. I know what graphite is, Harry,
Hermione said. She brushed her hair back absent-mindedly, her eyebrows furrowed as she stared at the sheet of paper. Harry reached into a pocket of his robes and produced a white thread tied to 2 small grey plastic rings at either end. He'd added drops of superglue where the thread met either ring, to make it all a single object that could be transfigured as a whole. Cyanoacrylate, if Harry remembered correctly, worked by covalent bonds, and that was as close to being a solid object as you ever got in a world ultimately composed of tiny individual atoms.
When you're ready, Harry said, try to transfigure this into a set of aligned Bucky tube fibres embedded in 2 solid diamond rings. All right, Hermione said slowly. Harry, I feel like I just missed something.
Harry shrugged helplessly.
Maybe you're just tired.
He knew better than to say it out loud, though. Hermione laid her wand against 1 plastic ring and stared for a while. 2 small circles of glittering diamond lay on the table, connected by a long black thread.
It changed,
said Hermione. She sounded like she was trying to be enthusiastic, but had run out of energy.
Now what?
Harry felt a bit deflated by his research partner's lack of passion, but did his best not to show it. Maybe the same process would work in reverse to cheer her up.
Now I test to see if it holds weight.
There was an A-frame Harry had rigged up to do an earlier experiment with diamond rods. You could make solid diamond objects easily, using transfiguration. They just wouldn't last. The earlier experiment had measured whether transfiguring a long diamond rod into a shorter diamond rod would allow it to lift a suspended, heavy weight as it contracted, i.e., could you transfigure against tension, which you, in fact, could. Harry carefully looped 1 circle of glittering diamond over the thick metal hook at the top of the rig, then attached a thick metal hanger to the bottom ring, and then started attaching weights to the hanger. Harry had asked the Weasley twins to transfigure the apparatus for him, and the Weasley twins had given him an incredulous look, like they couldn't figure out what sort of prank he could possibly want that for, but they hadn't asked any questions. And their transfigurations, according to them, lasted for around 3 hours, so Harry and Hermione still had a while left.
100 kilograms,
Harry said about a minute later.
I don't think a steel thread this thin would hold that. It should go up much higher, but that's all the weight I've got.
There was a further silence. Harry straightened up and went back to their table and sat down in his chair and ceremoniously made a check mark next to Bucky tubes.
There,
Harry said.
That one worked. But it's not really useful, Harry, is it?
Hermione said from where she was sitting with her head resting in her hands.
I mean, if we gave it to a scientist, they couldn't learn how to make lots of Bucky tubes from studying ours. They might be able to learn something, Harry said. Hermione, look at it. That little tiny thread holding up all that weight. We just made something that no Muggle laboratory could make. But any other witch could make it, Hermione said. Her exhaustion was coming into her voice now. Harry, I don't think this is working out. You mean our relationship? Harry said. Great, let's break up. That got a slight grin out of her. I mean our research. Oh, Hermione, how could you? You're sweet when you're mean, she said. But Harry, this is nuts. I'm 12. You're 11. It's silly to think we were going to discover anything that no one's ever figured out before. And you're really saying we should give up on unravelling the secrets of magic after trying for less than 1 month? Harry said, trying to put a note of challenge into his voice. Honestly, he was feeling some of the same fatigue as Hermione. None of the good ideas ever worked. He'd made just one discovery worth mentioning, the Mendelian pattern, and he couldn't tell Hermione about it without breaking his promise to Draco. No, Hermione said. Her young face was looking very serious and adult. I'm saying, right now, we should be studying all the magic that wizards already know, so we can do this sort of thing after we graduate from Hogwarts. Harry said. Hermione, I hate to put it this way, but imagine we decided to hold off on research until later, and the first thing we tried after we graduate was transfiguring an Alzheimer's cure. And it worked. We'd feel... I don't think the word stupid would adequately describe how we'd feel. What if there's something else like that, and it does work? That's not fair, Harry, Hermione said. Her voice was trembling like she was on the verge of breaking out crying. You can't put that on people. It's not our job to do that sort of thing. We're kids. For a moment, Harry wondered what would happen if someone told Hermione she had to fight an immortal Dark Lord. If she would turn into one of the whiny, self-pitying heroes that Harry could never stand reading about in his books. Anyway, Hermione said. Her voice shook. I don't want to keep doing this. I don't believe children can do things that grown-ups can't. That's only in stories. There was silence in the classroom. Hermione started to look a little scared, and Harry knew that his own expression had gotten colder. It might not have hurt so much if the same thought hadn't already come to Harry. That's, while 30 might be old for a scientific revolutionary, and 20 about right, while there were people who got doctorates when they were 17 and 14 years old, heirs who'd been great kings or generals, there wasn't really anyone who'd made the history books at 11. All right, Harry said. Figure out how to do something a grown-up can't. Is that your challenge? I didn't mean it like that, Hermione said, her voice coming out in a frightened whisper. With an effort, Harry wrenched his gaze away from Hermione. I'm not angry at you, Harry said. His voice was cold, despite his best efforts. I'm angry at... I don't know, everything. But I'm not willing to lose, Hermione. Losing isn't always the right thing to do. I'll figure out how to do something a grown wizard can't do, and then I'll get back to you. How's that? There was more silence. Okay, said Hermione, her voice wavering a little. She pushed herself up out of her chair and went over to the door of the abandoned classroom they'd been working in. Her hand went onto the doorknob. We're still friends, right? And if you can't figure out anything—"
Her voice halted.
"Then we'll study together,"
Harry said. His voice was even colder now.
Bye for now, then,"
Hermione said, and she quickly went out of the room and shut the door behind her. Sometimes Harry hated having a dark side, even when he was inside it, and the part of him that had thought exactly the same thing as Hermione, that no, children couldn't do what grown-ups couldn't, was saying all the things that Hermione had been too frightened to say, like,
"That's one hell of a difficult challenge you just grabbed for yourself,"
and
"Boy, are you going to end up with egg on your face this time,"
and
"At least this way you'll know you failed."
And the part of him that didn't enjoy losing replied, in a very cold voice,
"Fine. You can shut up and watch."
It was almost lunchtime, and Harry didn't care. He hadn't even bothered grabbing a snack bar from his pouch. His stomach could stand a little starving. The wizarding world was tiny. They didn't think like scientists. They didn't know science. They didn't question what they'd grown up with. They hadn't put protective shells on their time machines. They played Quidditch. All of magical Britain was smaller than a small Muggle city. The greatest wizarding school only educated up to the age of 17. Silly wasn't challenging that at 11. Silly was assuming wizards knew what they were doing and had already exhausted all the low-hanging fruit a scientific polymath would see. Step 1 had been to make a list of every magical constraint Harry could remember. All the things you supposedly couldn't do. Step 2. Mark the constraints that seemed to make the least sense from a scientific perspective. Step 3. Prioritize constraints that a wizard would be unlikely to question if they didn't know science. Step 4. Come up with avenues for attacking them. Hermione still felt a little shaky as she sat down next to Mandy at the Ravenclaw table. Hermione's lunch had 2 fruits, tomato slices and peeled tangerines, 3 vegetables, carrots, and more carrots. 1 meat, fried deer-a-cow drumsticks whose unhealthy coating she would carefully remove, and 1 little piece of chocolate cake that she would earn by eating the other parts. It hadn't been as bad as potions class. Sometimes she still had nightmares about that. But this time she had made it happen, and she had felt like its target. Just for a moment, before the terrible cold darkness looked away and said it wasn't angry with her because it hadn't wanted to scare her. And she still had that feeling like she'd missed something earlier. Something really important. But they hadn't violated any of the rules of transfiguration, had they? They hadn't made any liquids, any gases. They hadn't taken orders from the defense professor. The pill. That had been something to be eaten. Well, no, nobody would just eat a pill lying around. It hadn't worked, actually. They could have just finite incantatem'd it if they had. But she would still have to tell Harry about that and make sure they didn't mention it in front of Professor McGonagall, in case they were never allowed to study Transfiguration again. Hermione was starting to get a really sick feeling in her stomach. She pushed back her plate from the table. She couldn't eat lunch like this. And she closed her eyes and began to mentally recite the rules of Transfiguration.
I will never transfigure anything into liquid or gas. I will never transfigure anything that looks like food or anything else that goes inside a human body.
No, they really shouldn't have tried to transfigure the pill, or they should have at least realised. She had been so caught up in Harry's brilliant idea that she hadn't thought. The sick feeling in Hermione's stomach was getting worse. There was a feeling in her mind of something hovering just on the edge of recognition, a perception about to invert itself, a young woman about to become a crone, a vase about to become two faces. And she went on, remembering the rules of transfiguration. Harry's knuckles had gone white on his wand by the time he stopped trying to transfigure the air in front of his wand into a paperclip. It wouldn't have been safe to transfigure the paperclip into gas, of course, but Harry didn't see any reason why it would be unsafe the other way around. It just wasn't supposed to be possible. But why not? Air was as real a substance as anything else. Well, maybe that limitation did make sense. Air was disorganized, all the molecules constantly changing their relation to each other. Maybe you couldn't impose a new form on substance unless the substance was staying still long enough for you to master it, even though the atoms in solids were also constantly vibrating all the time. The more Harry failed, the colder he felt, the clearer everything seemed to become. All right, next on the list. You could only transfigure whole objects as wholes. You couldn't transfigure half a match into a needle. You had to transfigure the whole thing. Back when Harry had been trapped in that classroom by Draco, it had been the reason he couldn't just transfigure a thin cylindrical cross-section of the walls into sponge and punch out a chunk of stone large enough for him to fit through the hole. He would have needed to impose a new form on the whole wall, and maybe a whole section of Hogwarts, just in order to change that little cross-section. And that was ridiculous. Things were made of atoms. Lots of little tiny dots. There was no contiguity. There was no solidity. Just electromagnetic forces holding the little dots related to each other. Mandy Brocklehurst paused with her fork on her way to her mouth. "Huh?" she said to Sue Lee, sitting across from the now empty space beside her. "What got into Hermione?" Harry wanted to kill his eraser. He had been trying to change a single spot on the pink rectangle into steel, apart from the rest of the rubber, and the eraser wasn't cooperating. It had to be a conceptual limitation, not a real one. Had to be. Things were made of atoms, and every atom was a tiny separate thing. Atoms were held together by a quantum mist of shared electrons for covalent bonds, or sometimes just magnetism at close ranges for ionic bonds or van der Waals forces. If it came down to that, the protons and neutrons inside the nuclei were tiny separate things. The quarks inside the protons and neutrons were tiny separate things. There simply wasn't anything in reality, the world out there, that corresponded to people's conceit of solid objects. It was all just little dots. And free transfiguration was all in the mind to begin with, wasn't it? No words, no gestures, only the pure concept of form, kept strictly separate from substance, imposed on the substance, conceived of apart from its form. That, and the wand, and whatever, made you a wizard. The wizards couldn't transform parts of things, could only transform what their minds perceived as wholes, because they didn't know in their bones that it was all just atoms, deep down. Harry had focused on that knowledge as hard as he could. The true fact that the eraser was just a collection of atoms. Everything was just collections of atoms, and the atoms of the little patch he was trying to transfigure formed just as valid a collection as any other collection he cared to think about. And Harry still hadn't been able to change that single part of the eraser. The transfiguration wasn't going anywhere. This was ridiculous. Harry's knuckles were whitening on his wand again. He was sick of getting experimental results that didn't make sense. Maybe the fact that some part of his mind was still thinking in terms of objects was stopping the transfiguration from going through. He had thought of a collection of atoms that was an eraser. He had thought of a collection that was a little patch. Time to kick it up a notch. Harry pressed his wand harder against that tiny section of eraser and tried to see through the illusion that non-scientists thought was reality. The world of desks and chairs, air and erasers and people. When you walked through a park, the immersive world that surrounded you was something that existed inside your own brain as a pattern of neurons firing. The sensation of a bright blue sky wasn't something high above you. It was something in your visual cortex, and your visual cortex was in the back of your brain. All the sensations of that bright world were really happening in that quiet cave of bone you called your skull, the place where you lived and never ever left. If you really wanted to say hello to someone, to the actual person, you wouldn't shake their hand. You'd knock gently on their skull and say, "How you doing in there?" That was what people were. That was where they really lived. And the picture of the park that you thought you were walking through was something that was visualized inside your brain as it processed the signals sent down from your eyes and retina. It wasn't a lie, like the Buddhists thought. There wasn't something terribly mystical and unexpected behind the veil of Maya. What lay beyond the illusion of the park was just the actual park. But it was all still illusion. Harry wasn't sitting inside the classroom. He wasn't looking at the eraser. Harry was inside Harry's skull. He was experiencing a processed picture his brain had decoded from the signals sent down by his retina. The real eraser was somewhere else, somewhere that wasn't the picture. And the real eraser wasn't like the picture Harry's brain had of it. The idea of the eraser as a solid object was something that existed only inside his own brain, inside the parietal cortex that processed his sense of shape and space. The real eraser was a collection of atoms held together by electromagnetic forces and shared covalent electrons, while nearby, air molecules bounced off each other and bounced off the eraser molecules. The real eraser was far away, and Harry, inside his skull, could never quite touch it, could only imagine ideas about it. But his wand had the power. It could change things out there in reality. It was only Harry's own preconceptions that were limiting it. Somewhere beyond the veil of Maya, the truth behind Harry's concept of my wand was touching the collection of atoms that Harry's mind thought of as a patch on the eraser. And if that wand could change the collection of atoms that Harry considered the whole eraser, there was absolutely no reason why it couldn't change the other collection too. The transfiguration still wasn't going through. Harry's teeth clenched together, and he kicked it up another notch. The concept Harry's mind had of the eraser as a single object was obvious nonsense. It was a map that didn't and couldn't match the territory. Human beings modelled the world using stratified levels of organisation. They had separate thoughts about how countries worked, how people worked, how organs worked, how cells worked, how molecules worked, how quarks worked. When Harry's brain needed to think about the eraser, it would think about the rules that governed erasers, like erasers can get rid of pencil marks. Only if Harry's brain needed to predict what would happen on the lower chemical level, only then would Harry's brain start thinking, as though it were a separate fact, about rubber molecules. But that was all in the mind. Harry's mind might have separate beliefs about rules that governed erasers, but there was no separate law of physics that governed erasers. Harry's mind modelled reality using multiple levels of organisation, with different beliefs about each level. But that was all in the map. The true territory wasn't like that. Reality itself had only a single level of organisation. The quarks. It was a unified, low-level process obeying mathematically simple rules. Or at least that was what Harry had believed before he found out about magic. But the eraser wasn't magical. And even if the eraser had been magical, the idea that there could really exist a single solid eraser was impossible. Things like erasers couldn't be basic elements of reality. They were too big and complicated to be atoms. They had to be made of parts. You couldn't have things that were fundamentally complicated. The implicit belief that Harry's brain had in the eraser as a single object wasn't just wrong. It was a map territory confusion. The eraser only existed as a separate concept in Harry's multi-level model of the world, not as a separate element of single-level reality. The transfiguration still wasn't happening. Harry was breathing heavily. Failed transfiguration was almost as tiring as successful transfiguration, but damned if he'd give up now. All right, screw this 19th century garbage. Reality wasn't atoms. It wasn't a set of tiny billiard balls bopping around. That was just another lie. The notion of atoms as little dots was just another convenient hallucination that people clung to because they didn't want to confront the inhumanly alien shape of the underlying reality. No wonder, then, that his attempts to transfigure based on that hadn't worked. If he wanted power, he had to abandon his humanity and force his thoughts to conform to the true math of quantum mechanics. There were no particles. There were just clouds of amplitude in a multi-particle configuration space, and what his brain fondly imagined to be an eraser was nothing except a gigantic factor in a wave function that happened to factorize. It didn't have a separate existence any more than there was a particular solid factor of 3 hidden inside the number 6. If his wand was capable of altering factors in an approximately factorizable wave function, then it should damn well be able to alter the slightly smaller factor that Harry's brain visualized as a patch of material on the eraser. Hermione tore through the hallways, shoes pounding hard on the stone, breath coming in pants, the shock of adrenaline still racing through her blood. Like a picture of a young woman turning into an old crone, like the cup becoming 2 faces. What had they been doing? What had they been doing? She came to the classroom and her fingers slipped on the doorknob at first. Too sweaty. She grabbed harder and the door opened. In a single flash of perception, she saw Harry staring at a small pink rectangle on the table in front of him, as, a few paces away, The tiny black thread, almost invisible from this distance, supported all that weight.
"Harry, get out of the classroom!"
Pure shock crossed Harry's face, and he stood up so fast he almost fell over, stopping only to grab the small pink rectangle from the table, and he tore out of the door. She had already stepped aside. Her wand was already in her hand, coming up, pointing at the thread.
"Finite incantatem!"
And Hermione slammed the door shut again, just as the gigantic crash of 100 kilograms of falling metal came from inside. She was panting, gasping for air. She'd run all the way here without stopping. She was soaked in sweat, and her legs and thighs burned like living flames. She couldn't have answered Harry's questions for all the galleons in the world. Hermione blinked and realized that she had started to fall, and Harry had caught her and was lowering her gently to sit on the floor.
"Healthy,"
she managed to whisper.
"What?"
said Harry, looking paler than she'd ever seen him.
"Are you feeling healthy?"
Harry started looking even more frightened as the question sank in.
I don't think I have any symptoms."
Hermione closed her eyes for a moment.
"Good,"
she whispered.
"Catch breath."
That took a while. Harry was still looking scared. That was good too. Maybe it would teach him a lesson. Hermione reached into the pouch Harry had bought her, whispered,
"Water,"
through her parched throat, took out the bottle, and drank in great huge gulps. And then it was still a while before she could talk again.
"We broke the rules, Harry,"
she said in a hoarse voice.
"We broke the rules."
Harry swallowed.
"I still don't see how. I've been thinking, but I asked if the transfiguration was safe, and you answered me."
There was a pause.
"That's it?"
Harry said. She could have screamed.
"Harry, don't you get it?"
she said.
"It's made out of tiny fibres. What if it unravelled? Who knows what could go wrong? We didn't ask Professor McGonagall. Don't you see what we were doing? We were experimenting with transfiguration. We were experimenting with transfiguration."
There was another pause.
"Right,"
Harry said slowly.
"That's probably one of those things they don't even bother telling you not to do because it's too obvious. Don't test brilliant new ideas for transfiguration by yourselves in an unused classroom without consulting any professors." "You could have gotten us killed, Harry!"
Hermione knew it wasn't fair. She had made the mistake too, but she still felt angry at him. He always sounded so confident, and that had dragged her unthinkingly along in his wake.
"We could have spoiled Professor McGonagall's perfect record." "Yes," said Harry. "Let's not tell her about this, shall we?" "We have to stop,"
Hermione said.
"We have to stop, or we're going to get hurt. We're too young, Harry. We can't do this. Not yet."
A weak grin crossed Harry's face.
You're sort of wrong about that."
And he held out a small, pink rectangle, a rubber eraser, with a bright metal patch on it. Hermione stared at it, puzzled.
"Quantum mechanics wasn't enough," Harry said. "I had to go all the way down to timeless physics before it took. Had to see the wand as enforcing a relation between separate past and future realities, instead of changing anything over time. But I did it, Hermione. I saw past the illusion of objects, and I bet there's not a single other wizard in the world who could have. Even if some Muggleborn knew about timeless formulations of quantum mechanics, it would just be a weird belief about strange, distant quantum stuff. They wouldn't see that it was reality, except that the world they knew was just a hallucination. I transfigured part of the eraser without changing the whole thing.
Hermione raised her wand again, pointed it at the eraser. For a moment, anger crossed Harry's face, but he didn't make any move to stop her.
Finite incantatem,
said Hermione.
Check with Professor McGonagall before you try it again.
Harry nodded, though his face was still a bit tight.
And we still have to stop,
said Hermione.
Why? Said Harry. Don't you see what this means, Hermione? Wizards don't know everything. There's too few of them, even fewer who'd know any science. They haven't exhausted the low-hanging fruit.
It's not safe,
Hermione said.
If we can find out new things, it's even less safe. We're too young. We made one big mistake already. Next time, we could just die.
Then Hermione flinched. Harry looked away from her and started taking slow, deep breaths.
Please don't try to do it alone, Harry,
Hermione said, her voice trembling.
Please? Please don't make me have to decide whether to tell Professor Flitwick.
There was a long pause.
So, you want us to study?
Harry said. She could tell he was trying to keep the anger out of his voice.
Just study.
Hermione wasn't sure if she should say anything, but...
Like you studied, timeless physics, right?
Harry looked back at her.
That thing you did,
Hermione said, her voice tentative.
It wasn't because of our experiments, right? You could do it because you'd read lots of books.
Harry opened his mouth, and then he shut it again. There was a frustrated look on his face.
All right, Harry said. How about this? We study, and if I think of anything that seems really worth trying, we'll try it after I ask a professor.
Okay,
Hermione said. She didn't fall over with relief, but only because she was already sitting down.
Shall we get lunch?
Harry said cautiously. Hermione nodded. Yes, lunch sounded good. For real this time. She carefully began to push herself off the stone floor, wincing as her body screamed at her. Harry pointed his wand at her and said,
Wingardium Leviosa.
Hermione blinked as the huge weight on her legs diminished to something bearable. A smile quirked across Harry's face.
You can lift something without being able to hover it completely, he said. Remember that experiment?
Hermione smiled back helplessly, although she thought she ought to still be angry. And she started walking back toward the Great Hall, feeling remarkably and wonderfully light on her feet, as Harry carefully kept his wand trained on her. He only managed to keep it up for 5 minutes, but it was the thought that counted. Minerva looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore gazed back inquiringly at her.
Did you understand any of that?
The headmaster said, sounding bemused. It had been the most complete and utter gibberish that Minerva could ever remember hearing. She was feeling a bit embarrassed about having summoned the headmaster to hear it, but she'd been given explicit instructions.
I'm afraid not,
Professor McGonagall said primly.
So,
Dumbledore said. The silver beard swung away from her. The old wizard's twinkling gaze looked elsewhere once more.
you suspect you might be able to do something that other wizards can't do. Something we think is impossible.
The three of them stood within the headmaster's private transfiguration workroom, where the shining phoenix of Dumbledore's Patronus had told her to bring Harry, moments after her own Patronus had reached him. Light shone down through the skylights and illuminated the great seven-pointed alchemical diagram drawn in the centre of the circular room, showing it to be a little dusty, which saddened Minerva. Transfiguration research was one of Dumbledore's great enjoyments, and she'd known how pressed for time he'd been lately, but not that he was this pressed. And now Harry Potter was going to waste even more of the headmaster's time. But she certainly couldn't blame Harry for that. He had done the proper thing in coming to her to say that he had had an idea for doing something in Transfiguration that was currently believed to be impossible, and she herself had done exactly what she had been told to do. She had ordered Harry to be quiet and not discuss anything with her until she had consulted the headmaster and had finished moving to a secure location. If Harry had started out by saying what specifically he thought he could do, she wouldn't have bothered.
Look, I know it's hard to explain, Harry said, sounding a little embarrassed. What it adds up to is that what you believe conflicts with what scientists believe, in a case where I'd genuinely expect scientists to know more than wizards.
Minerva would have sighed out loud if Dumbledore hadn't seemed to be taking the whole thing very seriously. Harry's idea stemmed from simple ignorance, nothing more. If you changed half of a metal ball into glass, the whole ball had a different form. To change the part was to change the whole, and that meant removing the whole form and replacing it with a different one. What would it even mean to transfigure only half of a metal ball? That the metal ball as a whole had the same form as before, but half that ball now had a different form?
Mr. Potter,
said Professor McGonagall.
What you want to do isn't just impossible, it's illogical. If you change half of something, you did change the whole.
Indeed, said Dumbledore. But Harry is the hero, so he may be able to do things that are logically impossible.
Minerva would have rolled her eyes, if she hadn't gone numb a long time ago.
Supposing it was possible, said Dumbledore, can you think of any reason why the results would differ in any way from ordinary transfiguration?
Minerva frowned. The fact that the concept was literally unimaginable was presenting her with some difficulty, but she tried to take it at face value. A transfiguration imposed on only half of a metal ball.
Strange things happening at the interface,
said Minerva.
But that should be no different than transfiguring the object as a whole into a form with two different parts.
Dumbledore nodded.
That is my own thought as well. And, Harry, if your theory is correct, it implies that what you want to do is exactly like any other transfiguration, only applied to a part of the subject rather than the whole. No changes at all?
Yes,
Harry said firmly.
That's the whole point.
Dumbledore looked at her again.
Minerva, can you think of any reason whatsoever why that would be dangerous?
No,
said Minerva after she had finished searching through her memory.
Likewise, myself, said the headmaster. All right, then. Since this ought to be exactly analogous to ordinary transfiguration in all respects, and since we cannot think of any reason whatsoever why it would be dangerous, I think that the second degree of caution will suffice.
Minerva was surprised, but she didn't object. Dumbledore was by far her senior in transfiguration, and he had tried literally thousands of new transfigurations without ever choosing a degree of caution that was too low. He had used transfiguration in combat, and he was still alive. If the headmaster thought the second degree was enough, it was enough. That Harry was certainly going to fail was, of course, completely irrelevant. The two of them started setting up the wards and detection webs. The most important web was the one that checked to make sure no transfigured material had entered the air. Harry would be enclosed in a separate shell of force with its own air supply, just to be certain, only his wand allowed to leave the shield, and the interface tight. They were inside Hogwarts, so they couldn't automatically apparate out any material that showed signs of spontaneous combustion, but they could launch it out of a skylight almost as fast. The windows all folded outward for exactly that reason. Harry himself would go out a different skylight at the first sign of trouble. Harry watched them working, his face looking a little frightened.
Don't worry,
said Professor McGonagall in the middle of her running description.
This almost certainly won't be necessary, Mr. Potter. If we expected anything to go wrong, you would not be allowed to try. It's just ordinary precautions for any transfiguration no one's ever tried before.
Harry swallowed and nodded. And a few minutes later, Harry was strapped into the safety chair and resting his wand against a metal ball. One that, based on his current test scores, should have been too large for him to transfigure in less than 30 minutes. And, a few minutes after that, Minerva was leaning against the wall, feeling faint. There was a small patch of glass on the ball where Harry's wand had rested. Harry didn't say, "I told you so," but the smug look on his sweating face said it for him. Dumbledore was casting analytic charms on the ball, looking more and more intrigued by the moment. 30 years had melted off his face.
"Fascinating," said Dumbledore. "It's exactly as he claimed. He simply transfigured a part of the subject without transfiguring the whole. You say it's really just a conceptual limitation, Harry?"
"Yes," Harry said, "but a deep one. Just knowing it had to be a conceptual limitation wasn't enough. I had to suppress the part of my mind that was making the error and think instead about the underlying reality that scientists figured out."
"Truly fascinating," Dumbledore said. "I take it that for any other wizard to do the same would require months of study, if they could do it at all. And may I ask you to partially transfigure some other subjects?"
Half an hour later, Minerva was feeling equally bewildered, but considerably reassured about the safety issues. It was the same, aside from being logically impossible.
"I believe that's enough, Headmaster,"
Minerva said finally.
"I suspect partial transfiguration is more tiring than the ordinary sort."
"Getting less so with practice,"
said the exhausted and pale boy, voice unsteady.
But, yeah, you've got that right.
The process of extracting Harry from the ward took another minute, and then Minerva escorted him to a much more comfortable chair, and Dumbledore produced an ice cream soda.
Congratulations, Mr. Potter,
said Professor McGonagall, and meant it. She would have bet almost anything against that working.
Congratulations indeed,
said Dumbledore.
Even I did not make any original discoveries in Transfiguration before the age of 14. Not since the day of Dorothy Senjak has any genius flowered so early.
Thanks,
Harry said, sounding a little surprised.
Nonetheless, Dumbledore said thoughtfully, I think it would be most wise to keep this happy event a secret, at least for now. Harry, did you discuss your idea with any other person before you spoke to Professor McGonagall?
There was silence.
Harry said. I don't want to turn anyone over to the Inquisition, but I did tell one other student.
The word almost exploded from Professor McGonagall's lips.
What? You discussed a completely novel form of transfiguration with a student before consulting a recognised authority? Do you have any idea how irresponsible that was?
I'm sorry, said Harry. I didn't realise.
The boy looked appropriately frightened, and Minerva felt something inside her relax. At least Harry understood how foolish he'd been.
You must swear Miss Granger to secrecy, Dumbledore said gravely, and do not tell anyone else, unless there is an extremely good reason for it, and they too have sworn.
Why?
Harry said. Minerva was wondering the same thing. Once again, the headmaster was thinking too far ahead for her to keep up.
Because you can do something that no one else will believe you can do, Dumbledore said. Something completely unexpected. It may prove to be your critical advantage, Harry, and we must preserve it. Please trust me on this.
Professor McGonagall nodded, her firm face showing nothing of her inner confusion.
Please do, Mr. Potter,
she said.
All right,
Harry said slowly.
Once we have finished examining your materials, Dumbledore added, you may practice partial transfiguration on glass to steel, and steel to glass only, with Miss Granger to act as your spotter. Naturally, if either of you suspect any symptom of any form of transfiguration sickness, inform a professor at once.
Just before Harry left the workroom, with his hand on the door handle, the boy turned back and said,
As long as we're here, have either of you noticed anything different about Professor Snape?
Different?
Said the headmaster. Minerva didn't let her wry smile show on her face. Of course the boy was apprehensive about the evil potions master, since he had no way of knowing why Severus was to be trusted. It would have been odd, to say the least, explaining to Harry that Severus was still in love with his mother.
I mean, has his behaviour changed recently in any way?
Said Harry.
Not that I have seen,
the headmaster said slowly.
Why do you ask?
Harry shook his head.
I don't want to prejudice your own observations by saying. Just keep an eye out, maybe.
That sent a quiver of unease through Minerva in a way that no outright accusation of Severus could have. Harry bowed to both of them respectfully and took his leave.
"Albus,"
Minerva said after the boy had gone,
"how did you know to take Harry seriously? I would have thought his idea merely impossible."
The old wizard's face turned grave.
"The same reason it must be kept secret, Minerva. The same reason I told you to come to me if Harry made any such claim. Because it is a power that Voldemort knows not."
The words took a few seconds to sink in, and then the cold shiver went down her spine, as it always did when she remembered. It had started out as an ordinary job interview. Sybil Trelawney applying for the position of Professor of Divination.
"The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must destroy all but a remnant of the other, for those two different spirits cannot exist in the same world."
Those dreadful words, spoken in that terrible booming voice, didn't seem to fit something like partial transfiguration.
"Perhaps not, then,"
Dumbledore said after Minerva tried to explain.
"I confess I had been hoping for something that would help in finding Voldemort's Horcrux, wherever he may have hidden it. But," the old wizard shrugged, "prophecies are tricky things, Minerva, and it's best to take no chances. The smallest thing may prove decisive if it remains unexpected."
"And what do you suppose he meant about Severus?"
said Minerva.
"There I have no idea,"
sighed Dumbledore.
"Unless Harry is making a move against Severus, and thought that an open question might be taken seriously, where a direct allegation would be dismissed. And if that was indeed what happened, Harry correctly reasoned that I would not trust that it was so. Let us simply keep watch, without prejudice, as he asks."
Aftermath 1.
Hermione?"
Harry said in a very small voice.
"I think I owe you a really big apology."
Aftermath 2. Alyssa Cornfoot's eyes were slightly glazed as she gazed upon the potions master giving her class a stern lecture, holding up a tiny bronze bean and saying something about screaming puddles of human flesh. Ever since the start of this year, she'd been having trouble listening in potions. She kept staring at their awful, mean, greasy professor and fantasizing about special detentions. There was probably something really wrong with her, but she just couldn't seem to stop doing it.
"Oh,"
Alessia said then. Snape had just flicked the bronze bean unerringly at Alyssa's forehead.
"Miss Cornfoot,"
said the potions master, his voice cutting.
"This is a delicate potion, and if you cannot pay attention, you will hurt your classmates, not just yourself. See me after class."
The last 4 words didn't help her any, but she tried harder, and managed to get through the day without melting anyone. After class, Alessia approached the desk. Part of her wanted to stand there meekly, with her face abashed and her hands clasped penitently behind her back, just in case. But some quiet instinct told her this might be a bad idea. So, instead, she just stood there, with her face neutral, in a posture that was very proper for a young lady, and said, "Professor?"
"Miss Cornfoot,"
Snape said, without looking up from the sheets he was grading.
"I do not return your affections. I begin to find your stares disturbing, and you will restrain your eyes henceforth. Is that quite clear?"
"Yes," said Alessia in a strangled squeak, and Snape dismissed her, and she fled the classroom with her cheeks flaming like molten lava. Chapter 29. Egocentric Bias. There'd been a sinking feeling in Hermione's stomach lately, every time she heard the other students talking about her and Harry. She'd been in a shower stall this morning when she'd overheard a conversation between Morag and Padma that had been the last straw piled on top of quite a lot of other straws. She was starting to think that getting involved in a rivalry with Harry Potter had been a terrible mistake. If she'd just stayed away from Harry Potter, she could have been Hermione Granger, the brightest academic star of Hogwarts, who was earning more points for Ravenclaw than anyone. She wouldn't have been as famous as the boy who lived, but she would have been famous for herself. Instead, the boy who lived had an academic rival, and her name happened to be Hermione Granger. And worse, she had gone on a date with him. The idea of getting into a romance with Harry had seemed like an appealing idea at first. She'd read books like that, and if there was anyone in Hogwarts who was a candidate for the heroine's love interest, it was obviously Harry Potter. Bright, funny, famous, sometimes scary. So, she had forced Harry into going on a date with her. And now, she was his love interest. Or worse, one of the options on his dinner menu. She'd been in a shower stall that morning, and just about to turn on the water when she'd heard giggles coming from outside. And she'd heard Morag talking about how that Muggle-born girl probably wouldn't fight hard enough to win against Ginevra Weasley, and Padma speculating that Harry Potter might decide he wanted both. It was like they didn't understand that girls had options on their dinner menus and boys fought over them. But that wasn't even the part that hurt, really. It was that when she scored 98 on one of Professor McGonagall's tests, the news wasn't that Hermione Granger had scored the highest in the class. The news was that Harry Potter's rival had scored 7 more points than him. If you got too close to the boy who lived, you became part of his story. You didn't get your own. And the thought had come to Hermione that she should just walk away. But that would have been too sad. But she did want to get back what she had accidentally given away by letting herself become known as Harry's rival. She wanted to be a separate person again, instead of Harry Potter's third leg. Was that too much to ask? It was a hard trap to climb out of once you fell in. No matter how high you scored in class, even if you did something that deserved a special dinner-time announcement, it just meant that you were rivaling Harry Potter again. But she thought she'd come up with a way. Something to do that wouldn't be seen as pushing up on the opposite end of Harry Potter's seesaw. It would be hard. It would go against her nature. she would have to fight someone very evil. And she would need to ask someone even more evil for help. Hermione raised her hand to knock upon that terrible door. She hesitated. Hermione realized she was being silly and raised her hand a bit higher. She tried to knock again. Her hand quite failed to touch the door, and then the door swung open anyway. "Dear me," said the spider, sitting in its web. "Was it really that hard to lose a single Quirrell point, Miss Granger?" Hermione stood there with her hand raised, her cheeks growing pink. It had been. "Well, Miss Granger, I shall be merciful," said the evil Professor Quirrell. "Consider it already lost. There, I have taken a hard choice from you. Are you not grateful?"
Professor Quirrell?
Hermione managed to say in a voice that squeaked a little.
I have a lot of Quirrell points, don't I?
"You do indeed," said Professor Quirrell. "Though one less than you had before. Terrible, isn't it? Just think, if I don't like your reason for coming here, you could lose another 50. Maybe I'd take them away, one by one by one." Hermione's cheeks were going even redder.
You're really evil. Did anyone ever tell you that?
"Miss Granger," Professor Quirrell said gravely, "it can be dangerous to give people compliments like that when they have not been truly earned. The recipient might feel bashful and undeserving and want to do something worthy of your praise. Now, what was it you wanted to talk to me about, Miss Granger?" It was after lunch on Thursday afternoon, and Hermione and Harry were ensconced in a little library nook with a quietus field up so they could talk. Harry was lying stomach down on the ground with his elbows resting on the floor and his head in his hands and his feet kicking up casually behind him. Hermione was occupying a stuffed chair much too large for her, like she was the Hermione centre of a candy shell. Harry had suggested that they could, as a first pass, read just the titles of all the books in the library, and then Hermione could read all the tables of contents. Hermione had thought this was a brilliant idea. She had never done that with a library before. Unfortunately, there was a slight flaw in this plan. Namely, they were both Ravenclaws. Hermione was reading a book called Magical Mnemonics. Harry was reading a book called The Skeptical Wizard. Each had thought it was just one special exception they would make only this one time, and neither had yet realized it was impossible for either of them to ever finish reading all the book titles, no matter how hard they tried. The quiet of their little nook was broken by 2 words.
"Oh, no!"
Harry suddenly said out loud, sounding like the words had been torn out of him. There was a bit more quiet.
"He didn't,"
Harry said in the same voice. Then she heard Harry start giggling helplessly. Hermione looked up from her book.
"All right,"
she said.
"What is it?"
"I just found out why you never asked the Weasleys about the family rat,"
Harry said.
"It's really awful, and I shouldn't be laughing, and I'm a terrible person."
"Yes,"
Hermione said primly.
"You are. Tell me too."
Okay. First, the background. There's a whole chapter in this book about Sirius Black conspiracy theories. You remember who that is, right?
Of course,
said Hermione. Sirius Black was a traitor, a friend of James Potter who had let Voldemort into the protected home of the Potters.
So, it turns out there were a number of, shall we say, irregularities associated with Black going to Azkaban. He didn't get a trial, and the junior minister in charge when the Aurors arrested Black was none other than Cornelius Fudge, who became our current Minister of Magic.
That sounded a little suspicious to Hermione too, and she said as much. Harry made a shrugging motion with his shoulders as he lay on the floor, looking at his book.
Suspicious things happen all the time, and if you're a conspiracy theorist, you can always find something.
But no trial,
said Hermione.
It was right after the Dark Lord's defeat,
Harry said, his voice serious as he said it.
Things were incredibly chaotic, and when the Aurors tracked down Black, he was standing there laughing in a street ankle-deep in blood, with 20 eyewitnesses to recount how he'd killed a friend of my father's named Peter Pettigrew, plus 12 bystanders. I'm not saying I approve of Black not getting a trial, but these are wizards we're talking about here, so it's not really any more suspicious than, I don't know, the sort of thing people point to when they want to argue over who shot John F. Kennedy. So, anyway, Sirius Black is the wizarding Lee Harvey Oswald. There's all sorts of conspiracy theories about who really betrayed my parents instead of him, and one of the favourites is Peter Pettigrew. And this is where it starts getting complicated.
Hermione listened, fascinated.
But how do we go from there to the Weasley's pet rat?
Hold on, said Harry. I'm getting there. Now, after Pettigrew's death, it came out that he'd been a spy for the Light. Not a double agent, just someone who snuck around and found things out. He'd been good at that since he was a teenager. Even in Hogwarts, he had a reputation for finding out all sorts of secrets. So, the conspiracy theory is that Pettigrew became an unregistered animagus while he was still in Hogwarts. An animagus of something small that could scurry around and listen to conversations. The main problem being that successful animagi are rare, and doing it as a teenager would be really unlikely. So, of course, the conspiracy theory says that my father and Black were unregistered animagi too. And in that conspiracy theory, Pettigrew himself killed the 12 bystanders, turned into his small animagus form, and ran. So, Michael Shermer says there are 4 additional problems with this. 1. Black was the only one besides my parents who knew how to get through the wards around their house.
Harry's voice was a little hard as he said that.
2. Black was a more likely suspect to start with than Pettigrew. There's a rumour Black deliberately tried to get a student killed during his time at Hogwarts, and he was from this really nasty pureblood family. Bellatrix Black was literally his cousin. 3. Black was 20 times the fighting wizard that Pettigrew was, even if he wasn't as smart. The duel between them would have been like Professor Quirrell versus Professor Sprout. Pettigrew probably didn't even get a chance to draw his wand, let alone fake all the evidence the conspiracy theory requires. And 4. Black was standing in the street, laughing.
But the rat?
Said Hermione.
Right,
Harry said.
Well, to make a long story short, Bill Weasley decided that his little brother Percy's pet rat was Pettigrew's animagus form.
Hermione's jaw dropped.
Yes, Harry said. You wouldn't exactly expect evil Pettigrew to be living a sad and furtive life as the pet rat of an enemy wizarding family. He'd either be with the Malfoys, or more likely off in the Caribbean after a bit of plastic surgery. Anyway, Bill knocks out his little brother Percy, stuns and grabs the rat, sends out all these emergency owl messages.
Oh no,
Hermione said, the words torn out of her.
And somehow manages to gather Dumbledore, the Minister of Magic, and the Head Auror.
He didn't,
said Hermione.
And, of course, when they get there, they think he's crazy. But they use Veritas Oculum on the rat anyway, just to be sure. And what do they discover?
She would have died.
A rat.
You win a cookie. So they dragged poor Bill Weasley off to St. Mungo's, and it turned out to be a pretty standard schizophrenic break. It just happens to some people, especially young men around what we'd consider college age. Guy was convinced he was 97 years old and had died and gone back in time to his younger self via train station, and he responded perfectly well to antipsychotics, and is back to normal, and everything's fine now. Except people don't talk as much anymore about serious black conspiracy theories, and you don't ever ask the Weasleys about the family rat.
Hermione was giggling helplessly. It really was awful, and she shouldn't be laughing, and she was a terrible person.
The thing I don't understand, Harry said after their giggles had died down, is why Black would hunt down Pettigrew instead of running as fast as he could. He had to know the Aurors would be after him. I wonder if they got the reason out of Black before they took him to Azkaban. See, this is why people who are absolutely, positively guilty still go through the legal system and get trials.
Hermione had to agree with that. Soon, Harry was done with his book, while Hermione was only halfway through hers. Hers was a much more difficult book than Harry's, but she still felt embarrassed about that. And then she had to put magical mnemonics back on the shelf and drag herself away, because it was time for her to face the most dreaded class in Hogwarts. Broomstick riding. Harry tagged along as she walked there, even though his own class wasn't until an hour and a half later, like a fighter jet escorting a sad little propeller plane on its way to its own funeral. The boy wished her goodbye in a quiet, sympathetic voice, and she walked onto the grassy fields of doom. And there was much shrieking, and almost falling, and horrible brushes with death, and the ground in completely the wrong place, and the sun getting in her eyes, and Morag buzzing her, and Mandy thinking she was being subtle about always being near enough to catch her if she fell, and she knew the other students were laughing at both of them, but she never said anything to Mandy because she didn't actually want to die. After 10 million years, the class ended, and she was back on the ground where she belonged until next Thursday. Sometimes she had nightmares about it always being Thursday. Why everyone had to learn this, when they were just going to apparate or flew or portkey everywhere once they grew up, was a complete and utter mystery to Hermione. Nobody actually needed to ride broomsticks as an adult. It was like being forced to play dodgeball in PE. At least Harry had the decency to be ashamed of being good at it. It was a couple of hours later, and she was in a Hufflepuff study hall with Hannah, Susan, Leanne, and Megan. Professor Flitwick, surprisingly diffident for a teacher, had asked if she might possibly maybe help those four with their charms homework for a while. even though they weren't Ravenclaws, and Hermione had felt so proud she'd almost burst. Hermione took a piece of parchment, spilled a little bit of ink onto it, tore it into 4 pieces, crumpled them, and tossed the pieces on the table. She could have gotten it just from crumpling it, but doing all that made it more like garbage, and that helped when someone was first practicing the disposal charm. Hermione sharpened her ears and eyes and said,
Okay, try it. Everto.
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 Hermione didn't think she'd quite caught all the problems.
Can you all try it again?
An hour later, Hermione had concluded that 1. Leanne and Megan were sort of sloppy, but if you asked them to keep practicing something, they would. 2. Hannah and Susan were focused and driven to the point where you had to keep telling them to slow down and relax and think about things instead of trying so hard. It was odd to think that those 2 would soon be hers. And 3. She liked helping Hufflepuffs. The whole study hall had a very cheerful atmosphere. When she left for dinner, she found the boy who lived reading a book while he waited to escort her. It made her feel flattered, and also a little worried because Harry didn't seem to really talk to anyone besides her.
Did you know there's a girl in Hufflepuff who's a metamorph magus?
Said Hermione as they headed toward the Great Hall.
She makes her hair really red, like stop sign red, not Weasley red. When she spilled hot tea on herself, she turned into a black-haired boy until she got it under control again.
Really? Cool,
said Harry, sounding a bit distracted.
Hermione, just to check, you know tomorrow's the last day to sign up for Professor Quirrell's armies, right?
Yes,
Hermione said.
The armies of the evil Professor Quirrell.
Her voice was a little angry, though Harry didn't know why, of course.
Hermione,
Harry said, his voice exasperated.
He's not evil. He's a little bit dark and a whole lot Slytherin. It's not the same as being evil.
Harry Potter had too many words for things. That was his problem. He would have been far better off if he'd just divided the universe into good and bad.
Professor Quirrell called me up in front of the whole class and told me to shoot someone.
He was right,
Harry said, his face sober.
I'm sorry, Hermione, but he was. You should have shot me. I wouldn't have minded. You can't learn battle magic if you can't practice against real opponents using real spells. And now you're doing okay in sparring, aren't you?
Hermione was only 12, and so she knew, but she couldn't put it into words. She couldn't find the thing to say that would convince Harry. Professor Quirrell had taken a young girl and called up that young girl in front of everyone and ordered her to open fire without provocation on a classmate. It didn't matter if Professor Quirrell was right about needing to learn it. Professor McGonagall wouldn't ever have done that. Professor Flitwick wouldn't ever have done that. Maybe not even Professor Snape would have done that. Professor Quirrell was evil. But she couldn't find the words, and she knew that Harry would never believe her.
Hermione, I've talked to older students, Harry said. Professor Quirrell could be the only competent defense professor we get in all 7 years at Hogwarts. Anything else we can learn later. If we want to study defense, we have to do it this year. The students who sign up for the extracurricular stuff are going to be learning huge amounts, way beyond what the Ministry thinks first years are supposed to study. Did you know we're going to be learning the Patronus Charm in January?
The Patronus Charm?
Hermione said, her voice going up in surprise. Her book said that was one of the brightest magics known, a weapon against the darkest creatures, cast with pure, positive emotions. It wasn't something she'd expect the evil Professor Quirrell to teach, or arrange to be taught, since Hermione couldn't imagine he could do the spell himself.
Yes, Harry said. Students don't usually learn the Patronus charm until their 5th years or even later. But Professor Quirrell says the ministry schedules are made up by talking flobberworms, and the ability to cast the Patronus charm depends on emotions more than magical strength. Professor Quirrell says that he thinks most students do way less than they can, and this year he's going to prove it.
There was the usual tone of awed worship that Harry's voice had when he talked about Professor Quirrell, and Hermione gritted her teeth and kept walking.
I already signed up, actually,
Hermione said, her voice a little quiet.
I did it this morning. For everything, just like you said.
In for a penny, in for a pound, was the usual expression. Besides, she didn't want to lose, and if she wanted to win, she had to learn.
So, you will be in the armies then?
Harry's voice was suddenly enthusiastic.
That's awesome, Hermione. I've already gotten my list of soldiers, but I'm sure Professor Quirrell will let me add one more, or trade.
I'm not joining your army.
Hermione's voice was sharp. She knew it was a reasonable assumption, but it still annoyed her. Harry blinked.
Not Draco Malfoy's, surely. So you want to be in the 3rd Army, even though we don't know who the general is yet?
Harry sounded surprised, and a little worried, and she couldn't blame him. Though of course she did blame him, since in fact it was all his fault.
But why not mine?
Think about it,
Hermione snapped.
And maybe you'll work it out.
And she sped up her stride and left Harry gaping behind her.
Professor Quirrell,
Draco said in his most formal voice,
I must protest your appointment of Hermione Granger as the 3rd General.
Oh? Said Professor Quirrell, leaning back in his chair in his casual and relaxed manner.
Protest away, Mr. Malfoy. Granger is unfit for the position,
said Draco. Professor Quirrell tapped a finger on his cheek thoughtfully.
Why, yes. Yes, she is. Do you have any further protests?
Professor Quirrell,
said Harry Potter beside him,
with all due respect to Miss Granger's many outstanding academic talents and the Quirrell points she has justly earned in your classes, her personality is not suited to military command.
Draco had been relieved when Harry had agreed to accompany him to Professor Quirrell's office. It wasn't just that Harry was a gigantic, blatant teacher's pet where Professor Quirrell was concerned. Draco had also started to worry that Harry actually was friends with Granger. It had been a while now, and he still hadn't made his move. But this was way more like it.
I agree with Mr. Potter, said Draco. Appointing her as a general turns it into a farce.
Harshly put,
said Harry.
But I cannot bring myself to disagree with Mr. Malfoy. To be blunt, Professor Quirrell, Hermione Granger has around as much intent to kill as a bowl of wet grapes.
That, said Professor Quirrell mildly, is not a thing I would fail to notice myself. You are telling me nothing I do not already know.
It was Draco's turn to say something, but the conversation had suddenly hiccuped. That answer had not been in the possibilities he and Harry had brainstormed before coming here. What did you say after the teacher said that he knew everything you knew, and he was still going to commit an obvious mistake? The silence stretched.
Is this some sort of plot?
Harry said slowly.
Must everything I do be some sort of plot? Said Professor Quirrell. Can't I ever create chaos just for the sake of chaos?
Draco almost choked.
Not in your battle magic class,
Harry said with calm certainty.
Other places, maybe, but not there.
Professor Quirrell slowly raised his eyebrows. Harry gazed steadily back at him. Draco shivered.
Well, then, Professor Quirrell said, neither of you seem to have considered a very simple question. Who could I appoint instead of Miss Granger?
Blaise Sabini, Draco said without hesitation.
Any other suggestions?
Said Professor Quirrell, sounding quite amused. Anthony Goldstein and Ernie Macmillan came to thought, before Draco's common sense kicked in and ruled out mudbloods and Hufflepuffs no matter how aggressively they duelled. So, instead, Draco just said, "What's wrong with Sabini?"
I see,
Harry said slowly.
I don't,
said Draco. Why not Zabini? Professor Quirrell looked at Draco.
Because Mr. Malfoy, no matter how hard he tries, he'll never be able to keep up with you or Mr. Potter.
The shock of it staggered Draco. You can't believe Granger is going to...
He's gambling on her,
Harry said quietly.
It's not guaranteed. The odds aren't even good. She'll probably never give us a good fight, and even if she does, it may take her months to learn. But she's the only one in our year with any chance at all of growing to beat us.
Draco's hands twitched, but didn't clench into fists. Showing up as your supporter and then backing out was a classic undermining tactic. So, Harry Potter was in it with Granger. And that implied...
But, Professor,
Harry went on smoothly,
I'm worried Hermione will be miserable as the general of an army. I'm speaking as her friend now, Professor Quirrell. The competition might be good for Draco and me, but what you're asking her to do isn't good for her.
Never mind.
Your friendship for Hermione Granger does you credit, Professor Quirrell said dryly. Especially as you're able to be friends with Draco Malfoy at the same time. Quite a feat, that.
Harry suddenly looked a little nervous, meaning he probably felt a lot more nervous, and Draco silently swore to himself. Of course Harry wasn't going to fool Professor Quirrell.
And I doubt Miss Granger would appreciate your friendly concern, said Professor Quirrell. She asked me for the position, Mr. Potter. I did not ask her.
Harry was quiet at this for a moment. Then he flashed Draco a quick look that mixed apology and warning, saying at the same time, "Sorry, I did my best, and we'd better not press it any further."
As for her being miserable,
Professor Quirrell went on, a slight smile now playing about his lips,
I suspect that she will have a much easier time with the rigors of her position than either of you suspect. and that she will put up a good fight much sooner than you think."
Harry and Draco both gasped in horror.
"You're not going to advise her, are you?"
said Draco, utterly aghast.
"I never signed up to fight you,"
said Harry. The smile playing around Professor Quirrell's lips grew wider.
"As a matter of fact, I did offer to share a few suggestions regarding Miss Granger's first battles."
"Professor Quirrell,"
said Harry.
"Oh, don't worry," Professor Quirrell said. "She turned me down, just as I expected."
Draco's eyes narrowed.
"Dear me, Mr. Potter," said Professor Quirrell. "Didn't anyone ever tell you it's rude to stare?"
"You're not going to secretly help her some other way, are you?"
said Harry.
"Would I do that?" said Professor Quirrell.
"Yes,"
said Draco and Harry at the same time.
"I am wounded by your lack of trust. Well then, I promise not to help General Granger in any way that the two of you don't know about. And now, I suggest that both of you be about your military affairs. November approaches, and swiftly."
Draco saw the implications before the door had closed all the way behind them on their way out of Professor Quirrell's office. Harry had once spoken dismissively of people stuff. And now that was Draco's only hope. Let him not realize. Let him not realize.
"We should just attack the Granger girl first and get her out of our way," said Draco. "After we crush her, we can have our own contest without any distractions."
"Now, that doesn't really seem fair to her, does it?"
said Harry in a mild voice.
"What do you care?"
said Draco.
"She's your rival, right?"
Then, with just the right note of suspicion in his voice,
"Don't tell me you've started really liking her after being her rival all this time?"
"Founders forbid,"
said Harry.
"What can I say, Draco? I merely have a natural sense of justice. Granger does too, you know. She has a very firm grasp on good and evil, and she's probably going to attack evil first. Having a name like Malfoy is just asking for it, you know?"
"Damn it! Harry!"
said Draco, sounded wounded and maybe a little superior.
"Don't you want to fight fairly against me?"
"You mean, rather than attacking you after you've already lost some of your forces beating Granger?"
said Harry.
"Oh, I don't know. Maybe after I get bored with just winning, I'll try that fair thing."
"Maybe she'll attack you,"
said Draco.
"You're her rival."
"But I'm her friendly rival,"
Harry said with an evil grin.
"I bought her a nice birthday present and everything. You wouldn't go around sabotaging your friendly rival like that."
"What about sabotaging your friend's chance at a fair fight?"
said Draco angrily.
"I thought we were friends."
"Let me rephrase that," said Harry.
Granger wouldn't sabotage a friendly rival, but that's because she has the killing intention of a bowl of wet grapes. You would. You totally would. And guess what? So would I.
Damn it!
If it had been a play, there would have been dramatic music. The hero, impeccably turned out in green-trimmed robes and perfectly combed white blonde hair, faced the villain. The villain, leaning back in a simple wooden chair with her buck teeth clearly visible and stray chestnut curls drifting over her cheeks, faced the hero. It was Wednesday, October 30th, and the first battle was coming up on Sunday. Draco was standing in General Granger's office, a room the size of a small classroom. Why each general's office was so large, Draco wasn't quite sure. A chair and a desk would have worked for him. He wasn't even clear on why the generals needed offices at all. His soldiers knew where to find him. Unless Professor Quirrell had deliberately arranged the huge offices for them as a sign of status, in which case Draco was all for it. Granger sat on the room's single chair like a throne, all the way on the other end of the office from where the door opened. There was a long, oblong table stretched across the middle of the room between them, and 4 small, circular tables scattered around the corners, but only that one single chair, all the way at the opposite end. The room had windows along one wall, and a beam of sunlight touched the top of Granger's hair, like a glowing crown. It would have been nice if Draco could have walked slowly forward, but there was a table in the way, and Draco had to go around it diagonally, and there was no good way to do that in a dramatic and dignified fashion. Had that been deliberate? If it had been his father, it surely would have been. But this was Granger, so surely not. There was nowhere for him to sit, and Granger hadn't stood up either. Draco kept the outrage entirely off his face.
"Well, Mr. Draco Malfoy,"
Granger said once he stood before her,
"you requested an audience with me, and I have been so gracious as to grant it. What was your plea?"
"Come with me to visit Malfoy Manor. My father and I would like to show you some interesting spells." "Your rival, Potter, came to me with an offer," said Draco, putting a serious look on his face. "He doesn't mind losing to me, but would be humiliated if you won. So he wants to join me and wipe you out immediately. Not just in our first battle. All of them. If I won't do that, Potter wants me to hold back or harass you while he launches an all-out attack on you as his first move."
"I see,"
Granger said, looking surprised.
"And you're offering to help me against him?"
"Of course," said Draco smoothly. "I didn't think what he wanted to do to you was fair."
"Why, that's very nice of you, Mr. Malfoy,"
said Granger.
"I'm sorry for how I spoke to you earlier. We should be friends. Can I call you Drakey?"
Alarm bells started to sound in Draco's head, but there was a chance she meant it. "Of course," said Draco. "If I can call you Hermy." Draco was pretty sure he saw her expression flicker. "Anyway," Draco said, "I was thinking it would serve Potter right if we both attacked him and wiped him out."
"But that wouldn't be fair to Mr. Potter, would it?"
said Granger. "I think it would be very fair," Draco said. "He was planning to do it to you first." Granger was giving him a stern look that could possibly have intimidated him if he'd been a Hufflepuff instead of a Malfoy.
"You think I'm pretty stupid, don't you, Mr. Malfoy?"
Draco smiled charmingly. "No, Miss Granger, but I thought I'd at least check. So, what do you want?"
"Are you offering to bribe me?"
said Granger. "Sure," said Draco. "Can I just slip you a galleon and have you beat on Potter instead of me for the rest of the year?"
"No,"
said Granger.
But you can offer me 10 galleons and have me attack both of you equally instead of just you.
10 galleons is a lot of money, Draco said cautiously.
I didn't know the Malfoys were poor,
said Granger. Draco stared at Granger. He was starting to get a strange feeling about this. That particular reply didn't seem like it should have come from this particular girl.
Well, said Draco, you don't get to be rich by wasting money, you know.
I don't know if you know what a dentist is, Mr. Malfoy, but my parents are dentists, and anything less than 10 galleons isn't worth my time at all.
3 galleons, Draco said, more as a probe than anything else.
No,
said Granger.
If you want an equal fight at all, I don't believe that a Malfoy wants an equal fight less than he wants 10 galleons.
Draco was starting to get a very strange feeling about this.
No,
said Draco.
No,
said Granger.
This is a limited-time offer, Mr. Malfoy. Are you sure you want to risk a whole year of being miserably crushed by the boy who lived? That would be pretty embarrassing for the House of Malfoy, wouldn't it?
It was a very persuasive argument, one that was hard to refuse. But you didn't get rich by spending money when your heart told you it was a setup.
No,
said Draco.
See you on Sunday,
said Granger. Draco turned and walked out of the office without another word. That had been not right.
Hermione, Harry said patiently, we're supposed to be plotting against each other. You could even betray me, and it wouldn't mean anything outside the battlefield.
Hermione shook her head.
It wouldn't be nice, Harry.
Harry sighed.
I don't think you're getting into the spirit of this at all.
It wouldn't be nice? She'd actually said that. Hermione didn't know whether to be insulted at what Harry thought of her, or worried about whether she really did sound like that much of a goody two-shoes usually. It was probably time to change the subject.
Anyway, are you doing anything special for tomorrow?
Said Hermione.
It's...
Her voice cut off abruptly as she realized.
Yes, Hermione,
Harry said a little tightly.
What day is it?
Interlude. There was a time when October the 31st had been called Halloween in magical Britain. Now, it was Harry Potter Day. Harry had turned down all the offers, even the one from Minister Fudge, which might have been good for future political favours and which he really should have gritted his teeth and taken. But to Harry, October the 31st would always be the Dark Lord Killed My Parents' Day. There should have been a quiet, dignified memorial service somewhere, and if there was one, he hadn't been invited. Hogwarts got the day off to celebrate. Even the Slytherins didn't dare wear black outside their own dorm. There were special events and special foods, and the teachers looked the other way if anyone ran through the hallways. It was the 10th anniversary after all. Harry spent the day in his trunk so as to not spoil it for anyone else, eating snack bars in place of meals, reading some of his sadder science fiction books, no fantasy, and writing a letter to Mum and Dad that was much longer than the ones he usually sent. Chapter 30. Working in Groups, Part 1. The day was Sunday, November 3rd, and soon the three great powers of their school year, Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy, and Hermione Granger, would begin their struggle for supreme dominance. Harry was slightly annoyed by the way the boy who lived had been demoted from supreme dominance to one of three equal rivals just by entering the contest, but he expected to get it back soon. The battleground was a section of non-forbidden forest, dense with trees, because Professor Quirrell thought that being able to see all the enemy forces was too boring, even for your very first battle. All the students who were not actually in a first-year army were camped out nearby and watching on screens that Professor Quirrell had set up, except for 3 Gryffindors in their 4th year who were currently sick and confined to healers' beds by Madame Pomfrey. Aside from that, everyone was there. The students were dressed, not in their ordinary school robes, but in Muggle camouflage uniforms that Professor Quirrell had obtained somewhere and supplied in sufficient quantity and variety to fit everyone. It wasn't that students would have worried about stains and rips. That was what charms were for. But, as Professor Quirrell had explained to the surprised wizard-borns, nice, dignified clothing was not efficient for hiding in forests or dodging around trees. And, on each uniform's breast, a patch bearing the name and insignia of your army. A small patch. If you wanted your soldiers to wear, say, coloured ribbons so that they could identify each other at a distance and risk the enemy getting their hands on the ribbons, that was all up to you. Harry had tried to get the name Dragon Army. Draco had pitched a fit and said that would confuse everyone completely. Professor Quirrell had ruled that Draco could lay prior claim to the name, if he wished. So now Harry was fighting Dragon Army. This probably wasn't a good sign. For their insignia, instead of the too obvious dragon's head breathing fire, Draco had elected to simply go with the fire. Elegant, understated, deadly. That's what's left after we've passed. Very Malfoy. Harry, after considering alternate choices such as the 501st Provisional Battalion and Harry's Minions of Doom, had decided that his army would be known by the simple and dignified appellation of the Chaos Legion. Their insignia was a hand poised with fingers ready to snap. It was universally agreed that this wasn't a good sign. Harry had earnestly advised Hermione that the young boys serving under her were probably nervous about her being a girl with a reputation for being nice, and that she should pick something scary that would reassure them of her toughness and make them proud to be part of her army, like the Blood Commandos or something. Hermione had named her army the Sunshine Regiment. Their insignia was a smiley face. And in 10 minutes, they would be at war. Harry stood in the bright forest clearing that was their assigned starting location, an area of open space with old and rotting tree stumps that had been cleared away for some unknown purpose, ground coated with a small scattering of blown leaves and the dried grey remnants of grass that had failed to test the summer's heat, and the sun shining down brilliantly from above. Around him were the 23 soldiers that Professor Quirrell had assigned to him. Nearly all of Gryffindor had signed up, of course, and more than half of Slytherin, and less than half of Hufflepuff, and a handful of Ravenclaw. In Harry's army, there were 12 Gryffindors, and 6 Slytherins, and 4 Hufflepuffs, and 1 Ravenclaw, besides himself. Not that there was any way to tell that by looking at the uniforms. No red, No green, no yellow, no blue, just Muggle camouflage patterns and a patch on the breast with the device of a hand poised to snap its fingers. Harry looked upon his 23 soldiers, all wearing the same uniforms with no marks of group identity save that single patch. And lo, Harry smiled, because he understood what this part of Professor Quirrell's master plan was about, and Harry was taking full advantage of it for his own purposes too. There was a legendary episode in social psychology called the Robber's Cave Experiment. It had been set up in the bewildered aftermath of World War II, with the intent of investigating the causes and remedies of conflicts between groups. The scientists had set up a summer camp for 22 boys from 22 different schools, selecting them to all be from stable, middle-class families. The first phase of the experiment had been intended to investigate what it took to start a conflict between groups. The 22 boys had been divided into 2 groups of 11, and this had been quite sufficient. The hostility had started from the moment the 2 groups had become aware of each other's existences in the state park, insults being hurled on the first meeting. They'd named themselves the Eagles and the Rattlers. They hadn't needed names for themselves when they thought they were the only ones in the park, and had proceeded to develop contrasting group stereotypes. The Rattlers thinking of themselves as rough and tough, and swearing heavily. The Eagles correspondingly deciding to think of themselves as upright and proper. The other part of the experiment had been testing how to resolve group conflicts. Bringing the boys together to watch fireworks hadn't worked at all. They'd just shouted at each other and stayed apart. What had worked was warning them that there might be vandals in the park, and the 2 groups needed to work together to solve a failure of the park's water system. A common task, a common enemy. Harry had a strong suspicion Professor Quirrell had understood this principle very well indeed when he had chosen to create 3 armies per year. 3 armies, not 4. And definitely not segregated by house. Except that no Slytherins had been assigned to Draco besides Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle. It was things like this which reassured Harry that Professor Quirrell, despite his affected dark atmosphere and his pretense of neutrality in the conflict between good and evil, was secretly backing good. Not that Harry would ever dare say that out loud. And Harry had decided to take full advantage of Professor Quirrell's plan to define a group identity his way. The Rattlers, once they'd met the Eagles, had started thinking of themselves as rough and tough, and they'd conducted themselves accordingly. The Eagles had thought of themselves as good and proper. And in that bright forest clearing, scattered around the old and rotting tree stumps, outlined in the sun shining down brilliantly from above, General Potter and his 23 soldiers were arranged in nothing remotely resembling a formation. Some soldiers stood, some soldiers sat, some stood on one leg, just to be different. It was the Chaos Legion, after all. And if there wasn't a reason to stand in neat little lines, Harry had said disdainfully, there weren't going to be neat little lines. Harry had divided the army into 6 squads of 4 soldiers each squad commanded by a squad suggester. All troops were under strict orders to disobey any orders they were given if it seemed like a good idea at the time, including that one, unless Harry or the squad suggester prefixed the order with Merlin says, in which case you were supposed to actually obey. The Chaos Legion's chief attack was to split up and run in multiple directions, randomly changing vectors and firing the approved sleep spell as rapidly as you could rebuild the magical strength. And if you saw a chance to distract or confuse the enemy, you took it. Fast, creative, unpredictable, non-homogeneous. Don't just obey orders. Think about whether what you're doing right now makes sense. Harry wasn't quite as sure as he'd pretended that this was the optimum of military efficiency, but he had been given a golden opportunity to change how some students thought about themselves, and that was how he intended to use it. 5 minutes to wartime, according to Harry's watch. General Potter walked, not marched, over to where his Air Force was waiting tensely, broomsticks already clutched firmly in their hands.
"All wings report in,"
said General Potter. They'd rehearsed this during their one training session on Saturday. "Red Leader, standing by," said Seamus Finnegan, who had no idea what it meant.
"Red 5, standing by,"
said Dean Thomas, who'd waited his entire life to say it.
"Green Leader, standing by,"
Theodore Nott said rather stiffly.
Green 41, standing by,
Tracy Davis said.
"I want you in the air the instant we hear the bell,"
said General Potter.
"Do not engage. Repeat, do not engage. Evade if under fire."
Of course, you did not aim sleep spells at broomsticks. You fired a spell that gave a temporary red glow to whatever it hit. If you hit the broomstick or the rider, they were out of the war.
"Red Leader and Red 5, fly toward Malfoy's army as fast as you can. Stay as high as you can while still seeing them. Return the instant you know for sure what they're doing. Green Leader, do the same for Granger's army. Green 41, fly above us and watch for any approaching broomsticks or soldiers. You, and only you, are authorized to fire. And remember, I didn't say Merlin says for any of that. But we do really need the information. For chaos!
For chaos! For chaos!
for chaos!
For chaos!
The four echoed with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Harry expected Hermione to launch an immediate attack on Draco, in which case he'd move his troops into position and start supporting her, but only after she'd taken severe losses and caused some damage. He would frame it as a heroic rescue, if possible. It wouldn't do to have Sunshine thinking that Chaos wasn't their friend, after all. But, just in case she didn't, well, that was why the Chaos Legion was staying put until Green Leader reported back. Draco's moves would be in his own self-interest. He would predictably ready his army to defend against Hermione. He might, or might not realize that Harry had been lying about waiting to attack until after that battle finished. Harry had still put 2 broomsticks on Dragon Army, just in case they were doing something, and just in case Draco or Mr. Goyle or Mr. Crabbe was good enough to shoot a broomstick out of the sky. But General Granger was the unpredictable one, and Harry couldn't move until he knew how she was moving. In the heart of the forest, with shadow patterns dancing on the ground as leafy canopies swayed high above, General Malfoy stood where the trees were relatively sparser, and looked out on his troops with calm satisfaction. 6 units of 3 troops each, the aerial unit of 4, to which Gregory was assigned, and the command unit, which was himself and Vincent. They'd only drilled for a short time on the previous Saturday, but Draco was confident that he'd managed to explain the basics. Stay with your mates, watch their back, and trust them to watch yours. Move as a single body. Obey orders and show no fear. Aim, fire, move, aim again, fire again. The 6 units were formed up in a defensive perimeter around Draco, watchfully gazing outward into the forest. Back to back they stood, wands gripped low until they needed to strike. They already looked remarkably like the aura units whose training Draco had watched during his father's inspections. Chaos and Sunshine weren't going to know what hit them. "Attention!" said General Malfoy. The 6 units unfolded and spun toward Draco. The faces of his broomstick riders turned from where they stood with broomsticks already in hand. Draco had decided to wait on demanding salutes until after they won their first battle, when Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs would be more willing to salute a Malfoy. But his soldiers were already standing straight enough, especially the Gryffindors, that Draco wondered if he'd even needed to delay. Gregory had quietly listened and reported back that Draco's volunteering to stand by Harry Potter in defense class, that time when Professor Quirrell had taught Harry how to lose, had marked Draco as an acceptable commander. At least if you happened to be assigned to his army. Not all Slytherins are alike. There are Slytherins, and then there are Slytherins, was what the Gryffindors in Draco's army were quoting to their housemates. Draco was frankly astounded at how incredibly easy that had been. Draco had protested at first about not being assigned any Slytherins, and Professor Quirrell had told him that if he wanted to be the first Malfoy to gain complete political control of the country, he needed to learn how to govern the other 3/4 of the population. It was things like this which reassured Draco that Professor Quirrell had a great deal more sympathy for the good guys than Professor Quirrell was letting on. The actual battle wouldn't be easy, especially if Granger did attack the dragons first. Draco had agonized over whether to commit all his forces against Granger immediately in a preemptive strike, but had worried that, 1. Harry had been misleading him completely about what Granger was likely to do, and 2. Harry had been misleading him about waiting until after Granger's attack to join the battle. Though Dragon Army had a secret weapon. 3 of them, in fact, which might be enough to win, even if they were attacked by both armies at once. It was almost time, and that meant it was time for the pre-battle speech that Draco had composed and memorized. "The battle is about to begin," Draco said. His voice was calm and precise. "Remember everything that I and Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle showed you. An army wins because it is disciplined and deadly. General Potter and the Chaos Legion will not be disciplined. Granger and the Sunshine Regiment will not be deadly. We are disciplined. We are deadly. We are dragons. The battle is about to begin, and we are about to win it." Extempore speech given by General Potter to the Chaos Legion immediately before their first battle on November 3rd, 1991 at 2:56 p.m.
"My troops, I'm not going to lie to you. Our situation today is very grim. Dragon Army has never lost a single battle, and Hermione Granger has a very good memory. The truth is, most of you are probably going to die, and the survivors will envy the dead. But we have to win this. We have to win this so that someday our children can enjoy the taste of chocolate again. Everything is at stake here. Literally everything. If we lose, the whole universe just blinks out like a light bulb. And now I realize that most of you don't know what a light bulb is. Well, take it from me. It's bad. But if we have to go down, let's go down fighting, like heroes, so that as the darkness closes in, we can think to ourselves, at least we had fun. Are you afraid to die? I know I am. I can feel those cold shivers of fear, like someone is pumping ice cream into my shirt. But I know that history is watching us. It was watching us when we changed into our uniforms. It was probably taking pictures. And history, my troops, is written by the victors. If we win this, we can write our own history. A history in which Hogwarts was founded by 4 renegade house elves. We can make everyone study that history, even though it isn't true, and if they don't answer the right way on our tests, they'll fail the class. Isn't that worth dying for? No, don't answer that. Some things are better left unknown. None of us know why we're here. None of us know why we're fighting. We just woke up in these uniforms in this mysterious forest, knowing only that there was no way to get our names and memories back except victory. The students in those other armies out there, they're just like us. They don't want to die. They're fighting to protect each other, the only friends they have left. They're fighting because they know they have families who'll miss them, even if they can't remember now. They may even be fighting to save the world. But we have a better reason to fight than they do. We fight because we like it. We fight to amuse eldritch monstrosities from beyond space and time. We fight because we're chaos. Soon the final battle will begin. So let me say now, because I won't get a chance later, that it was an honor to be your commander, however briefly. Thank you. Thank you all. And remember, your goal isn't just to cut down the enemy. It's to make them afraid.
A great booming gong echoed over the forest, and the Sunshine Regiment began to march. The tension rose, and rose as Harry and the 19 other soldiers who remained waited for the aerial warriors to report back. It shouldn't take long. Broomsticks were fast, and the distances in the forest were not great. 2 broomsticks approached, at speed, from the direction of Draco's camp, and all the soldiers tensed. They weren't executing the maneuvers that were today's code for a friendly broomstick.
Scatter and fire!
Roared General Potter, and then suited action to words, scurrying off at top speed toward the forest cover. And then, as soon as Harry was among the trees, he spun back, raised his wand, tried to seek out the broomstick in the sky.
Clear!
Shouted a voice. They're heading back! Harry gave a mental shrug. There'd be no way to prevent Draco from obtaining that information, and he'd only learned that they'd been standing still. And the Chaotix slowly emerged from the forest.
Broomstick approaching from Granger's direction!" yelled another voice. "I think it's Green Leader. He did the dip and roll."
Moments later, Theodore Knott dived out of the sky and pulled up in the midst of the soldiers.
"Granger has divided her forces in two!"
yelled Knott as he hovered on his broomstick. There was sweat staining his uniform, and all the reserve was gone from his voice.
"She's attacking both armies. 2 brooms covering each force. They pursued me halfway here."
Divided her army? What on earth?
A large force, concentrating fire on a small force, could deplete that force rapidly without taking much damage in return. If 20 soldiers faced 10, 20 sleep spells would be aimed at the 10 soldiers, with only 10 sleep spells going the other way. So unless every one of those first sleep spells hit its target, the smaller force would lose more people than they could manage to take down with them. Defeated in detail was the military term for what happened when you divided your forces like that. What could Hermione possibly be thinking? Then Harry realized.
She's being fair.
It was going to be a long year in defense class.
"All right,"
Harry said loudly so the army could hear.
"We'll wait until the Red Wing reports in, and then we'll go cloud up some sunshine."
Draco listened to the flyer's reports with his face calm, all his shock concealed inside. What could Granger possibly be thinking? Then Draco realized. It's a feint! One of Sunshine's 2 forces would change direction, and both would converge on... who? Neville Longbottom marched through the forest toward the approaching sunny force, occasionally glancing up at the sky for broomsticks. Beside him marched his squad comrades, Melvin Coote and Lavender Brown of Gryffindor, and Alan Flint of Slytherin. Alan Flint was their squad suggester, though Harry had first said to Neville, in private, that the position was his if he wanted it. Harry had said quite a lot of things to Neville in private, starting with,
"You know, Neville, if you want to become as awesome as the imaginary Neville who lives in your head but isn't allowed to do anything because you're scared, then you really should sign up for Professor Quirrell's armies."
Neville was now sure the boy who lived could read minds. There was just no other way Harry Potter could have known. Neville had never talked about that with anyone, or given any sign, and other people weren't like that, not that Neville had ever noticed. And Harry's promise had come true. This did feel different from sparring in defense class. Neville had hoped that sparring would fix everything that was wrong with him, and, well, it hadn't. Even if he could fire a few spells at another student in class with Professor Quirrell watching to make sure nothing went wrong, even if he could dodge and fire back when it was allowed, and everyone else was expecting it, and they would stare at him funny if he didn't do it, none of that was the same as being able to stand up for himself. But being part of an army... Something strange was stirring inside Neville as he marched through the forest alongside his comrades. Upon their uniforms, an insignia of fingers, poised to snap. He was allowed to walk if he wanted to, but he just felt like marching. Beside him, Melvin and Lavender and Alan all seemed to feel like marching too. And Neville softly began to sing the Song of Chaos. The tune was what a Muggle would have identified as John Williams' Imperial March, also known as Darth Vader's theme, and the words Harry had added were easy to remember.
Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom.
By the second line, the others had joined in, and soon you could hear the same soft chant coming from nearby parts of the forest. And Neville marched alongside his fellow Chaos Legionnaires, strange feelings stirring in his heart, imagination becoming reality. And from his lips poured a fearful song of doom. Harry stared at the bodies scattered across the forest. Something inside him felt a bit queasy, and he had to remind himself hard that they were only sleeping. There were girls among the fallen, and that made it a lot worse somehow, and he would have to be careful never to mention that in front of Hermione, or the Aurors would find his remains stuffed into a small teapot. Half of Sunshine Army hadn't put up much of a fight against all of Chaos. The 9 ground soldiers had run in, screaming inarticulately with simple shields raised, circular screens to protect their faces and chests. But you couldn't fire and hold the shield at the same time, and Harry's shoulders had simply aimed for the legs. All but one of the Sunnies had fallen over as soon as the cries of "Somnium!" filled the air. That last one had dropped her shield and managed to take out one of Harry's soldiers before being hit by the second wave of sleep spells. The sleep hex was safe from multiple hits. The 2 Sunny broomsticks had been much harder to take down and had accounted for 3 chaotics before being auraed by mass ground fire. Hermione wasn't among the fallen. Draco must have gotten her, and that was making Harry feel angry on some completely incomprehensible level. He wasn't sure if he was feeling protective toward Hermione, or cheated that he hadn't been the one to do it. Or maybe both.
"All right,"
Harry said, raising his voice.
"Let's everyone be clear on one thing. That wasn't a real fight. That was General Granger making a mistake in her first battle. Today's actual fight is with Dragon Army, and it's not going to be anything like this. It's going to be a lot more fun. Let's move out."
A broomstick fell out of the sky, approaching terrifyingly fast, and spun on its end and decelerated so hard you could almost hear the air screaming in protest, and came to a halt directly beside Draco. It wasn't dangerous showing off. Gregory Goyle simply was that good, and he didn't waste time.
"Potter's coming,"
Gregory said with no trace of his usual fake drawl.
"They've still got 4 of their brooms. You want me to take them out?"
"No," Draco said sharply. "Fighting over their army gives them too much of an advantage. They'll fire on you from the ground, and even you might not be able to dodge it all. Wait until the forces engage." Draco had lost 4 dragons in exchange for 12 Sunnies. Apparently, General Granger actually had been that incredibly stupid, though she hadn't been among the attackers, so Draco hadn't gotten a chance to taunt her or ask her what in Merlin's name she'd been thinking. The true battle, they all knew, would be with Harry Potter.
"Prepare yourselves!"
roared Draco at his troops.
"Stay together with your mates! Act as a unit! Fire as soon as the enemy is in range!"
Discipline against chaos. It shouldn't be much of a fight. The adrenaline was pumping and pumping into Neville's blood until he felt he could hardly breathe.
"We're closing in,"
said General Potter in a voice barely loud enough to carry to the whole army.
Time to spread out.
Neville's comrades moved away from him. They would still support each other, but if you clustered together, the enemy would have a much easier time hitting you. Fire aimed at one of your comrades might miss and get you instead. You'd be a lot harder to hit if you spread out and moved as fast as you could. The first thing General Potter had done during their training session was get them to fire on each other when both sides were running fast, or both stood still and took time to aim, or one was moving and one was standing still. The reverse charm to the simple hex was simple, though you weren't allowed to use it during real battles. General Potter had carefully recorded everything that happened, done some figuring and ciphering, and then announced that it made more sense for them to focus not on slowing down to aim carefully, but on moving fast so they wouldn't get hit. It still bothered Neville a little not to be marching side by side with his comrades, but the scary battle cries they'd learned were already thundering in his head, and that made up for a lot. This time, Neville silently vowed to himself. His voice was absolutely, positively not going to squeak.
Shields up,
said General Potter.
Power to forward deflectors.
Contago,
murmured the army, and the circular screens sprang into existence before their heads and chests. A sharp taste filled Neville's mouth. General Potter wouldn't have ordered them to cast shields unless they were almost in range. Neville could see the uniformed shapes of dragons moving through the dense screens of trees, and the dragons would be seeing them as well.
Attack!
Came a cry from the distance, the voice of Draco Malfoy, and General Potter bellowed, Charge! All the adrenaline in Neville's blood was unleashed, and his legs took over, sending him flying faster than he'd ever run before, straight toward the enemy, knowing without needing to look that all his comrades were doing the same.
Blood for the Blood God!
Screamed Neville.
Skulls for the Skull Throne! La Shub Niggurath! The enemy's gate is sideways!
There was a soundless impact as a sleep spell wasted itself against Neville's shield. If there'd been other spells fired, they hadn't hit. Neville saw the look of fear on Wayne Hopkins's face as he stood beside two Gryffindors Neville didn't recognize, and then Neville dropped the simple shield and fired at Wayne. Missed. His racing legs went straight past the enemy grouping and toward another 3 dragons, their wands coming up on him, their mouths opening. Not even thinking about it, Neville dived down to the forest floor just as 3 voices cried, Somnium! It hurt, hard stones and hard twigs digging into Neville as he rolled. It wasn't as bad as falling off his broomstick, but he'd still hit the ground pretty hard. And then Neville, with sudden insight, lay still and closed his eyes.
Stop that! Screamed a voice. Don't shoot us! We're dragons!
With a flash of glorious satisfaction, Neville realized that he'd managed to get between 2 groups of dragons, just as one group had fired on him. Harry had talked about this as a tactic for making the enemy afraid to fire, but apparently it worked a bit better than that. And not only that, the dragons believed they'd gotten him, since they'd seen Neville fall just as they fired. Neville counted to 20 inside his head, then opened his eyes a crack. The 3 dragons were very near him, heads spinning rapidly as cries of Somnium and Skulls for the Skull Throne filled the air around them. All 3 had simple shields up now. Neville's wand was still in his hand, and it didn't take much effort to point it at one boy's boots and whisper, Somnium. Neville quickly closed his eyes and relaxed his hand as he heard the boy fall to the ground.
Where did it come from?"
screamed Justin Finch-Fletchley's voice, and Neville heard rustles on the leafy forest floor, as of 2 dragons spinning around, looking for an enemy.
"Reform ranks!" bellowed Malfoy's voice. "To me, everyone! Don't let them scatter you!"
Neville's ears heard the 2 dragons actually jump over his prone body as they ran off. Neville opened his eyes, pushed himself to his feet, a bit painfully, and then pointed his wand and said the new charm that General Potter had taught them all. They couldn't do real illusion spells to confuse the enemy, but even at their age they could...
"Ventriloquo," whispered Neville, pointing the wand to one side of Justin and the other boy, and then yelled, "For Cthulhu and glory!"
Justin and the other boy stopped abruptly, turning their shields toward where Neville had moved his battle cry, and that was when multiple cries of
"Somnium! Somnium!
Somnium!" filled the air, and the other boy dropped before Neville was finished aiming.
"The last one's mine!"
yelled Neville, and then he started sprinting straight toward Justin, who had been mean to him until the older Hufflepuffs straightened him out. Neville was surrounded by his comrades, and that meant...
"Special attack! Chaotic leap!"
howled Neville as he ran, and felt his body lighten, then lighten twice again as his comrades got their wands turned toward him and quietly cast the hover charm. And Neville raised his left hand and snapped his fingers, and then used his legs to push off the ground as hard as he could and soared through the air. Sheer shock painted Justin's face as Neville went over the other boy's shield and pointed his wand down at the form passing beneath him and cried,
"Somnium!"
Because he'd felt like it. That was why. Neville didn't quite get his feet turned around properly and rather ploughed into the ground as he landed, but 2 out of 3 of the other Chaos Legionnaires had managed to hold their wands on him throughout, and he didn't hit very hard. And Neville got to his feet, panting. He knew he should be moving. People were yelling "Somnium" all over the place.
"I am Neville, the last scion of Longbottom!"
screamed Neville to the sky above, holding his wand pointed straight up as though to challenge the blazing blue heaven itself, knowing that nothing after this day would ever be the same again.
"Neville of Chaos! Face me if you did—"
When Neville woke up afterward, he was told that Dragon Army had taken this as their cue to counterattack. The girl beside Harry slumped to the ground. Taking the shot meant for him, and he could hear Mr. Goyle's distant gloating laugh as his broomstick blasted past them, cutting the air so hard it could have shattered in his wake.
"Lumos!"
cried one of the boys next to Harry, who hadn't been able to rebuild the magical strength fast enough to do it earlier, and Mr. Goyle dodged it without a pause. Chaos had only 6 soldiers left now, and Dragon Army had 2, and the only problem was that one of those soldiers was invincible, and the other one was using up 3 soldiers just to cover him inside his shield. They'd lost more soldiers to Mr. Goyle than all the other dragons put together. He was weaving and dodging through the air so fast that no one could hit him, and he could shoot people while he did that. Harry had thought of all sorts of ways to stop Mr. Goyle, but none of them were safe. Even using the hover charm to slow him down, it was a continuous beam and much easier to aim, wouldn't be safe because he might fall off the broomstick. Throwing things in his way wouldn't be safe, and that was getting harder and harder to remember as Harry's blood froze over.
It's a game. You're not trying to kill him. Don't throw away all your future plans for a game.
Harry could see the pattern. He could see how Mr. Goyle was weaving. He could see how and when they all needed to fire in order to create a web of shots that Mr. Goyle wouldn't be able to dodge. But he just hadn't been able to explain it fast enough to his soldiers. They couldn't coordinate their shots well enough, and now they didn't have enough people left to do it.
I refuse to lose. Not like this. Not my whole army to one soldier.
Mr. Goyle's broomstick turned faster than anything should have been able to turn and started to angle in toward Harry and his surviving troops. He could sense the boy beside him tensing, getting ready to throw himself in front of his general.
Screw this!
Harry's wand came up, focusing on Mr. Goyle. Harry's mind visualized the pattern, and Harry's lips opened, and his voice screamed,
Luminous, 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 luminous.
When Harry's eyes opened again, he found himself resting in a comfortable position with his hands folded over his chest, holding his wand like a fallen hero. Slowly, Harry sat up. His magic was aching. A strange sensation, but not an entirely unpleasant one, much like the burn and lethargy that followed hard physical exercise. "The General's awake!" cried a voice, and Harry blinked and focused in that direction. 4 of his soldiers held their wands on a shimmering, prismatic hemisphere, and Harry realized that the battle wasn't over. Right. He hadn't been hit by a sleep hex, just exhausted himself. So, when he woke up, he was still in the game. Harry suspected he was going to get a lecture from someone or other about not exhausting his magic to the point of unconsciousness over a children's game. But he hadn't hurt Mr. Goyle when he'd lost his temper, and that was the important thing. Then Harry's mind clicked on another implication, and he looked down at the steel ring on his left hand's pinky finger, and almost swore out loud when he saw that the tiny diamond was missing, and there was a marshmallow lying on the ground near where he had fallen. He had sustained that transfiguration for 17 days, and would now need to start over. Could have been worse. He could have done this 14 days later, after Professor McGonagall had approved him to transfigure his father's rock. That was one very good lesson to learn the easy way.
Note to self. Always remove ring from finger before completely exhausting magic.
Harry pushed himself up, making rather hard going of it. Using up your magic didn't exhaust your muscles, but dodging around trees certainly did. He staggered over to the iridescent hemisphere that contained Draco Malfoy, who was holding his wand aloft to sustain the shield, and smiling coldly at Harry.
"Where's the 5th soldier?" said Harry.
Said a boy whose name Harry couldn't remember at the moment. "I fired a sleep hex at the shield, and it bounced off and hit Lavender. The angle shouldn't have been right, but it did." Draco was smirking inside the shield.
"So, let me guess,"
Harry said, looking Draco directly in the eyes.
"Those neat little trios are the formation used by professional magical militaries, made up of trained soldiers who can easily hit moving targets if their own hands are steady, and who can combine their defensive powers so long as they stay together. Unlike your soldiers."
The smirk had vanished from Draco's face, which was now hard and grim.
"You know,"
Harry said lightly, knowing that none of the others would understand the real message passing between them,
"it just goes to show that you should always question everything you see your role models doing, and ask why it's being done, and whether it makes sense in context for you to do it too. Don't forget to apply that advice to real life, by the way. And thanks for the slow-moving clustered targets."
Because Draco had already gotten that lecture, and Harry suspected, discounted it out of suspicion that Harry was trying to shift his loyalties further away from pure-blood tradition, which of course Harry was. But this example would make an excellent excuse next Saturday to claim that questioning authority was a merely practical technique for real life. And Harry would also mention the experiments he'd run, first with individuals and then with groups, to check that his ideas about the importance of speed had actually been correct, by way of hammering home the point of Draco needing to keep an eye out at all times for chances to apply the methods in everyday practice.
"You haven't won yet, General Potter,"
snarled Draco.
"Maybe we'll run out of time, and Professor Quirrell will call it a draw."
A fair and worrisome point. The war only ended when Professor Quirrell, in his personal judgment, decided one army had won by practical, real-world standards. There was no formal victory condition, Professor Quirrell had explained, because then Harry would figure out how to game the rules. Harry had to admit this was a fair cop. And Harry couldn't blame Professor Quirrell for not calling an end, because it was plausible that the last soldier of Dragon Army could take out all 5 survivors of the Chaos Legion.
"All right," Harry said. "Does anyone know anything about General Malfoy's shield spell?"
It developed that Draco's shield was a version of the standard Protego, which had several disadvantages. The most important of which was that the shield couldn't move with the caster. The upside, or from Harry's perspective, downside, was that it was easier to learn, easier to cast, and much easier to sustain for long times. They would need to hammer the shield with attack spells in order to bring it down. And Draco could apparently exert some control over the angle of reflection at which the spells would bounce off. The thought occurred to Harry that they could use Wingardium Leviosa to pile up heavy rocks on the shield until Draco couldn't sustain it against the pressure, but then the rocks might fall in afterward and hit Draco, and injuring the enemy general for real was not among today's goals.
So, said Harry, are there such things as specialized shield-piercing spells?
There were. Harry asked if any of his soldiers knew them. No one did. Draco was smirking again, inside his shield. Harry asked if there was any sort of attack spell that wouldn't bounce. Lightning bolts, it seemed, were usually absorbed by shields instead of bouncing off them. No one knew how to cast any sort of lightning-related spell. Draco sniggered. Harry sighed. He quite deliberately laid his wand on the ground. And Harry announced, with some weariness in his voice, that he would just go ahead and take down the shield himself, using some method that would remain mysterious, and everyone else was to fire on Draco as soon as his shield went down. The Chaos Legionnaires looked nervous. Draco looked calm, which was to say, controlled. A thin, folded blanket came out of Harry's pouch. Harry sat down next to the shimmering shield and pulled the blanket over his head so no one could see what he did, Except Draco, of course. From Harry's pouch came a car battery and a set of jumper cables. It wasn't like he'd been about to leave the Muggle world to start a new era of magical research and not take along any way of generating electricity. Shortly after, the Chaos Legionnaires heard the sound of fingers snapping, followed by a crackling noise from beneath the blanket. The shield started glowing more brightly, and Harry's voice said,
"Don't be distracted, please. Eyes on General Malfoy."
The strain was showing on Draco's face, along with the fury and annoyance and frustration. Harry smiled up at him and mouthed,
"Tell you later."
And that was when a spiral of green energy shot out of the forest and smashed into Draco's shield, which shrieked like pieces of sharp glass being rubbed together, and Draco staggered. In sudden, frantic panic, Harry took the jumper cables off the battery and fed them into the pouch. Then he fed the battery itself into the pouch, and then he tore off the blanket and grabbed his wand and stood up. All of his soldiers were still there and glancing around frantically.
"Contago!"
Harry said, and his soldiers followed suit. But Harry didn't even know which direction the shield ought to be pointing in.
Did anyone see where that came from?"
Shaken heads.
"And General Malfoy, would you mind telling me if you got General Granger?"
"Why, yes," Draco said acidly. "I mind."
"Oh, hell."
Harry's mind began calculating. Draco inside the shield. Draco worn out now to some degree. Harry worn out too. Hermione in the woods. Who knew where? Harry and 4 other chaotix left.
"You know, General Granger,"
Harry said out loud,
"you really should have waited to attack until after I'd fought General Malfoy. You might have been able to get all the survivors."
From somewhere came a girl's high-pitched laughter. Harry froze.
That wasn't Hermione.
And that was when the dreadful, eerie, cheerful chant began to rise, coming from all around them.
"Don't be frightened, don't be sad. We'll only hurt you if you're bad."
"Granger cheated!"
burst out Draco inside the shield.
"She woke up her soldiers! Why doesn't Professor Quirrell—" "Let me guess,"
Harry said, the sickness already churning in his stomach. He really hated losing.
"It was a very easy battle, right? They dropped like flies."
"Yes," Draco said.
"We got them all on the first shot."
The look of horrified realization spread from Draco to the Chaos Legionnaires.
"No,"
Harry said.
"We didn't."
Camouflaged forms were appearing from among the trees.
"Allies,"
Harry said.
"Allies,"
Draco said.
"Good,"
said General Granger's voice, and a spiral of green energy blazed out of the woods and shattered Draco's shield to splinters. General Granger surveyed the battlefield with a definite feeling of satisfaction. She was down to 9 Sunshine soldiers, but that was probably enough to handle the last survivor of the enemy forces, especially when Parvati and Anthony and Ernie were already holding their wands on General Potter, whom she'd already taken alive. Well, conscious. It was bad, she knew, but she really, really wanted to gloat.
There's a trick, isn't there?
Said Harry, the strain showing in his voice.
There has to be some trick. You can't just turn into a perfect general. Not on top of everything else. You're not that Slytherin. You don't write creepy poetry. No one's that good at everything.
General Granger glanced around at her sunshine soldiers and then looked back at Harry. Everyone was probably watching this on the screens outside. And General Granger said,
I can do anything if I study hard enough.
Oh, now that's just
Somnium.
Harry slumped to the ground in mid-sentence. Sunshine wins, intoned the huge voice of Professor Quirrell, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere.
Niceness has triumphed,
cried General Granger.
Hooray!
Shouted the Sunshine Soldiers. Even the Gryffindor boys said it, and they said it with pride.
And what's the moral of today's battle?
Said General Granger.
We can do anything if we study hard enough.
And the survivors of the Sunshine Regiment marched off toward the victory field, singing their marching song as they went. Don't be frightened, don't be sad. We'll only hurt you if you're bad, and send you to a home that's true, with new friends to watch over you. Be sure to tell them you were sent by Granger's Sunshine Regiment. Chapter 31. Working in Groups, Part 2. Aftermaths. Harry paced backward and forward in his general's office, which made a wonderful room for pacing. It didn't have any other uses as far as he could tell.
How?
Hermione shouldn't have won that battle. Not on her first try. Not when she wasn't at all violent by her nature. Automatically, being a great military commander on top of everything else was too much, even for her. Had she read about the tactic in a military history book? But it hadn't been just that one tactic. She had had her forces perfectly positioned to block any retreat. Her troops had been better coordinated than his or Draco's. Had Professor Quirrell broken his promise not to help her? Had he given her the diary of General Tacitus or something? Harry was missing something here, something really important, and his mind went around and around in circles, and he still couldn't figure it out. Finally, Harry sighed. He wasn't getting anywhere on this, and he had to go learn the breaking drill hex from Hermione or someone before the next battle. Professor Quirrell had explained to Harry, his voice amused, but with a sharp undertone of warning, that no magical items except the ones I give you included Muggle technology, no matter how much that wasn't magic. Plus, Harry also needed to figure out how to bring down Mr. Goyle next time. Battles counted for a lot of Quirrell points, if you were a general, and Harry needed to get cracking if he wanted to win Professor Quirrell's Christmas wish. In his private room at Slytherin, Draco Malfoy stared off into space, as though the wall in front of his desk was the most fascinating surface in the world. How? In retrospect, It had been an obvious sort of idea, as cunning plots went. But Granger wasn't supposed to be cunning. She had been too much of a Hufflepuff to use a simple strike hex. Had Professor Quirrell been advising her despite his promise? Or... And then Draco finally did what he should have done much earlier. What he should have done after the first time he met with Granger. What Harry Potter had told him to do, trained him to do. And yet Harry had also warned Draco that it would take time to make his brain realize that the methods applied to real life. And Draco hadn't understood that until today. He could have avoided every single one of his mistakes if he'd just applied the things Harry had already told him. Draco said it out loud. I notice that I am confused.
Your strength as a rationalist is your ability to be more confused by fiction than by reality.
Draco was confused. Therefore, something he believed was fiction. Granger should not have been able to do all that. Therefore, she probably hadn't.
I promise not to help General Granger in any way that the two of you don't know about.
With sudden, horrified realization, Draco swept papers out of the way, hunting through the mess on his desk until he found it. And there it was. Right in the list of people and equipment assigned to each of the 3 armies. Curse Professor Quirrell. Draco had read it, and he still hadn't seen it. The afternoon sunlight poured down into the office of the Sunshine Regiment, illuminating General Granger in her chair as though she glowed with a golden aura.
How long do you think it would take Malfoy to figure it out?
Said General Granger.
Not long,
said Colonel Blaise Zabini.
He may have already. How long will it take Potter to figure it out?
Forever,
said General Granger.
Unless Malfoy tells him, or one of his own soldiers realizes, Harry Potter just doesn't think like that.
Really? Said Captain Ernie Macmillan, looking up from one of the corner tables where he was being crushed at chess by Captain Ron Weasley. They brought back all the other chairs after Malfoy had left, of course. I mean, it seems kind of obvious to me. Who would try to come up with all the ideas just by themselves?
Harry,
said Hermione, at exactly the same time as Zabini said,
Malfoy. Malfoy thinks he's way better than everyone else, said Zabini.
And Harry doesn't really see most other people like that,
said Hermione. It was kind of sad, actually. Harry had grown up very, very alone. It wasn't that he went around thinking in words that only geniuses had a right to exist. It just wouldn't occur to him that anyone in Hermione's army besides Hermione could have any good ideas.
Anyhow,
Hermione said,
Captains Goldstein and Weasley, you're on duty for thinking up strategic ideas for our next battle. Captains Macmillan and Macmillan and Bones, try to come up with some tactics we can use. Also, any training you think we should try. Oh, and congratulations on your marching song, Captain Goldstein. I think it was a big plus for our spirit de corps.
What are you doing? Said Susan. And Colonel Sabini? Hermione stood up out of her chair, stretching.
I'll try to figure out what Harry Potter is thinking, and Colonel Sabini will try to figure out what Draco Malfoy might do, and both of us will join you again after we come up with something. I'm going to walk while I think. Sabini, you want to come along?
Yes, General, said Sabini stiffly. It hadn't been meant as an order. Hermione sighed to herself a little. This was going to take some getting used to. And although Zabini's first idea had certainly worked, she wasn't quite sure that Professor Quirrell's, quote, mixture of positive and negative incentives, unquote, would be enough to keep the Slytherin fully on her side until December, when traitors would be allowed for the first time. She still had no idea what she was going to do with Professor Quirrell's Christmas wish either. Maybe she'd just ask Mandy if she wanted anything, when the time came around. Apologies for it being so short this week. It was a short chapter, but also I've got an awful lot going on. We're trying to finish Vancure the Dragon, Book 3, and Mother of Learning, Arc 2 recording starts very soon, so I've got to get all of that organised. Anyway, thank you for listening so far. Please do join the Discord, come and see all of the various audiobooks we produce for free, and for Audible, I'd love to see you there on a Monday evening. Thanks again. Laters. Chapter 32. Interlude. Personal Financial Management.
But, Headmaster,
Harry argued, some of his desperation leaking into his voice.
leaving all my assets in one undiversified vault full of gold coins, it's crazy, Headmaster. It's like, I don't know, doing transfiguration experiments without consulting a recognized authority. You just don't do that with money.
From the lined face of the old wizard, underneath a festive holiday hat like a catastrophic automobile collision between cars of green and red cloth, a grave, sad look peered out at Harry.
"I'm sorry, Harry," said Dumbledore, "and I do apologize, but allowing you control over your own finances would give you far too much independence of action."
Harry's mouth opened and no sound came out. He was literally speechless.
"I will permit you to withdraw 5 galleons for Christmas presents," said Dumbledore, "which is more than any boy your age should spend, but poses no threat, I think."
I can't believe you just said that.
The words burst out of Harry's mouth.
You admit to being that manipulative?
"Manipulative?"
said the old wizard, smiling slightly.
"No, manipulative would be if I did not admit it, or if I had some deeper motive behind the obvious. This is quite straightforward, Harry. You are not yet ready to play the game, and it would be foolish to allow you thousands of galleons with which to upset the game board."
The bright hustle and bustle of Diagon Alley had increased by 100-fold and redoubled as Christmas approached, with all the shops shrouded in brilliant sorceries that flashed and sparked as though the season's spirit was about to blaze out of control and turn the whole area into a cheerful holiday crater. The streets were so crowded with witches and wizards in festive and loud clothing that your eyes were assaulted almost as severely as your ears, and it was clear, from the bewildering variety of the shoppers, that Diagon Alley was considered an international attraction. There were witches wrapped in giant swaths of cloth like toweled mummies, and wizards in formal top hats and bathrobes, and young children barely past toddling age who were decorated with lights that blazed almost as brightly as the shops themselves, as their parents took them hand in hand through that magical wonderland and let them shriek to their hearts' content. It was the season to be merry. And, in the midst of all that light and cheer, a note of blackest night. A cold, dark atmosphere that cleared a few precious paces of distance even in the midst of all that crush.
"No,"
said Professor Quirrell, with a look of grim revulsion, like he'd just bitten into food that not only tasted horrible, but was morally repugnant to boot. It was the sort of grim face an ordinary person might make after biting into a meat pie and discovering that it was rotten and had been made from kittens.
"Oh, come on,"
Harry said.
"You must have some ideas."
"Mr. Potter,"
Professor Quirrell said, his lips set in a thin line,
"I agreed to act as your adult guardian on this expedition. I did not agree to advise you on your choice of presents. I don't do Christmas, Mr. Potter."
"How about Newtonmas?"
Harry said brightly.
"Isaac Newton actually was born on December 25th, unlike some other historical figures I could name."
This failed to impress Professor Quirrell.
"Look," said Harry, "I'm sorry, but I've got to do something special for Fred and George, and I've got no idea of my options."
Professor Quirrell made a thoughtful humming sound.
You could ask which family members they most dislike, and then hire an assassin. I know someone from a certain government in exile who is quite competent, and he would give you a discount on multiple Weasleys."
"This Christmas,"
Harry said, dropping his voice into a lower register,
"give your friends the gift of death."
That made Professor Quirrell smile. It went all the way to his eyes.
"Well,"
said Harry,
"at least you didn't suggest getting them a pet rat."
Harry's mouth snapped shut, and he was regretting the words almost as soon as they were out of his mouth.
"Pardon me?"
said Professor Quirrell.
"Nothing,"
Harry said at once.
"A long, dumb story."
And telling it seemed wrong somehow. Maybe because Harry was afraid Professor Quirrell would have laughed, even if Bill Weasley hadn't been cured and everything put back to right. And where had Professor Quirrell been that he'd never heard the story? Harry had gotten the impression that everyone in magical Britain knew.
"Look," said Harry, "I'm trying to solidify their loyalty to me. You know, make the Weasley twins my minions. Like the old saying goes, a friend isn't someone you use once and then throw away. A friend is someone you use over and over again. Fred and George are two of the most useful friends I have in Hogwarts, Professor Quirrell, and I plan to use them over and over again. So if you'd help me be Slytherin here and suggest something they might be very grateful for."
Harry's voice trailed off invitingly. You just had to pitch these things the right way. They walked on for a good way before Professor Quirrell spoke again, his voice practically dripping with distaste.
"The Weasley twins are using second-hand wands, Mr. Potter. They would be reminded of your generosity with every charm they cast."
Harry clapped his hands together in involuntary excitement. Just put the money on the account at Ollivander's and tell Mr. Ollivander to never refund it. No, Better yet, to send it to Lucius Malfoy if the Weasley twins didn't show up before the start of their next school year.
That's brilliant, Professor.
Professor Quirrell did not look like he appreciated the compliment.
I suppose I can tolerate Christmas in that spirit, Mr. Potter, though only barely.
Then he smiled slightly.
Of course, that will cost you 14 galleons, and you only have 5.
5 galleons,
Harry said with a sniff of outrage.
Just who does the headmaster think he's dealing with, anyway?
I think, said Professor Quirrell, that it simply did not occur to him to fear the consequences if you turned your ingenuity to the task of obtaining funds. Though you were wise to lose, rather than making it an explicit threat. Out of curiosity, Mr. Potter, what would you have done if I hadn't turned away in boredom while you, in a fit of childish pique, counted out 5 galleons worth of knuts?
Well, the easiest way would have been to borrow money from Draco Malfoy, said Harry.
Professor Quirrell chuckled briefly.
Seriously, Mr. Potter?
Duly noted.
Probably. I'd have done a few celebrity appearances. I wouldn't resort to anything economically disruptive just for spending money.
Harry had checked, and he would be allowed to keep the time-turner while he went home for the holidays, so that his sleep cycle didn't start to rotate. But then it was also possible that someone kept an eye out for magical day traders. The gold and silver trick would have taken work on the Muggle end and seed funding, and the goblins might have gotten suspicious after the first cycle. And starting a real bank would be a lot of work. Harry hadn't quite worked out any money-making methods that were fast and certain and safe, so he'd been very glad when Professor Quirrell had turned out to be so easily fooled.
I do hope those 5 galleons will be enough to last, since you counted them so carefully, said Professor Quirrell. I doubt the headmaster shall be so eager to entrust me with your vault key a second time, once he discovers I've been tricked.
I'm sure you did your best,
Harry said with deep gratitude.
Do you need any assistance finding a safe place to store all those knuts, Mr. Potter?
Well, sort of,
said Harry.
Do you know of any good investment opportunities, Professor Quirrell?
And the two of them walked on, in their tiny sphere of silence and isolation, through the brilliant and bustling crowds. And, if you looked carefully, you would see that where they went, leafy boughs faded, and flowers withered, and children's toys that played cheerful bells changed to lower and more ominous notes. Harry did notice, but he didn't say anything, just smiled a little to himself. Everyone had their own way of celebrating the holidays, and the Grinch was as much a part of Christmas as Santa. Chapter 33. Coordination Problems, Part 1. The terrifying part was how fast the whole thing had spiraled out of control.
Elvis!
Minerva said, not even trying to keep the worry out of her voice as the two of them entered the Great Hall.
Something is to be done.
The atmosphere at Hogwarts before Yuletide was usually bright and cheerful. The Great Hall had already been decorated in green and red, after a Slytherin and a Gryffindor whose Yule wedding had become a symbol of friendship transcending houses and allegiances, a tradition almost as ancient as Hogwarts itself, and which had even spread to Muggle countries. Now, the students eating dinner were glancing nervously over their shoulders, or sending vicious glares at other tables, or at some tables arguing heatedly. You could have described the atmosphere as tense, perhaps, but the phrase coming to Minerva's mind was fifth degree of caution. Take a school, into 4 houses divided, now into each year, add 3 armies at war. And the partisanship of dragon and sunshine and chaos had spread beyond the first years. They had become the armies for those who had no armies. The students were wearing armbands with insignia of fire, or smile, or upraised hand, and hexing each other in the corridors. All 3 first-year generals had told them to stop. Even Draco Malfoy had heard her out and then nodded grimly, but their supposed followers hadn't listened. Dumbledore gazed out at the tables with a distant look.
"In every city,"
the old wizard quoted softly,
"the population has been divided for a long time past into the blue and the green factions, and they fight against their opponents, knowing not for what end they imperil themselves. So there grows up in them against their fellow men a hostility which has no cause, and at no time does it cease or disappear. For it gives place neither to the ties of marriage, nor of relationship, nor of friendship, and the case is the same, even though those who differ with respect to these colours be brother or any other kin. I, for my part, am unable to call this anything except a disease of the soul."
I'm sorry,
said Minerva.
I don't.
"Procopius,"
said Dumbledore.
"They took their chariot racing very seriously in the Roman Empire. Yes, Minerva, I agree that something must be done."
Soon,
Minerva said, her voice lowering even further.
Albus, I think it must be done before Saturday.
On Sunday, most students would leave Hogwarts to stay the holiday with their families. Saturday, then, was the final battle of the 3 first-year armies that would determine the awarding of Professor Quirrell's thrice-cursed Christmas wish. Dumbledore glanced over at her, studying her gravely.
"You fear that the explosion will come then, and someone will be hurt?"
Minerva nodded.
"And that Professor Quirrell will be blamed?"
Minerva nodded again, her face tight. She had long since become wise in the ways that defence professors were fired.
Albus,
Minerva said.
We cannot lose Professor Quirrell now. We cannot. If he but stays through January, our 5th years will pass their OWLs. If he stays through March, our 7th years will pass their NEWTs. He's remedying years of neglect in months. A whole generation will grow up able to defend themselves in spite of the Dark Lord's curse. You must stop the battle, Albus. Ban these armies now.
"I'm not sure the defence professor would take that kindly,"
said Dumbledore, glancing toward the head table where Quirrell was drooling into his soup.
"He did seem most attached to his armies, though when I agreed, I thought there would be 4 in each year.
The old wizard sighed.
A clever man, probably with the best of intentions, but perhaps not clever enough, I fear. And to ban the armies might also trigger the explosion.
But then, Elvis, what will you do?
The old wizard favoured her with a benign smile.
Why, I shall plot, of course. It's the new fashion in Hogwarts.
And they had come too close to the head table for Minerva to say anything more. The terrifying part was how fast the whole thing had spiraled out of control. The first battle in December had been messy, or so Draco had heard. The second battle had been deranged, and the next one would be worse, unless the 3 of them together succeeded in their last desperate attempt to stop it.
Professor Quirrell, this is insanity,
Draco said flatly.
This isn't Slytherin anymore. It's just...
Draco was at a loss for words. He waved his hands helplessly.
You can't possibly do any real plots with all this stuff going on. Last battle, one of my soldiers faked his own suicide. We have Hufflepuffs trying to plot, and they think they can, but they can't. Things just happen at random now. It doesn't have anything to do with who's cleverest or which army fights best. It's...
He couldn't even describe it.
I agree with Mr. Malfoy,
said Granger in the tones of someone who hadn't ever expected to hear herself saying those words.
Allowing traitors isn't working, Professor Quirrell.
Draco had tried forbidding anyone in his army to plot except him, and that had just driven the plots underground. No one wanted to be left out when the soldiers in other armies got to plot. After miserably losing their last battle, he had finally given in and revoked his decree. But by then his soldiers had already started setting their own personal plans in motion, without any sort of central coordination. After being told all the plans, or what his soldiers claimed were their plans, Draco had tried to sketch a plot to win the final battle. It had required considerably more than 3 different things to go right, and Draco had used Incendio on the paper and Everto to vanish the ashes, because if Father had seen it, he would have been disowned. Professor Quirrell's eyelids were half closed, his chin resting on his hands as he leaned forward onto his desk.
"And you, Mr. Potter," said the defense professor, "are you likewise in agreement?"
All we need to do is shoot Franz Ferdinand, and we could start World War I,
said Harry.
It's gone to complete chaos. I'm all for it.
"Harry!"
said Draco in utter shock. He didn't even realize until a second later that he'd said it at the exact same time, and in exactly the same tone of indignation as Granger. Granger shot him a startled glance, and Draco carefully kept his face neutral.
"Oops."
That's right,
said Harry.
I'm betraying you, both of you, again! Ha ha!
Professor Quirrell was smiling thinly, though his eyes were still half closed.
"And why is that, Mr. Potter?"
Because I think I can cope with the chaos better than Miss Granger or Mr. Malfoy,
said the traitor.
Our way is a zero-sum game, and it doesn't matter whether it's easy or hard in an absolute sense, only who does better or worse.
Harry Potter was learning far too fast. Professor Quirrell's eyes moved beneath their lids to regard Draco, and then Granger.
In truth, Mr. Malfoy, Miss Granger, I simply could not live with myself if I shut down the grand debacle before its climax. One of your soldiers has even become a quadruple agent.
Quadruple?
Said Granger.
But there's only 3 sides in the war.
Yes, said Professor Quirrell. You'd think that, wouldn't you? I am not sure that there has ever in history been a quadruple agent, or any army with such a high fraction of real and pretend traitors. We are exploring new realms, Miss Granger, and we cannot turn back now.
Draco left the defense professor's office with his teeth gritted hard against each other, and Granger looking even more annoyed beside him.
I can't believe you did that, Harry,
said Granger.
Sorry,
Harry said, not sounding sorry at all, his lips curved up in a merry smile of evil.
Remember, Hermione, it is just a game, and why should generals like us be the only ones who get to plot? And besides, what are the 2 of you going to do about it? Team up against me?
Draco traded glances with Granger, knowing that his own face was as tight as hers. Harry had been relying, more and more openly and gloatingly, on Draco's refusal to make common cause with a mudblood girl. And Draco was beginning to get sick of having that used against him. If this kept up much longer, he was going to ally with Granger, just to crush Harry Potter, and see how much the son of a mudblood liked that. The terrifying part was how fast the whole thing had spiraled out of control. Hermione stared at the parchment Zabini had given her, feeling utterly and completely helpless. There were names, and lines connecting the names to other names, and some of the lines were in different colours and—
Tell me,
said General Granger,
is there anyone in my army who isn't a spy?
The 2 of them weren't in the office, but in another deserted classroom, and they were alone because Colonel Zabini had said it was now nearly certain that at least one of the captains was a traitor, probably Captain Goldstein, but Zabini didn't know for sure. Her question had put an ironic smile on the young Slytherin's face. Blaise Zabini always seemed a little disdainful of her, but he didn't seem to actively dislike her. Nothing like the derision he held for Draco Malfoy, or the resentment he had developed for Harry Potter. She had worried at first about Zabini betraying her, but the boy seemed desperate to show that the other 2 generals were no better than him. And Hermione thought that, while Zabini would probably be happy to sell her out to anyone else, he'd never let Malfoy or Harry win.
Most of your soldiers are still loyal to you, I'm pretty sure, said Zabini. It's just that no one wants to be left out of the fun.
The scornful look on the Slytherin's face made it clear what he thought of people who didn't take plotting seriously.
So they think they can be double agents and secretly work for our side while pretending to betray us.
And that would also go for anyone in the other armies who says they want to be our spy,
Hermione said carefully. The young Slytherin shrugged.
I think I did a good job of telling which ones really want to sell out Malfoy. I'm not sure anyone really wants to sell out Potter to you. But not is a sure bet for betraying Potter to Malfoy, and since I had Entwistle approach him supposedly on behalf of Malfoy, and Entwistle really reports to us, that's almost as good."
Hermione closed her eyes for a moment.
"We're going to lose, aren't we?"
"Look,"
Zabini said patiently.
"You're in the lead right now on Quirrell points. We just have to not lose this last battle completely, and you'll have enough Quirrell points to win the Christmas wish."
Professor Quirrell had announced that the final battle would operate on a formal scoring system, which he'd been asked to do to avoid recriminations afterward. Each time you shot someone, the general of your army got 2 Quirrell points. A gong would ring through the battle area. They didn't know yet where they would be fighting, though Hermione was hoping for the forest again, where Sunshine did well, and its pitch would tell which army had won the points. And if anyone was faking being hit, the gong would ring out anyway, and then a double gong would ring later, after no fixed time, to hail the retraction. And if you called the name for an army, cried, "For Sunshine," or "For Chaos," or "For Dragon," it switched your allegiance to that army. Even Hermione had been able to see the flaw in that set of rules. But Professor Quirrell had gone on to announce that if you'd been originally assigned to Sunshine, nobody could shoot you in the name of Sunshine. Or rather, they could, but then Sunshine lost a single Quirrell point, symbolized by a triple gong. That prevented you from shooting your own soldiers for points and discouraged suiciding before the enemy got you. But you could still shoot spies if you had to. Right now, Hermione had 244 Quirrell points, and Malfoy had 219, and Harry had 221. And there were 24 soldiers in each army.
"So, we fight carefully,"
Hermione said.
"and just try not to lose too badly."
"No," said Zabini. The young Slytherin's face was now serious.
"The problem is, Malfoy and Potter both know that the only way to win is to combine and crush us, then fight it out on their own. So, here's what I think we should do."
Hermione left the classroom in something of a daze. Zabini's plan hadn't been the obvious one. It had been strange and complicated and layered, and the sort of thing she would have expected Harry to come up with, not Zabini. It felt wrong just for her to be able to understand a plan like that. Young girls shouldn't be able to understand plans like that. The Hat would have sorted her into Slytherin if it had seen that she could understand plans like that. The awesome thing was how fast he'd been able to escalate the chaos once he'd started doing it deliberately. Harry sat in his office. He'd been given the authority to order furniture from the house elves, so he had ordered a throne and curtains in a black and crimson pattern, scarlet light like blood mixed with shadow poured over the floor. Something in Harry felt like he'd finally come home. Before him stood the 4 lieutenants of chaos, his most trusted minions, one of whom was a traitor. This was what life should be like.
"We are gathered,"
said Harry.
"Let chaos reign!"
chorused his 4 lieutenants.
"My hovercraft is full of eels,"
said Harry.
"I will not buy this record, it is scratched!"
chorused his 4 lieutenants.
"All mimsy were the borogroves."
"And the mome rats outgrabe!"
That concluded the formalities.
"How goes the confusion?"
Harry said in a dry whisper, like Emperor Palpatine.
It goes well, General Chaos,
said Neville in the tone he always used for military matters, a tone so deep that the boy often had to stop and cough. The chaotic lieutenant was neatly dressed in his black school robes, trimmed in the yellow of Hufflepuff House, and his hair was parted and combed in the usual look for an earnest young boy. Harry had liked the incongruity better than any of the cloaks they'd tried.
Our legionnaires have begun 5 new plots since yesterday evening.
Harry smiled evilly.
Do any of them have a chance of working? I don't think so,
said Neville of Chaos.
Here's the report.
Excellent, said Harry, and laughed chillingly as he took the parchment from Neville's hand, trying his best to make it sound like he was choking on dust. That brought the total to 60. Let Draco try to handle that. Let him try. And as for Blaise Zabini, Harry laughed again, and this time it didn't even take an effort to sound evil. He really needed to borrow someone's pet Kneazle for his staff meetings, so he'd have a cat to stroke while he did this.
Can the Legion start making plots now?
Said Finnegan of Chaos.
I mean, don't we have enough already?
No, Harry said flatly.
We can never have enough plots.
Professor Quirrell had put it perfectly. They were pushing the boundaries further, perhaps than they had ever been pushed, and Harry wouldn't have been able to live with himself if he'd turned back now. There came a knock at the door.
That will be the dragon, General,
Harry said, smiling with evil prescience.
He arrives precisely as I expected. Do show him in, and yourselves out.
And the 4 lieutenants of Chaos shuffled out, casting dark looks at Draco as the enemy general entered into Harry's secret lair. If he wasn't allowed to do this when he was older, Harry was just going to stay 11 forever. The sun was dripping through the red curtains, sending rays of blood dancing across the floor from behind Harry Potter's grown-up-sized, cushioned chair, which he had covered in gold and silver glitter and insisted on referring to as his throne. Draco was beginning to feel a lot more confident that he'd done the right thing in deciding to overthrow Harry Potter before he could take over the world. Draco couldn't even imagine what it would be like to live under his rule.
Good evening, Dragon General,
said Harry Potter in a chill whisper.
You have arrived, just as I expected.
This was not surprising, considering that Draco and Harry had agreed on the meeting time in advance. And it also wasn't evening, but now Draco knew better than to say anything.
General Potter,
Draco said with as much dignity as he could manage.
You know that our 2 armies have to work together for either of us to win Professor Quirrell's wish, right? Yes,
hissed Harry, like the boy thought he was a Parselmouth.
We must cooperate to destroy Sunshine, and only then fight it out between us. But if one of us betrays the other early on, that one could gain an advantage in the later fight. And the Sunshine General, who knows all this, will try to trick each of us into thinking the other has betrayed them. And you and I, who know that, will be tempted to betray the other and pretend that it is Granger's trickery. And Granger knows that as well.
Draco nodded. That much was obvious.
And both of us only want to win, and there's no one else who'll punish either of us if we defect."
"Precisely," said Harry Potter, his face now turning serious.
"We are faced with a true prisoner's dilemma."
The prisoner's dilemma, according to Harry's teaching, ran thus. 2 prisoners had been locked in separate cells. There was evidence against each prisoner, but only minor evidence, enough for a prison sentence of 2 years apiece. Each prisoner could opt to defect, betray the other, testify against them in court, and this would take 1 year off their own prison sentence, but add 2 years to the others. Or a prisoner could cooperate, staying silent. So, if both prisoners defected, each testifying against the other, they would serve 3 years apiece. If both cooperated, or stayed silent, they would serve 2 years each. But if one defected and the other cooperated, the defector would serve a single year and the cooperator would serve 4. And both prisoners had to make their decision without knowing the other one's choice, and neither would be given a chance to change their decision afterward. Draco had observed that if the 2 prisoners had been Death Eaters during the Wizarding War, the Dark Lord would have killed any traitors. Harry had nodded and said that was one way to resolve the prisoner's dilemma. And in fact, both Death Eaters would want there to be a Dark Lord for exactly that reason. Draco had asked Harry to stop and let him think about this for a while before they continued. It had explained a lot about why Father and his friends had agreed to serve under a Dark Lord who often wasn't nice to them. In fact, Harry had said this was pretty much the reason why people had governments. You might be better off if you stole from someone else, just like each prisoner would be individually better off if they defected in the prisoner's dilemma. But if everyone thought like that, the country would fall into chaos and everyone would be worse off, like what would happen if both prisoners defected. So, people let themselves be ruled by governments, just like the Death Eaters had let themselves be ruled by the Dark Lord. Draco had asked Harry to stop again. Draco had always taken for granted that ambitious wizards put themselves in power because they wanted to rule, and people let themselves be ruled because they were scared little Hufflepuffs. And this, on reflection, still seemed true, but Harry's perspective was fascinating, even if it was wrong. But, Harry had continued afterward, the fear of a third party punishing you was not the only possible reason to cooperate in the prisoner's dilemma. Suppose, Harry had said, you were playing the game against a magically produced identical copy of yourself. Draco had said that if there were 2 Dracos, of course neither Draco would want anything bad to happen to the other one, not to mention that no Malfoy would let himself become known as a traitor. Harry had nodded again and said that this was yet another solution to the prisoner's dilemma. People might cooperate because they cared about each other, or because they had senses of honor, or because they wanted to preserve their reputation. Indeed, Harry had said, it was rather difficult to construct a true prisoner's dilemma. In real life, people usually cared about the other person, or their honor, or their reputation, or a Dark Lord's punishment, or something besides the prison sentences. But suppose the copy had been of someone completely selfish. Pansy Parkinson had been the example they'd used. So, each pansy only cared what happened to her and not to the other pansy. Given that this was all Pansy cared about, and that there was no Dark Lord, and Pansy wasn't worried about her reputation, and Pansy either had no sense of honour or didn't consider herself obligated to the other prisoner, then would the rational thing be for Pansy to cooperate or defect? Some people, Harry said, claimed that the rational thing to do was for Pansy to defect against her copy. But Harry, plus someone named Douglas Hofstadter, thought these people were wrong. Because, Harry had said, if Pansy defected, not at random, but for what seemed to her like rational reasons, then the other Pansy would think exactly the same way. Two identical copies wouldn't decide different things. So, Pansy had to choose between a world in which both Pansies cooperated, or a world in which both Pansies defected. And she was better off if both copies cooperated. And if Harry had thought rational people did defect in the prisoner's dilemma, then he wouldn't have done anything to spread that kind of rationality, because a country, or a conspiracy full of rational people, would dissolve into chaos. You would tell your enemies about rationality. Which had all sounded reasonable at the time, but now the thought was occurring to Draco that,
"You said," Draco said, "that the rational solution to the prisoner's dilemma is to cooperate. But of course, you would want me to believe that, wouldn't you?"
And if Draco was fooled into cooperating, Harry would just say, "Ha-ha! Betrayed you again," and laugh at him about it afterward.
"I wouldn't fake your lessons," Harry said seriously. "But I have to remind you, Draco, that I didn't say you should just automatically cooperate. Not on a true prisoner's dilemma like this one. What I said was that when you choose, you shouldn't think like you're choosing for just yourself, or like you're choosing for everyone. You should think like you're choosing for all the people who are similar enough to you that they'll probably do the same thing you do for the same reasons. And also choosing the predictions made by anyone who knows you well enough to predict you accurately, so that you never have to regret being rational because of the correct predictions that other people make about you. Remind me to explain about Newcomb's problem at some point. So, the question you and I have to ask, Draco, is this. Are we similar enough that we'll probably do the same thing, whatever it is, making our decisions in mostly the same way? Or do we know each other well enough to predict each other, so that I can predict whether you'll cooperate or defect, and you can predict that I've decided to do the same thing I predict you'll do, because I know that you can predict me deciding that?"
And Draco couldn't help but think that, since he had to strain just to understand half of that, the answer was obviously no.
"Yes,"
said Draco. There was a pause.
"I see," said Harry, sounding disappointed. Well, I guess we'll have to think of some other way then."
Draco hadn't thought that was going to work. Draco and Harry talked about it back and forth. They had both agreed much earlier that what they did on the battlefield would not count as broken promises in real life, though Draco was a little angry about what Harry had done in Professor Quirrell's office, and said so. But if the two of them couldn't rely on honour or friendship, that did leave the question of how to get their armies to work together on beating Sunshine, despite everything Granger might try to break them up. Professor Quirrell's rules didn't make it tempting to let Sunshine kill the other army's soldiers. That just increased the bar you had to pass yourself. But it did tempt each side to steal kills instead of acting like a single army would, or to shoot some of the other side's soldiers during the confusion of battle. Hermione was walking back to Ravenclaw, not really looking where she was going, her mind preoccupied with war and treachery and other age-appropriate concepts, and she turned a corner and bumped straight into a grown-up.
"Sorry,"
she said automatically, and then, entirely without thinking,
"Don't worry, Miss Granger,"
said the cheerful smile set beneath the twinkling eyes and above the silver beard of the headmaster of Hogwarts.
"You are quite forgiven."
Her gaze was helplessly locked on the kindly face of the most powerful wizard in the world, who was also the chief warlock, who was also the supreme mugwump, who had gone insane years ago from the stress of fighting the Dark Lord, and numerous other facts that were popping up into her mind one after the other, while her throat went on making little embarrassing squeaks.
"In fact, Miss Granger,"
said Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore,
"it is quite lucky that we bumped into each other. Why, I was just now wondering curiously what the three of you were thinking of asking for your wishes."
Saturday dawned bright and clear, with the students speaking in hushed voices, as though the first shout might set off the explosion. Draco had hoped that they would be fighting in the upper levels of Hogwarts again. Professor Quirrell had said that real fights were more likely to take place in cities than forests, and fighting inside schoolrooms and corridors was supposed to simulate that, with ribbons to mark the allowed areas. Dragon Army had done well in those fights. Instead, just as Draco had feared, Professor Quirrell had come up with something special for this battle. The battleground was the Hogwarts Lake, and not in boats either. They were fighting underwater. The giant squid had been temporarily paralyzed. Spells had been set in place to keep away the Grindylows. Professor Quirrell had gone and talked to the merfolk, and all the soldiers had been issued potions of underwater action that allowed them to breathe, see clearly, talk to each other, and swim not quite as fast as walking by kicking their legs. A huge silver sphere hung in the center of the battleground, shining like a small underwater moon. It would help to provide a sense of direction. At first, the moon would slowly go into eclipse as the battle went on, and when it had gone entirely dark, the battle would end, if it hadn't already. War in water. You couldn't defend a perimeter. Attackers could come at you from any direction, and even with the potion, you couldn't see very far in the darkness of the lake. And if you swam too far away from the action, you'd start to glow after a while and be easy to hunt down. Ordinarily, if an army scattered and ran instead of fighting, Professor Quirrell would just declare them defeated. But today they were working on a point system. Of course, you still had some time before you started to glow, if you wanted to play assassin. Dragon Army had been set low in the water at the start of the game. Above and far away, the distant underwater moon shone. The murky water was mostly lit by Lumos charms, though his soldiers would extinguish the lights as soon as they began maneuvers. There was no point in letting the enemy see you before you saw them. Draco kicked his legs a few times, propelling him to a higher position from which he could gaze down at where his soldiers hovered in the water. The conversations died down almost at once under Draco's icy glare, his soldiers looking up at him with gratifying expressions of fear and worry. Listen to me very carefully, said General Malfoy. His voice came out a little lower, a little burbly with bubbles. Listen to me very carefully. But the sound travelled clearly. There's only one way we can win this. We've got to march on Sunshine together with Chaos and beat Sunshine. Then we fight it out with Potter and win. That's got to happen. Understand? No matter what else goes on, that part has to happen that way. And Draco explained the plan he and Harry had come up with. Astonished looks were exchanged among the soldiers. And if any of your plots get in the way of that, finished Draco, after we're out of the water, I will set you on fire. There was a nervous chorus of yes, sirs. And everyone with secret orders, make sure you carry them out to the letter, said Draco. Around half his soldiers openly nodded, and Draco marked them for death after he rose to power. Of course, all the private orders were fake, like one dragon being told to offer a false traitor's commission to another dragon, and the second dragon being told in hushed confidence to report anything said by the first dragon. Draco had told each dragon that the whole war could depend on that one thing, and that he hoped they understood it was more important than the plans they had previously made. With luck, that would keep all the idiots happy, and maybe flush out a few spies to boot, if the reports didn't match the instructions. Draco's real plan for winning against Chaos? Well, it was simpler than the one he'd burned, but Father still wouldn't have liked it. Despite trying, though, Draco hadn't been able to think of anything better. It was a plot that couldn't possibly have worked against anyone except Harry Potter. In fact, it had been Harry's plan originally, according to the traitor, though Draco had guessed that without being told. Draco and the traitor had just modified it a little. Harry took a deep breath, feeling the water gurgle harmlessly in his lungs. They'd fought in the forest, and he hadn't gotten a chance to say it. They'd fought in the corridors of Hogwarts, and he hadn't gotten a chance to say it. They'd fought in the air, broomsticks issued to every soldier, and it still hadn't made sense to say it. Harry had thought he wouldn't ever get to say those words, not while he was still young enough for them to be real. The Chaos Legionnaires were looking at Harry in puzzlement as their general swam with his feet pointing up toward the distant light of the surface, and his head pointed down toward the murky depths.
Why are you upside down?
The young commander shouted at his army and began to explain how to fight after you abandoned the privileged orientation of gravity. A hollow, booming bell echoed through the water, and on the instant, Zabini and Antony and 5 other soldiers struck out downward into the murky depths of the lake. Parvati Patil, the only Gryffindor in the group, turned her head back for a moment and gave them all a cheery wave as she dived. And after a moment, Scott and Matt did the same. The rest just sank and vanished. General Granger swallowed a lump in her throat as she watched them go. She was risking everything on this, dividing her army instead of just trying to take as many enemy soldiers with them as possible. The thing to realize, Zabini had told her, was that no army would move until they had a plan that let them expect victory. Sunshine couldn't just plan to win themselves, they had to make both other armies think they would win until it was too late. Ernie and Ron still looked like they were in shock. Susan was gazing after the disappearing soldiers with a calculating look. Her army, what was left of it, just looked bewildered. Traceers of light dappling on their uniforms as they all drifted just below the sunlit surface of the lake.
"Now what?"
said Ron.
"Now we wait,"
said Hermione, loudly enough for all her soldiers to hear. It felt odd to talk with her mouth full of water. She kept feeling like she was committing some sort of horrible impoliteness at the dinner table and was about to drool all over herself.
"All of us left here are going to get zapped, but that was going to happen anyway with Dragon and Chaos ganging up on us. We've just got to take as many of them with us as we can." "I've got a plan,"
said one of her sunshine soldiers. Hannah. Her voice had been a little hard to recognize at first.
"It's like all complicated, but I know how we can get Dragon and Chaos to start fighting each other." "Me too,"
said Faye.
"I've got a plan too. See, Neville Longbottom's secretly on our side."
"You were talking to Neville?"
said Ernie.
"That's not right. I was the one who—"
Daphne Greengrass and a couple of Slytherins who hadn't gone with Zabini were giggling helplessly as the cries of
"No, wait, I was the one who got Longbottom,"
erupted from one soldier after another. Hermione just looked at them all wearily.
"Okay,"
said Hermione when it had all died down.
"Does everyone get it? All your plots were faked by the Chaos Legion, or maybe some by Dragon. Anyone who really wanted to betray Harry or Malfoy went straight to me or Zabini, not you. Just go ahead and compare notes on all your secret plots and you'll see it for yourselves."
She might not be as good at plotting as Zabini, but she could always understand what all her officers told her. That was why Professor Quirrell had made her the general.
"So don't bother trying to do any plots when the other armies get here. Just fight, okay? Please?"
"But,"
said Ernie with shock on his face,
"Neville's in Hufflepuff. You're saying he lied to us?"
Daphne was laughing so hard and so helplessly that the exhalations had turned her upside down in the water.
"I'm not sure what Longbottom is,"
said Ron darkly,
"but I don't think he's a Hufflepuff anymore. Not now that Harry Potter's got to him."
"Do you know?"
said Susan.
"I asked him that, and Neville told me he'd become a Chaos Hufflepuff." "Anyway,"
said Hermione in a loud voice,
"Zabini took everyone who we thought was a spy, so in our army we can stop watching each other quite so hard now, I hope."
"Anthony was a spy?"
yelled Ron.
"Parvati was a spy?"
gasped Hannah.
"Parvati was totally a spy," said Daphne. "She shopped at the spy shoe store and wore spy lipstick, and someday she's going to marry a nice spy husband and have a lot of little spies."
And then a gong sound echoed through the water, indicating that Sunshine had just scored 2 points. This was shortly followed by the triple gong of Dragon losing a single point. Traitors weren't allowed to kill generals, not after the disaster of the first battle in December, when all 3 generals had been shot in the first minute. But with any luck...
"Aw,"
said Hermione.
"It sounds like Mr. Crabbe's taking a little nap."
Like 2 shoals of fish, the armies swam along. Neville Longbottom kicked his feet in slow, measured motions. Diving. Always diving, in whatever direction you happened to be moving. You wanted to show the enemy the smallest profile, present them with your head or your feet. So you were always diving, downward and head first, and the enemy was always down. Like every Chaos Legionnaire in the army, Neville's head was constantly rotating as he swam, looking up, down, around, to every side, not just watching for Sunshine soldiers, but watching for any sign that a Chaos Legionnaire had drawn their wand and was about to betray them. Usually, traitors waited until the confusion of battle to make their move, but that early gong had put them all on guard. The truth was, Neville was feeling sad about that. In November, he had been a soldier in a united army, all of them pulling together and helping each other. And now they were all watching each other constantly for the first signs of betrayal. It might have been more fun for General Chaos, but it wasn't nearly as much fun for Neville. The direction, formerly known as up, was getting steadily brighter as they came closer to the surface and sunshine.
"One's out,"
said General Chaos. Neville's squad drew their wands, pointing them straight ahead toward the enemy as their heads scanned around more rapidly. If there were sunny traitors, the time was approaching for them to strike. The other shoal of fish, Dragon Army, was doing the same.
"Now!"
shouted the distant voice of the Dragon General.
"Now!"
shouted General Chaos.
"For sunshine!"
shouted all the soldiers in both armies, and charged downward.
What?
said Minerva involuntarily as she watched the screens from next to the lake. A cry echoed in many other places. All of Hogwarts was watching this battle as they had watched the first. Professor Quirrell was laughing dryly.
I warned you, Headmaster. It is impossible to have rules without Mr. Potter exploiting them.
For long, precious seconds, as the 47 soldiers charged her own 17, Hermione's mind went blank. Why? Then it all snapped into place. Every time a soldier originally from Sunshine got shot by someone crying the name of Sunshine, she would lose a Quirrell point. When 2 Sunshine soldiers were shot by either army, both enemy armies would be 2 points closer to overtaking her. It was the same gain, only shared. And if anyone shot another soldier not in the name of Sunshine, that gong wouldn't get lost in the confusion. Hermione was suddenly very glad that Zabini hadn't gone with the obvious plan of starting trouble between the other 2 armies while they attacked Sunshine. It was still disheartening, though, that sense of your own chances closing down, of hope being taken away. Most of Hermione's soldiers were still looking confused, but some had expressions of dawning horror as they got it.
"It's all right,"
Susan Bones said firmly. Heads turned to look at the Sunshine Captain.
"Our job is the same, to take as many of them with us as we can. And remember, Zabini took away all the spies. We don't have to stay on the lookout like they do."
The girl was smiling defiantly, provoking answering smiles from many of the other soldiers, even from Hermione herself.
"It can be like it was in November. We just have to keep our heads high, fight our best and trust each other."
Daphne shot her.
"Blood for the blood god!"
shrieked Neville of Chaos, though, since he was underwater, it came out more like "Blood for the blood glub!" Captain Weasley spun and raised his wand toward Neville and fired, but Neville was swimming downward, toward him, wand pointed straight ahead, and that meant the simple shield could shelter Neville's entire profile. If anyone shot him now, it wasn't going to be Sonny Ron. A grimly determined look came over Captain Weasley's face, and he arrowed straight up toward Neville, mouthing the word "Contego," though the shield wasn't visible in the water. The two enemy champions shot toward each other like arrows released from bows, each aimed to split the other down the middle. They had duelled many times before, but this time would pay for all. Far away, by the lakeside, 100 breaths were held.
"Rainbows and unicorns!"
roared the Sunshine Captain.
"The Black Gourd with 1,000 young!" "Do your homework!"
Closer and yet closer the two champions charged, neither willing to swerve. The first person to turn would present a vulnerable broadside and get shot, though if neither lost their nerve, they would crash right into each other. Falling straight down as the enemy rose straight up to meet him, hammer descending to meet anvil in a path neither was willing to leave.
"Special attack! Chaotic twist!"
Neville saw the look of horror on Captain Weasley's face as the hover charm caught him. They'd tested it before the battle had started, and just as Harry had suspected, Wingardium Leviosa became a whole new sort of weapon once everyone was swimming underwater.
"Curse you, Longbottom!"
shrieked Ron Weasley.
"Can't you ever fight without your dumb special attacks?"
And by that time, the Sunshine Captain had been spun around sideways, and Neville shot him in the leg.
"I don't fight fair,"
said Neville to the sleeping form.
"I fight like Harry Potter."
Granger, 237. Malfoy, 217. Potter, 220. It still hurt every time he had to shoot Hermione. Harry could hardly stand to look at the expression of peace that had come over her sleeping face, arms now drifting aimlessly as the curves of sunlight moved across her camouflaged uniform and the cloud of her chestnut hair. And if Harry had tried to duck out of being the one to shoot her, not only would Draco have known what it meant, Hermione would have been offended.
"She's not dead,"
Harry said to his brain as his kicking feet pushed him away.
"She's just resting. Idiot!" "Are you sure?"
said his brain.
"What if she's an ex-Hermione? Could we go back and check?"
Harry glanced back briefly.
"See? She's fine. There are bubbles coming out of her mouth. Could have been her last breath escaping. Oh, be quiet. Why are you being so paranoid protective anyway? First real friend we've ever had in our whole life? Hey, remember what happened to your pet rock? Would you shut up about that worthless lump of rubble? It wasn't even alive, let alone sentient. That is like the most pathetic childhood trauma ever."
The two armies swiftly separated, becoming two shoals of fish once more. General Granger had gone down 17 points and taken 3 chaotics and 2 dragons with her. And 1 chaotic and 2 dragons had been shot as traitors, so she had lost net 7 points. Harry had lost 1, Draco had lost 2. That put Sunshine 20 points up on Dragon and 17 points up on Chaos. Chaos could still win easily if they exterminated all 20 remaining dragons. The wild card, of course, being those 7 remaining Sunshine soldiers. If you could call them that. The two shoals swam uneasily next to each other, the soldiers in each army awaiting the order to call out their true allegiances and attack.
"Everyone who got 'em,"
Harry said loudly.
"Remember Special Orders 1 through 3, and don't forget it's Merlin says on 3, do not acknowledge."
The trustworthy 2/3 of the army did not nod, and the other third just looked puzzled. Special Order 1. Don't bother trying to call out any code words in this battle. Don't expend effort on any plot not specifically approved by the commander. Just swim, shield, and fire. Hermione and Draco had both been fighting their soldiers, trying to get them to stop plotting on their own all through December. Harry had egged his soldiers on and supported their plotting through the last 2 battles, while also telling them that at some future point he might ask them to put a plot or 2 on hold, to which they'd all readily agreed. So now, in this critical battle, they were happy to obey. Neither Hermione or Draco could have given that order successfully, Harry was certain. It was the difference between your soldiers seeing you as an ally in their plotting and seeing you as a spoil-sport old fuddy-duddy who didn't want them to have any fun. Imposition of order equaled escalation of chaos, and it also worked in reverse.
"There they are!"
shouted someone and pointed. From the depths of the lake arose the forgotten ones, the ones who'd forsaken the last battle. The 7 missing Sunshine Soldiers, glowing with the bright aura of cowards, now fading as they returned to battle. The 2 shoals of fish wavered, pointing wands uneasily.
"Hold your fire!"
shouted Harry, and a similar cry came from General Malfoy. There was a moment of held breath. Then the 7 Sunshine Soldiers swam up to join Dragon Army. There was a triumphant cheer from Dragon Army. There were cries of dismay from a third of the Chaos Legion. Some of the other 2/3 smiled, though they shouldn't have. Harry wasn't smiling.
"Oh, this is so completely not going to work."
But Harry hadn't been able to think of anything better.
"Special Orders 2 and 3 still apply,"
shouted Harry.
"Fight!
For the Chaos Legion!
Roared 20 chaotic legionnaires.
For Dragon Army!
Roared 20 dragon warriors and 7 Sunshine Soldiers. And the chaotics dived straight downward as all the traitors got ready to strike. Granger, 237. Malfoy, 220. Potter, 226. Draco's head darted around frantically, trying to weigh up what was happening. Somehow, despite his greater forces, he had lost the initiative. 4 small chaotic forces were being pursued by 4 larger dragon forces, but because Draco's forces were the ones trying to force an engagement, it meant that they had to follow where chaos ran, and somehow that was producing concentrations of chaotic force that would fire into the exposed sides of Dragon. It was happening again.
"Prismatis!"
shouted Draco, raising his wand and that shield you could see even through the water. A sparkling, multicoloured, flat wall wide enough to shield Draco and the 5 other dragons with him from the chaotic force that had just started firing on them as they swam past. And that let the other 5 dragons turn their attention back to the chaotic force they had been chasing. There was a tense moment as sleep spell after sleep spell crashed into Draco's prismatic wall, and Draco was hoping to Merlin that none of those 4 chaotics had learned the breaking drill hex. Then there was the bell of a dragon victory, and the chaotic force spun head for foot and began swimming away, and Draco, his hands now shaking slightly, dropped the prismatic wall and lowered his wand. Fighting in water was more exhausting, even than fighting on broomsticks.
"Do not pursue!"
Draco cried to his soldiers as they started to follow. Then,
"Sonorous! Reform on me!"
The dragon forces started converging on Draco, and the chaotic forces spun around and began pursuing the dragons on the instant. Draco swore out loud as he heard the bell of a chaotic victory. Someone had gotten their simple shield oriented right, and then the dragon forces were in supporting range of each other, and the chaotics were moving back into the murky distance. Somehow, despite their numerical superiority, the dragons had scored 3 times against the chaotics, and the chaotics had scored 4 times back. And he had heard one dragon spy get executed. Either Harry Potter had thought a lot of very good ideas very fast, or, for some unimaginable reason, he had already spent a lot of time working out how to fight underwater. This wasn't working, and Draco needed to rethink things. It looked like everyone was having trouble aiming while swimming too. The battle might last long enough that time would be called. The distant underwater moon was only half full now. That wasn't good. He had to rethink things fast.
"What is it?"
said Padma Patel as she and her force swam over toward Draco. Padma was his second-in-command. She was clever and powerful, and, better yet, she hated Granger and saw Harry as a rival, which made her trustworthy. Working with Padma was making him realize the truth of the old adage that Ravenclaw was sister to Slytherin. Draco had been surprised when his father had told him it was an acceptable house for his future wife. But now he saw the sense of it.
"Wait until we're all here," Draco said.
The truth was, he needed to catch his breath. That was the trouble with being the general and the most powerful wizard. You had to keep using magic. Zabini came in next, commanding a force of 2 Sunnies and 4 dragons, one of whom was Gregory, keeping an eye on Zabini. Draco didn't trust Zabini, and neither Draco nor Zabini trusted the Sunnies enough to make them a majority of any unit. They were supposed to be loyal either to Draco directly or to Granger, who'd been fooled by the promise that the dragons would be betrayed in the end after both forces had been depleted, just as Harry's more trusted chaotics should have been fooled into not shooting at the Sunnies by the promise of their firing fake sleep hexes and switching to support Chaos later. But it was possible some of the Sunnies were loyal to Chaos and weren't firing real sleep hexes, and that was why Dragon wasn't winning the way their numerical advantage should have let them win. The next unit that approached was depleted. 3 soldiers holding wands on 2 other soldiers who were swimming with empty hands. Draco gritted his teeth. More traitor problems. He needed to talk to Professor Quirrell about having some way to punish traitors at least. Conditions like these were unrealistic. In real life, you tortured your traitors to death.
"General Malfoy,"
shouted the commander of the problem unit as it swam up, a Ravenclaw boy named Terry.
"We don't know what to do. Cersei shot Bogdan, but Cersei says Kelleher told him that Bogdan shot Spectre."
"I didn't." "General Malfoy, she's the spy. I should have..."
"Somnium,"
said Draco. There was the triple bell of a 1-point loss from Dragon, and then Kelleher's limp body began to float away in the water. Draco had heard the word recursion by this point, and he knew a Harry Potter plot when he saw one. Unfortunately, Draco had not heard of autoimmune disorders, and the thought did not readily occur to him that a clever virus would begin its attack by creating symptoms of an autoimmune disorder so as to get the body to distrust its own immune system.
"General order,"
said Draco, raising his voice.
"Nobody gets to shoot spies except myself, Gregory, Padma, and Terry. If anyone sees anything suspicious, they come to one of us."
And then there was the bell of Sunshine scoring 2 points.
What? What?
Said Draco and Zabini around the same time, their heads swiveled around. No one seemed to have gotten hit, and all the Sunshine soldiers were present and accounted for. Except Parvati, who had been shot by some still unknown traitor in Padma's squad, and of course Padma had shot Parvati again in case she was faking, so it wasn't her.
A sunny traitor in chaos?
Said Zabini, sounding puzzled.
But all the ones I knew about were supposed to strike during Chaos's attack on Sunshine.
No, said Padma in a tone of sudden realization.
That was Chaos executing a spy.
What? Said Zabini. But why?
And Draco got it. Damn it. Because Potter thinks he's safe for how much he beats Sunshine, but not for how much he beats us. So, he doesn't want to lose a single point when he executes a traitor. General order! If you have to execute a traitor, call Sunshine first, and don't forget to switch back to Dragon afterward. Granger, 253. Malfoy, 252. Potter, 252. Longbottom's body drifted chaotically through the water, arms and legs disarrayed. After Draco had finally got a hit in, they'd all shot him again, just to be sure. Nearby was Harry Potter, now protected by a prismatic sphere, looking at them all grimly as the last sliver of crescent moon slowly diminished, somewhere far away. If Longbottom had managed to shoot one more soldier, Draco knew Harry was thinking, if the two chaotics had managed to hold out just a little longer, they might have won. After Draco had reformed his forces and struck out again, the ensuing battle and execution of spies in Sunshine's name had left Sunshine exactly 1 point ahead of Dragon and Chaos both. Once Harry had started doing it, Draco had been left with no choice but to follow suit. But now they had General Chaos outnumbered 3-1, the survivors of Dragon Army and the last remaining Sunny traitor, Draco and Padma and Zabini. And Draco, who was no fool, had ordered Padma to take Zabini's wand after Longbottom had shot Gregory and fallen in turn to Draco. The boy had given him an insulted look, told Draco that he owed him for this, and handed it over. That left Draco and Padma to take down General Chaos.
"I don't suppose you'd like to surrender?"
said Draco, smiling as evilly as any smile he'd ever directed at Harry Potter.
"Sleep before surrender,"
shouted General Chaos.
"Just so you know," said Draco, "Zabini doesn't actually have an older sister for you to rescue from Gryffindor bullies. But Zabini does have a mother who doesn't approve of muggleborns like Granger, and I wrote her a few notes and offered Zabini a few favours. Nothing involving my father, just things I can do in school. And by the way, Zabini's mother doesn't approve of the boy who lived either. Just in case you still thought Zabini was really on your side."
Harry's face grew even grimmer. Draco raised his wand and began breathing rhythmically, building up strength for a breaking drill hex. Granger's prismatic sphere was almost as strong as Draco's now, and Harry wasn't much weaker. Where did those two find the time?
"Lagan!"
spoke Draco, putting everything he had into it, and the green spiral blazed out and Harry's shield shattered, and at almost the same moment...
"Somnium!"
said Padma. Granger, 253. Malfoy, 252. Potter, 254. Harry let out a long breath of relief, and not just because he didn't have to hold the prismatic sphere anymore. His hand was shaking as he lowered his wand.
"You know,"
said Harry,
"I was pretty worried there for a moment."
Special Order 2. If a sunny traitor doesn't seem to be really shooting at you, fake being hit occasionally. Prefer targeting dragons to sunnies, but go ahead and shoot sunnies if you can't shoot dragons. Special Order 3. Merlin says, do not shoot at Blaze Zabini or either Patil twin. With a wide grin, Parvati Patil stripped the transfigured patch off her uniform's insignia and let it float away in the water.
"Gryffindors for chaos,"
she said, and handed Zabini his wand back.
"Thank you very much,"
Harry said, and bowed sweepingly to the Gryffindor girl.
"And thank you as well,"
bowing to Zabini.
"You know, when you came to me with that plan, I wondered if you were brilliant or crazy, and I've decided that you're both. And by the way,"
Harry said, now turning as though to address Draco's body,
"Zabini does have a cousin. Somnium,"
said Zabini's voice. Granger, 255. Malfoy, 252. Potter, 254. And Harry Potter's body floated away, his expression of shock and horror quickly relaxing into sleep.
"On second thought,"
Parvati said cheerfully,
"make that Gryffindors for sunshine."
She started to laugh, more exhilarated than she'd ever been in her life. She had finally gotten to assassinate and replace her twin sister, and she'd wanted to do that since forever. And this had been perfect. It had all been perfect. And then her wand spun around in a lightning motion just as Zabini's wand turned to point at her.
"Wait,"
said Zabini.
"Do not shoot. Do not resist. That's an order."
"What?"
said Parvati.
"Sorry,"
said Zabini, looking not quite sincerely apologetic.
"But I can't be totally sure you're for sunshine, so I order you to let me shoot you."
"Hold on,"
said Parvati.
"We're only ahead of chaos by 1 point. If you shoot me now—"
"I'll shoot you in the name of dragon, obviously,"
said Zabini, now sounding a little superior.
"Just because we tricked them into doing it doesn't mean it won't work for us."
Parvati stared at him, her eyes narrowing.
"General Malfoy said your mother doesn't like Hermione."
"I suppose,"
said Zabini, still with that superior smirk.
"But some of us are more willing than Draco Malfoy to annoy a parent."
"And Harry Potter said you have a cousin."
"Nope,"
said Zabini. Parvati stared at him, trying to think, but she wasn't really good at plotting. Zabini had said the plan was to secretly keep the scores of Chaos and Dragon as even as possible, so they'd use Sunshine's name to execute their traitors instead of losing even a single point, and that had worked. But she had the feeling she was missing something. She wasn't Slytherin.
"Why don't I shoot you in the name of Dragon?"
said Parvati.
"Because I outrank you,"
said Zabini. Parvati had a bad feeling about this. She stared at him for a long moment. And then,
"Somni,"
she started to say, and then realized she hadn't said for dragon, and frantically cut herself off. Granger, 255. Malfoy, 254. Potter, 254.
"Hey, everyone!"
said Blaze Zabini's face on the screens, looking quite amused.
"I guess it's all down to me."
All by the lakeside, people were holding their breath. Sunshine was ahead of Dragon and Chaos by exactly 1 point. Blaze Zabini could shoot himself in the name of either Dragon or Chaos, or just leave things the way they were. A series of chimes indicated that the last minute of time was running out, and the Slytherin was smiling a strange, twisted smile, and casually toying with his wand, the dark wood barely visible in the dark water.
"You know,"
said Blaze Zabini's voice, in the tones of someone who'd been rehearsing the words for a while,
"it's just a game, really. And games are supposed to be fun. So, how about if I just do whatever I feel like?"
Chapter 34. Coordination Problems, Part 2. Minerva and Dumbledore together had applied their combined talent to conjure the grand stage toward which Quirrell now slowly trudged. It was, at its core, sturdy wood, but the outer surfaces shone with the glitter of marble, inlaid with platinum and studded with gems of every house colour. Neither she nor the headmaster was any founder of Hogwarts, but the conjuration only needed to last a few hours. Minerva ordinarily enjoyed the few occasions when she had the occasion to tire herself out on large transfigurations. She should have enjoyed the many small chances for artistry, and the illusion of opulence, but this time she had done the work with the dreadful feeling of digging her own grave. But Minerva was feeling a little better now. There'd been one brief moment when the explosion might have come, but Dumbledore had already been standing up and applauding warmly, and no one had proven foolish enough to riot in front of the headmaster. And the explosive mood had rapidly faded into a collective statement which might perhaps have been described by the phrase, "Give us a break!" Blaze Zabini had shot himself in the name of sunshine, and the final score had been 254 to 254 to 254. Behind the stage, waiting to ascend, 3 children were glaring at each other in mingled fury and frustration. It didn't help that they were still damp from being fished out of the lake, and that the warming charms didn't seem quite enough to make up for the crisp December air. Or maybe it was just their mood.
"That's it,"
said Granger.
"I've had it. No more traitors."
"I completely agree with you, Miss Granger," Draco said icily. "Enough is enough."
"And what do you two intend to do about it?"
snapped Harry Potter.
"Professor Quirrell already said he wouldn't ban spies."
"We'll ban them for him," said Draco grimly. He hadn't even understood what he meant by the words as he said them, but the very act of speaking seemed to crystallize a plan. The stage really was well done, at least for a temporary structure. The makers hadn't fallen into the usual pitfall of being impressed by their own illusion of wealth, and knew something about architecture and visual style. From where Draco stood, in the obvious place for him to stand, the watching students would see him haloed in the faint glitter of emeralds, and Granger, standing where Draco had subtly motioned her, would be haloed in Ravenclaw's sapphire. As for Harry Potter, Draco wasn't looking at him right now. Professor Quirrell had awakened, or whatever it was he did, and was leaning upon a platinum podium, bare of all gems. With evident showmanship, the defense professor was carefully stacking and squaring those 3 envelopes containing the 3 parchments upon which the 3 generals had written their wishes, as all the students of Hogwarts watched and waited. Finally, Professor Quirrell looked up from the envelopes.
"Well,"
said the defense professor,
"this is inconvenient."
A slight titter of laughter ran through the crowd, with a sharp undertone.
"I suppose you are all wondering what I will do,"
said Professor Quirrell.
"There is nothing for it. I shall have to do what is fair. Although, first there was a little speech I wanted to make, and before even that, it appears to me that Mr. Malfoy and Miss Granger have something they wish to share."
Draco blinked, and then he and Granger traded rapid glances. "May I?" "Yes, go ahead." And Draco raised his voice.
"General Granger and I would both like to say,"
Draco said in his most formal voice, knowing it was being amplified and heard,
"that we will no longer accept the help of any traitors. And if, in any battle, we find that Potter has accepted traitors from either of our armies, we will join forces to crush him."
And Draco shot a glance filled with malice at the boy who lived. "Take that, General Chaos."
"I agree completely with General Malfoy,"
said Granger, standing beside him, her high voice clear and strong.
"Neither of us will use traitors, and if General Potter does, we will wipe him off the battlefield."
There was a susurration of surprise from the watching students.
"Very good," said their defense professor, smiling. "It took the 2 of you long enough, but you are still to be congratulated on having thought of it before any other generals."
It took a moment for this to soak in.
"In the future, Mr. Malfoy, Miss Granger, before you come to my office with any request, consider whether there is a way for you to accomplish it without my help. I will not deduct Quirrell points on this occasion, but next time you may expect to lose the full 50.
Professor Quirrell wore an amused grin.
"And what do you have to say about that, Mr. Potter?"
Harry Potter's gaze went to Granger, then to Draco. His face appeared calm, though Draco was sure controlled would have been the better term. Finally, Harry Potter spoke, his voice level.
"The Chaos Legion is still happy to accept traitors. See you on the battlefield."
Draco knew the shock was showing on his face. There were astonished murmurs from the watching students, and when Draco glanced at the front row, he saw that even Harry's chaotix looked taken aback. Granger's face was angry and getting angrier.
"Mr. Potter!"
she said in a sharp tone like she thought she was a teacher.
"Are you trying to be obnoxious?"
"Most certainly not,"
Harry Potter said calmly.
"I won't make you do it every time. Beat me once, and I'll stay beaten. But threats aren't always enough, General of Sunshine. You didn't ask me to join with you, but tried simply to impose your will. And sometimes you must actually defeat the enemy to impose your will on him. You see, I am sceptical that Hermione Granger, the brightest academic star of Hogwarts, and Draco, son of Lucius, scion of the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy, can work together to beat their common foe, Harry Potter.
An amused smile crossed Harry Potter's face.
Maybe I'll just do what Draco tried with Sabini and write a letter to Lucius Malfoy and see what he thinks about that.
Harry!
Gasped Granger, looking absolutely aghast, and there were gasps from the audience as well. Draco controlled the anger flushing through him. That had been a stupid move on Harry's part, saying that in public. If Harry had simply done it, it might have worked. Draco hadn't even thought about that. But now, if Father did that, it would look like he was playing into Harry's hands.
If you think my father, Lord Malfoy, can be manipulated by you that easily,
Draco said coldly,
you have a surprise coming, Harry Potter.
And Draco realized, as the words finished leaving his mouth, that he'd just backed his own father squarely into a corner, more or less without even meaning to. Father probably wasn't going to like this, not in the tiniest bit, but now it would be impossible for him to say so. Draco would have to apologize for that. It had been an honest accident, but it was strange to think that he'd done it at all.
Then go ahead and defeat the evil General Chaos,
Harry said, still looking amused.
I can't win against both your armies, not if you really work together. But I wonder if perhaps I could break you up before then. You won't, and we'll crush you,
said Draco. And beside him, Hermione Granger firmly nodded.
Well,
said Professor Quirrell after the astounded silence had stretched for a while.
That was not how I expected that particular conversation to go.
The defense professor had a rather intrigued expression on his face.
Truthfully, Mr. Potter, I expected you to concede immediately and with a smile, then announce that you had long since worked out my intended lesson, but had decided not to spoil it for others. Indeed, I planned my speech accordingly, Mr. Potter.
Harry Potter just shrugged.
Sorry about that,
he said, and said nothing more.
Oh, don't worry, said Professor Quirrell. This too will serve.
And Professor Quirrell turned from the three children and straightened at the podium to address the whole watching crowd. His customary air of detached amusement dropped away like a falling mask, and when he spoke again, his voice was amplified louder than it had been.
If not for Harry Potter,
said Professor Quirrell, his voice as crisp and cold as December,
you know who would have won.
The silence was instant and total.
Make no mistake, said Professor Quirrell. The Dark Lord was winning. There were fewer and fewer Aurors who dared face him. The vigilantes who opposed him were being hunted down. One Dark Lord and perhaps 50 Death Eaters were winning against a country of thousands. That is beyond ridiculous. There are no grades low enough for me to mark that incompetence."
There was a frown on the face of Headmaster Dumbledore, and on the faces of the audience, puzzlement, and the utter silence went on.
"Do you understand now how it happened? You saw it today. I allowed traitors and gave the generals no means to restrain them. You saw the result. Clever plots and clever betrayals, until the last soldier left on the battlefield shot himself. You cannot possibly doubt that all three of those armies could have been defeated by any outside foe that was unified within itself."
Professor Quirrell leaned forward at the podium, his voice now filled with a grim intensity. His right hand stretched out, fingers open and spread.
"Division is weakness,"
said the defense professor. His hand closed into a tight fist.
"Unity is strength. The Dark Lord understood that well, whatever his other follies, and he used that understanding to create the one simple invention that made him the most terrible Dark Lord in history. Your parents faced one Dark Lord and 50 Death Eaters who were perfectly unified, knowing that any breach of their loyalty would be punished by death, that any slack or incompetence would be punished by pain. None could escape the Dark Lord's grasp once they took his mark, and the Death Eaters agreed to take that terrible mark because they knew that once they took it, they would be united, facing a divided land. One Dark Lord and 50 Death Eaters would have defeated an entire country by the power of the Dark Mark."
Professor Quirrell's voice was bleak and hard.
"Your parents could have fought back in kind. They did not. There was a man named Yermy Wibble who called upon the nation to institute a draft, though he did not quite have vision enough to propose a mark of Britain. Yermy Wibble knew what would happen to him. He hoped his death would inspire others. So, the Dark Lord took his family for good measure. Their empty skins inspired nothing but fear, and no one dared to speak again. And your parents would have faced the consequences of their despicable cowardice if not for being saved by a 1-year-old boy."
Professor Quirrell's face showed full contempt.
"A dramatist would have called that a deus ex machina, for they did nothing to earn their salvation. He who must not be named may not have deserved to win, but make no doubt of it, your parents deserved to lose."
The voice of the defense professor rang forth like iron.
"And know this, your parents have learned nothing. The nation is still fragmented and weak. How few decades passed between Grindelwald and you-know-who. Do you think you will not see the next threat in your own lifetimes? Will you repeat then the follies of your parents when you have seen the results so clearly laid out before you this day? For I can tell you what your parents will do when the day of darkness comes. I can tell you what lesson they have learned. They have learned to hide like cowards and do nothing while they wait for Harry Potter to save them."
There was a wondering look in the eyes of Headmaster Dumbledore, and other students gazed up at their defense professor with bewilderment and anger and awe. Professor Quirrell's eyes were as cold now as his voice.
"Mark this, and mark it well. He who must not be named wished to rule over this country, to hold it in his cruel grasp forever. But at least he wished to rule over a living country, and not a heap of ash. There have been Dark Lords who were mad, who wished only to make the world a vast funeral pyre. There have been wars in which one whole country marched against another. Your parents nearly lost against 100 who thought to take this country alive. How quickly would they have been crushed by a foe more numerous than they, a foe that cared for nothing but their destruction. This I foretell. When the next threat rises, Lucius Malfoy will claim that you must follow him or perish, that your only hope is to trust in his cruelty and strength. And though Lucius Malfoy himself will believe it, this will be a lie. For when the Dark Lord perished, Lucius Malfoy did not unite the Death Eaters. They were shattered in an instant. They fled like whipped dogs and betrayed each other. Lucius Malfoy is not strong enough to be a true lord, dark or otherwise.
Draco Malfoy's fists were clenched white. There were tears in his eyes, and fury, and unbearable shame.
"No," said Professor Quirrell. "I do not think it will be Lucius Malfoy who saves you. And, lest you think that I speak on my own behalf, time will make clear soon enough that this is not so. I make no recommendation, my students, but I say that if a whole country were to find a leader as strong as the Dark Lord, but honorable and pure, and take his mark, then they could crush any Dark Lord like an insect, and all the rest of our divided magical world could not threaten them. And if some still greater enemy rose against us in a war of extermination, then only a united magical world could survive."
There were gasps, mostly from Muggleborns. The students in green-trimmed robes looked merely puzzled. Now it was Harry Potter whose fists were clenched tight and trembling, and Hermione Granger beside him was angry and dismayed. The headmaster rose from his seat, his face now stern, saying no word as yet, but the command was clear.
"I do not say what threat will come," said Professor Quirrell. "But you will not live all your lives in peace. Not if the past history of the world is any guide at all to its future. And if you do in the future as you have seen 3 armies do this day, if you cannot throw aside your petty bickering and take the mark of a single leader, then indeed you might wish that the Dark Lord had lived to rule over you, and regret the day that ever Harry Potter was born." "Enough!" bellowed Albus Dumbledore.
There was silence. Professor Quirrell slowly turned his head to gaze at where Albus Dumbledore stood in the fury of his wizardry. Their eyes met, and a soundless stress pressed down like a weight upon all the students as they listened, not daring to move.
"You, too, failed this country," said Professor Quirrell. "And you know the peril as well as I. Such speeches are not for the ears of students," said Albus Dumbledore in a dangerously rising voice, "nor for the mouths of professors."
Dryly, then, Professor Quirrell spoke.
"There were many speeches made for the ears of adults as the Dark Lord rose, and the adults clapped and cheered, and went home having enjoyed their day's entertainment. But I will obey you, Headmaster, and make no further speeches if you do not like them. My lesson is simple. I will go on doing nothing about traitors, and we will see what students can do for themselves about that, when they do not wait for professors to save them."
And then Professor Quirrell turned back to his students, and his mouth quirked up in a wry grin that seemed to dissipate the dreadful pressure, like a god blowing to scatter the clouds.
"But do please be kind to the traitors up until now," said Professor Quirrell. "They were just having fun."
There was laughter, though it was nervous at first, and then it seemed to build as Professor Quirrell stood there smiling wryly, and some of the tension released itself. Draco's mind was still whirling through 1,000 questions and a daze of horror, as Professor Quirrell prepared to open the envelopes in which the 3 had inscribed their wishes. It had never before occurred to Draco that moon-travelling muggles were a greater threat than the slow decline of wizardry, or that Father had proven himself too weak to stop them. And, even stranger, the obvious implication. Professor Quirrell believed that Harry could. The defense professor claimed to have made no recommendation, but he'd mentioned Harry Potter over and over in his speech. Others would already be thinking the same thing as Draco. It was ridiculous. The boy who had covered a stuffed chair in glitter and called it a throne. The boy who faced down Snape and won, whispered a traitorous voice. That boy could grow into a lord strong enough to rule, strong enough to save us all. Harry had been raised by muggles. He was practically a mudblood himself. He wouldn't fight against his adopted family.
He knows their arts, their secrets, and their methods. He can take all of the Muggles' science and use it against them, alongside our own power as wizards.
But what if he refuses? What if he's too weak?
Then,
said that inner voice,
it will have to be you, won't it, Draco Malfoy?
And then there was a renewed hush from the crowd as Professor Quirrell opened the first envelope.
Mr. Malfoy, said Professor Quirrell, your wish is for Slytherin to win the House Cup.
There was a puzzled pause from the watching audience.
Yes, Professor,
said Draco in a clear voice, knowing that it was once again being amplified.
If you can't do that, then something else for Slytherin.
I will not award house points unfairly, said Professor Quirrell.
He tapped a cheek, looking thoughtful.
Which makes your wish difficult enough to be interesting. Would you like to say anything about why, Mr. Malfoy?
Draco turned from the defense professor, gazed out at the crowd from against that backdrop of platinum and emeralds. Not all of Slytherin had cheered for Dragon Army. There were anti-Malfoy factions who had expressed that dissatisfaction by supporting the boy who lived, or even Granger. And those factions would be encouraged greatly by what Zabini had done. He needed to remind them that Slytherin meant Malfoy, and Malfoy meant Slytherin.
No,
said Draco.
They're Slytherins. They'll understand.
There was some laughter from the audience, especially in Slytherin, even from some students who would have called themselves anti-Malfoy a moment earlier. Flattery was a lovely thing. Draco turned back to look at Professor Quirrell again, and was surprised to see an embarrassed look on Granger's face.
And for Miss Granger, said Professor Quirrell.
There was the sound of a tearing envelope.
Your wish is for Ravenclaw to win the House Cup.
There was considerable laughter from the audience, including a chuckle from Draco. He hadn't thought Granger played that game.
Well,
said Granger, sounding like she was suddenly stumbling over a memorized speech.
I meant to say that...
She took a deep breath.
There were soldiers from every house in my army, and I don't mean to slight any of them, but houses should still count for something, too. It was sad when students in the same house were hexing each other just because they were in different armies. People should be able to rely on whoever's in their house. That's why Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin and Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff created the 4 houses of Hogwarts in the first place. I am the General of Sunshine, but even before that, I am Hermione Granger of Ravenclaw, and I'm proud to be part of a house that's 800 years old.
Well said, Miss Granger,
said Dumbledore's booming voice. Harry Potter was frowning, and something tickled at the edge of Draco's recognition.
An interesting sentiment, Miss Granger, said Professor Quirrell. But there are times when it is good for a Slytherin to have friends in Ravenclaw, or for a Gryffindor to have friends in Hufflepuff. Surely, it would be best if you could rely both on your friends in your house and also your friends in your army."
Granger's eyes flicked briefly towards the watching students and teachers, and she said nothing. Professor Quirrell nodded as though to himself, and then turned back to the podium and took up and tore open the last envelope. Beside Draco, Harry Potter visibly tensed up as the defense professor drew forth the parchment.
"And Mr. Potter wishes for—"
There was a pause as Professor Quirrell looked at the parchment. Then, without any change of expression on Professor Quirrell's face, the sheet of parchment burst into flames and burned with a brief, intense fire that left only drifting black dust sprinkling down from his hand.
"Please confine yourself to the possible, Mr. Potter,"
said Professor Quirrell, sounding very dry indeed. There was a long pause. Harry, standing beside Draco, looked rather shaken.
"What in Merlin's name did he ask for?"
"I do hope," said Professor Quirrell, "that you prepared another wish, if I could not grant that one."
Harry drew a deep breath.
"I didn't," he said, "but I already thought of another one."
Harry Potter turned to look out at the audience, and his voice firmed as he spoke.
"People fear traitors because of the damage the traitor does directly. The soldiers they shoot, or the secrets they tell. But that's only part of the danger. What people do because they're afraid of traitors also costs them. I used that strategy today against Sunshine and Dragon. I didn't tell my traitors to cause as much direct damage as possible. I told them to act in the way that would create the most distrust and confusion, and make the generals do the most costly things to try and stop them from doing it again. When there are just a few traitors, and a whole country opposing them, it stands to reason that what a few traitors do might be less damaging than what a whole country does to stop them. That the cure might be worse than the disease."
"Mr. Potter,"
said the defense professor, his voice suddenly cutting,
"the lesson of history is that you are simply wrong. Your parents' generation did too little to unify themselves, not too much. This whole country almost fell, Mr. Potter, though you were not there to see it. I suggest that you ask your dorm mates in Ravenclaw how many of them have lost family to the Dark Lord. Or, if you are wiser, do not ask. Do you have a wish to make, Mr. Potter?" "If you don't mind," said the mild voice of Albus Dumbledore, "I should like to hear what the boy who lived has to say. He has more experience than either of us at stopping wars."
A few people laughed, but not many. Harry Potter's gaze moved to Dumbledore, and he looked considering for a moment.
"I'm not saying you're wrong, Professor Quirrell. In the last war, people didn't act together, and a whole country almost fell to a few dozen attackers. And yes, that was pathetic. And if we make the same mistake next time, yes, that'll be even more pathetic. But you never fight the same war twice, and the problem is, the enemy is also allowed to be smart. If you're divided, you're vulnerable in one way, but when you try to unite, then you face other risks and other costs, and the enemy will try to take advantage of those too. You can't stop thinking at just one level of the game.
Simplicity also has a great deal to commend it, Mr. Potter, said the dry voice of the defense professor. I do hope that you have learned something this day about the dangers of strategies more complicated than uniting your people and attacking your enemy. And if all this does not tie into your wish somehow, I shall be quite annoyed.
Yes,
said Harry Potter.
It was pretty difficult coming up with a wish to symbolize the costs of unity. But the problem of acting together isn't just for wars. It's something we have to solve all our lives, every day. If everyone is coordinating using the same rules, and the rules are stupid, then if one person decides to do things differently, they're breaking the rules. But if everyone decides to do things differently, they can. It's exactly the same problem for everyone needing to act together. But for the first person who speaks out, it seems like they're going against the crowd. And if you thought that the only important thing was that people should always be unified, then you could never change the game, no matter how stupid the rules. So, my own wish, to symbolize what happens when people unite in the wrong direction, is that in Hogwarts, we should play Quidditch without the snitch.
What? Screamed 100 voices in the crowd as Draco's jaw dropped.
The snitch ruins the whole game,
said Harry Potter.
Everything the other players do ends up being irrelevant. It would make overwhelmingly more sense to just buy a clock. It's one of those incredibly stupid things you don't notice just because you grew up with it, that people only do because everyone else is doing it.
But by that point, Harry Potter's voice could no longer be heard because the riot had started. The riot ended around 15 seconds later, after a gigantic spout of fire blasted out of the highest tower of Hogwarts to the sound of 100 thunders. Draco hadn't known Dumbledore could do that. The students sat down again, very carefully and quietly. Professor Quirrell was laughing without pause.
Ha ha ha! Oh, so be it, Mr. Potter. Your will be done.
The defense professor paused deliberately.
Of course, I only promised one cunning plot, and that is all that the three of you will get.
Draco had been half expecting the words earlier, but now they still came as a shock. Draco exchanged rapid glances with Granger. They would have been the obvious allies, but their wishes were directly opposed.
You mean,
said Harry,
we have to all agree on a wish?
Oh, that would be far too much to ask, said Professor Quirrell. The three of you have no common enemy, do you?
And for one brief moment, so fast that Draco thought he might have imagined it, the defense professor's eyes flicked in the direction of Dumbledore.
No, said Professor Quirrell. I mean that I shall grant 3 wishes using a single plot.
There was a confused silence.
You can't do that,
Harry said flatly from beside Draco.
Not even I can do that. 2 of those wishes are mutually incompatible. It's logically impossible.
And then Harry cut himself off.
You're a few years too young to tell me what I can't do, Mr. Potter,
said Professor Quirrell with a brief, dry smile. Then the defense professor turned back to the watching students.
Truthfully, I have no confidence in your ability to learn this day's lesson. Go home and enjoy your time with your families, or what's left of them while they still live. My own family is long since dead at the Dark Lord's hand. I shall see you all when classes resume.
In the speechless silence that resulted, Professor Quirrell already turning to walk off the stage, Draco heard the defense professor's voice say quietly, and no longer amplified,
"But you, Mr. Potter, I would speak to now."
Chapter 35. Coordination Problems, Part 3. They had gone to the defense professor's office, and Professor Quirrell had sealed the door before he leaned back in his chair and spoke. The defense professor's voice was very calm, and that unnerved Harry a good deal more than if Professor Quirrell had been shouting.
"I am trying," said Professor Quirrell quietly, "to make allowances for the fact that you are young, that I myself, at the same age, was a quite extraordinary fool. You speak with adult style and meddle in adult games, and sometimes I forget that you are only a meddler. I hope, Mr. Potter, that your childish meddling has not just killed you, ruined your country, and lost the next war."
It was very hard for Harry to control his breathing.
Professor Quirrell, I said a good deal less than I wished to say, but I had to say something. Your proposals are extremely alarming to anyone who has the slightest familiarity with Muggle history over the last century. The Italian fascists, some very nasty people, got their name from the fasces, a bundle of rods bound together to symbolize the idea that unity is strength.
"So, the nasty Italian fascists believe that unity is stronger than division,"
said Professor Quirrell. Sharpness was beginning to creep into his voice.
"Perhaps they also believed that the sky is blue, and advocated a policy of not dropping rocks on your head."
Reverse stupidity is not intelligence. The world's stupidest person may say the sun is shining, but that doesn't make it darker. Fine, you're right. That was an ad hominem argument. It's not wrong because the fascists said it. But, Professor Quirrell, you can't have everyone in the country take the mark of one dictator. It's a single point of failure. Look, I'll put it this way. Suppose the enemy just imperiuses whoever controls the mark.
"Powerful wizards are not so easy to imperius," said Professor Quirrell dryly. "And if you cannot find a worthy leader, you are in any case doomed. But worthy leaders do exist. The question is whether the people shall follow them."
Harry raked his hands through his hair in frustration. He wanted to call a time-out and make Professor Quirrell read The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, and then start the conversation over again.
I don't suppose that if I suggested democracy was a better form of government than dictatorship.
"I see," said Professor Quirrell.
His eyes closed briefly, then opened.
"Mr. Potter, The stupidity of Quidditch is transparent to you because you did not grow up revering the game. If you had never heard of elections, Mr. Potter, and you simply saw what is there, what you saw would not please you. Look to our elected Minister of Magic. Is he the wisest, the strongest, the greatest of our nation? No. He is a buffoon who is owed in fee simple by Lucius Malfoy. Wizards went to the polls and chose between Cornelius Fudge and Tanica Leach, who had competed with each other in a grand and entertaining contest after the Daily Prophet, which Lucius Malfoy also controls, decided that they were the only serious candidates. That Cornelius Fudge was genuinely selected as the best leader our country could offer is not a suggestion anyone could make with a straight face. It is no different in the Muggle world from what I have heard and seen. The last Muggle newspaper I read mentioned that the previous President of the United States had been a retired movie actor. If you had not grown up with elections, Mr. Potter, they would be as transparently silly to you as Quidditch.
Harry sat there with his mouth open, struggling for words.
The point of elections isn't to produce the one best leader. It's to keep politicians scared enough of the voters that they don't go completely evil like dictators do.
The last war, Mr. Potter, was fought between the Dark Lord and Dumbledore. And while Dumbledore was a flawed leader who was losing the war, it is ridiculous to suggest that any of the Ministers of Magic elected during that period could have taken Dumbledore's place. Strength flows from powerful wizards and their followers, not from elections and the fools they elect. That is the lesson of magical Britain's recent history, and I doubt that the next war will teach you a lesson any different. If you survive it, Mr. Potter, which you will not do unless you abandon the enthusiastic illusions of childhood.
If you think there are no dangers in the course of action you advocate,
said Harry, and despite everything his voice was growing sharp,
then that too is childish enthusiasm.
Harry stared grimly into Professor Quirrell's eyes, who stared back without blinking.
Such dangers, said Professor Quirrell coldly, are to be discussed in offices like this one, not in speeches. The fools who elected Cornelius Fudge are not interested in complications and caution. Present them with anything more nuanced than a rousing cheer, and you will face your war alone. That, Mr. Potter, was your childish error, which Draco Malfoy would not have made even when he was 8 years old. It should have been obvious, even to you, that you should have stayed silent and consulted with me first, not spoken your worries before the crowd.
I am no friend of Albus Dumbledore,
said Harry, a cold in his voice to match Professor Quirrell's.
But he is no child, and he did not seem to think my concerns were childish, nor that I should have waited to speak them.
Oh, said Professor Quirrell. So, you take your cues from the headmaster now, do you?
And stood up from behind his desk. When Blaise turned the corner on the way to the office, he saw that Professor Quirrell was already leaning against the wall.
Blaise Zabini,
said the defense professor, straightening. His eyes were set like dark stones within his face, and his voice sent a shiver of fear down Blaze's spine.
You can't do anything against me. I just have to remember that.
I believe, said Professor Quirrell in a clear, cold voice, that I have already guessed the name of your employer, but I would hear it from your own lips, and tell me also the price that bought you. Blaze knew he was sweating under his robes, and that the moisture would be already visible on his forehead.
I got a chance to show I was better than all 3 generals, and I took it. A lot of people hate me now, but there are also plenty of Slytherins who love me for it. What makes you think I'm... You did not devise the plan of today's battle, Mr. Zabini. Tell me who did.
Blaze swallowed hard.
Well, I mean, in that case, then you already know who did, right? The only one who's that crazy is Dumbledore, and he'll protect me if you try to do anything.
Indeed. Tell me the price.
The defense professor's eyes were still hard.
It's my cousin, Kimberly,
Blaze said, swallowing again and trying to control his voice.
She's real, and she's really being bullied. Potter checked that. He wasn't dumb. Only Dumbledore said that he had nudged the bullies into doing it, just for the plan, and if I worked for him, she'd be fine afterward. But if I did go with Potter, there was more trouble Kimberly could get into.
Professor Quirrell was silent for a long moment.
I see,
Professor Quirrell said, his voice now much milder.
Mr. Zabini, should such an event occur again, you may contact me directly. I have my own ways of protecting my friends. Now, a final question. Even with all the power you took into your hands, forcing a tie would have been difficult. Did Dumbledore instruct you as to who should win otherwise?
Sunshine,
said Blaze. Professor Quirrell nodded.
As I thought.
The defense professor sighed.
In your future career, Mr. Zabini, I do not suggest trying any plots that complicated. They have a tendency to fail.
I said that to the headmaster, actually,
Blaze said.
And he said that was why it was important to have more than one plot going at a time.
Professor Quirrell passed a weary hand across his forehead.
It's a wonder the Dark Lord didn't go mad from fighting him. You may go on to your meeting with the headmaster, Mr. Zabini. I will say nothing of this, but if the headmaster should somehow discover that we have spoken, remember my standing offer to give you what protection I can. You are dismissed.
Blaze didn't wait for any other word, just turned and fled. Professor Quirrell waited for a time, and then said,
Go ahead, Mr. Potter.
Harry tore the cloak of invisibility off his head and stuffed it into his pouch. He was trembling with so much rage he could hardly speak.
He... what? He did what?
You should have deduced it yourself, Mr. Potter, Professor Quirrell said mildly. You must learn to blur your vision until you can see the forest obscured by the trees. Anyone who heard the stories about you, and who did not know that you were the mysterious boy who lived, could easily deduce your ownership of an invisibility cloak. Step back from these events, blur away their details, and what do we observe? There was a great rivalry between students, and their competition ended in a perfect tie. That sort of thing only happens in stories, Mr. Potter, and there is one person in this school who thinks in stories. There was a strange and complicated plot which you should have realized was uncharacteristic of the young Slytherin you faced. But there is a person in this school who deals in plots that elaborate, and his name is not Zabini. And I did warn you that there was a quadruple agent. You knew that Zabini was at least a triple agent, and you should have guessed a high chance that it was he. No, I will not declare the battle invalid. All three of you failed the test and lost to your common enemy.
Harry didn't care about tests at this point.
Dumbledore blackmailed Zabini by threatening his cousin, just to make our battle end in a tie? Why?
Professor Quirrell gave a mirthless laugh.
Perhaps the headmaster thought the rivalry was good for his pet hero, and wished to see it continue. For the greater good, you understand. Or perhaps he was simply mad. You see, Mr. Potter, everyone knows that Dumbledore's madness is a mask, that he is sane, pretending to be insane. They pride themselves on that clever insight, and knowing the secret explanation, they stop looking. It does not occur to them that it is also possible to have a mask behind the mask, to be insane, pretending to be sane, pretending to be insane. And I am afraid, Mr. Potter, that I have urgent business elsewhere and must depart. But I should strongly advise you not to take your cues from Albus Dumbledore when fighting a war. Until later, Mr. Potter.
And the defense professor inclined his head with some irony, and then strode off in the same direction Zabini had fled, while Harry was still standing in open-mouthed shock. Aftermath. Harry Potter. Harry trudged slowly toward the Ravenclaw dorm, eyes unseeing of walls, paintings, or other students. He went upstairs and down ramps without slowing, speeding, or noticing where he trod. It had taken him more than a minute after Professor Quirrell's departure to realize that his only source of information about Dumbledore being involved was A. Blaise Zabini, who he would have to be an absolute gaping idiot to trust again, and B. Professor Quirrell, who could have easily faked a plot in Dumbledore's style, and who might also think that a little student rivalry was a fine thing, and who had, if you stepped back and blurred out the details, just proposed turning the country into a magical dictatorship. And it was also possible that Dumbledore was the one behind Zabini, and that Professor Quirrell had been sincerely trying to fight the Dark Mark in kind and prevent the repetition of a performance he saw as pathetic. Trying to make sure that Harry didn't end up fighting the Dark Lord alone, while everyone else hid, frightened, trying to stay out of the line of fire, waiting for Harry to save them. But the truth was, well, Harry was sort of okay with that. It was, he knew, the kind of thing that was supposed to make heroes resentful and bitter. To heck with that. Harry was very much in favour of everyone else staying out of danger, while the boy who lived took down the Dark Lord by himself, plus or minus a small number of companions. If the next conflict with the Dark Lord got to the point of a second wizarding war that killed lots of people and embroiled a whole country, that would mean Harry had already failed. And if afterward a war broke out between wizards and muggles, it didn't matter who won. Harry would have failed by letting it get that far. Besides, who said the societies couldn't peacefully integrate when the secrecy inevitably broke down? Though Harry could hear Professor Quirrell's dry voice in his mind, asking him if he was a fool and saying all the obvious things. And if mages and muggles couldn't live in peace, then Harry would combine magic and science and figure out how to evacuate all the wizards to Mars or somewhere instead of letting a war break out. Because if it did come down to a war of extermination, that was the thing Professor Quirrell hadn't realized. The one most important question he'd forgotten to ask his young general. The real reason why Harry had no intention of being argued into endorsing a light mark, no matter how much it would help him in his fight against the Dark Lord. 1 Dark Lord and 50 marked followers had been a peril to all of magical Britain. If all Britain took the mark of a strong leader, they would be a peril to the whole magical world. And if the whole wizarding world took a single mark, they would be a danger to the rest of humanity. No one knew quite how many wizards there were in the world. He'd done a few estimates with Hermione and come up with numbers in the rough range of 1 million. But there were 6 billion muggles. If it came down to a final war... Professor Quirrell had forgotten to ask Harry which side he would protect. A scientific civilization reaching outward, looking upward, knowing that its destiny was to grasp the stars. And a magical civilization, slowly fading as knowledge was lost, still governed by a nobility that saw muggles as not quite human. It was a terribly sad feeling, but not one that held any hint of a doubt. Aftermath, Blaise Zabini. Blaise strolled through the hallways with careful, self-imposed slowness, his heart beating wildly as he tried to calm down. Said a dry, whispering voice from a shadowy alcove as he passed. Blaise jumped, but he didn't scream. Slowly, he turned. In that small, shadowy corner was a black cloak so wide and billowing that it was impossible to determine whether the figure beneath was male or female. And, atop the cloak, a broad-brimmed black hat, and a black mist seemed to gather beneath it and obscure the face of whoever, or whatever, might lie beneath. "Report," whispered Mr. Hat and Cloak.
"I said just what you told me to,"
said Blaise. His voice was a little calmer now that he wasn't lying to anyone.
"And Professor Quirrell reacted just the way you expected."
The broad black hat tilted and straightened, as though the head below had nodded. "Excellent," said the unidentifiable whisper. "The reward I promised you is already on its way to your mother by owl." Blaise hesitated, but his curiosity was eating him alive.
"Can I ask now why you want to cause trouble between Professor Quirrell and Dumbledore?"
The headmaster hadn't had anything to do with the Gryffindor bullies that Blaise knew about, and, besides helping Kimberly, the headmaster had also offered to make Professor Binns give him excellent marks in History of Magic, even if he turned in blank parchments for his homework, though he'd still have to attend class and pretend to hand them in. Actually, Blaise would have betrayed all 3 generals for free, and never mind his cousin either. But he'd seen no need to say that. The broad black hat cocked to one side, as if to convey a quizzical stare.
"Tell me, friend Blaise, did it occur to you that traitors who betray so many times often meet with ill ends?"
"Nope,"
said Blaise, looking straight into the black mist under the hat.
"Everyone knows that nothing really bad ever happens to students in Hogwarts."
Mr. Hat and Cloak gave a whispery chuckle.
"Indeed," said the Whisper. "With the murder of one student 5 decades ago being the exception that proves the rule, since Salazar Slytherin would have keyed his monster into the ancient wards at a higher level than the headmaster himself."
Blaise stared at the black mist, now beginning to feel a little uneasy. But it ought to take a Hogwarts professor to do anything significant to him without setting off alarms. Quirrell and Snape were the only professors who'd do something like this, and Quirrell wouldn't care about fooling himself, and Snape wouldn't hurt one of his own Slytherins. Would he?
"No, friend Blaise," whispered the black mist. "I only wish to advise you never to try anything like this in your adult life. So many betrayals would certainly lead to at least one vengeance."
"My mother never got any vengeances," said Blaise proudly, "even though she married 7 husbands, and every single one of them died mysteriously and left her lots of money."
"Really?" said the Whisper. "However did she persuade the 7th to marry her after he heard what happened to the first 6?
"I asked Mum, Dad," said Blaise, "and she said I couldn't know until I was old enough. And I asked her how old was old enough, and she said older than her."
Again the whispery chuckle.
"Well then, friend Blaise, my congratulations on having followed in your mother's footsteps. Go, and if you say nothing of this, we will not meet again."
Blaise backed uneasily away, feeling an odd reluctance to turn his back. The hat tilted.
"Oh, come now, little Slytherin. If you were truly the equal of Harry Potter or Draco Malfoy, you would have already realized that my hinted threats were just to ensure your silence before Albus. Had I intended to harm, I would not have hinted. Had I said nothing, then you should have worried."
Blaise straightened, feeling a little insulted, and nodded to Mr. Hat and Cloak, then turned decisively and strode off toward his meeting with the headmaster. He had been hoping to the very end that someone else would show up and give him a chance to sell out Mr. Hat and Cloak. But then, Mum hadn't betrayed 7 different husbands at the same time. When you looked at it that way, he was still doing better than her. And Blaise Zabini went on walking toward the headmaster's office, smiling, content to be a quintuple agent. For a moment, the boy stumbled, but then straightened, shaking off the odd feeling of disorientation. And Blaise Zabini went on walking toward the headmaster's office, smiling, content to be a quadruple agent. Aftermath. Hermione Granger. The messenger didn't approach her until she was alone. Hermione was just leaving the girls' bathroom where she sometimes hid to think, and a bright, shining cat leaped out of nowhere and said,
"Miss Granger?"
She let out a little shriek before she realized the cat had spoken in Professor McGonagall's voice. Even so, she hadn't been frightened, only startled. The cat was bright and brilliant and beautiful, glowing with a white-silver radiance like moon-coloured sunlight, and she couldn't imagine being scared.
"What are you?"
said Hermione.
"This is a message from Professor McGonagall,"
said the cat, still in the professor's voice.
"Can you come to my office and not speak of this to anyone?"
"I'll be there right away,"
said Hermione, still surprised, and the cat leaped and vanished. Only it didn't vanish. It travelled away somehow. Or that was what her mind said, even though her eyes just saw it disappear. By the time Hermione had got to the office of her favourite professor, her mind was all a-whirl with speculations. Was there something wrong with her transfiguration scores? But then why would Professor McGonagall say not to tell anyone? It was probably about Harry practising his partial transfiguration. Professor McGonagall's face looked worried, not stern, as Hermione seated herself in front of the desk, trying to keep her eyes from going to the nest of cubbyholes containing Professor McGonagall's homework. She'd always wondered what sort of work grown-ups had to do to keep the school running and whether they could use any help from her.
"Miss Granger,"
said Professor McGonagall,
"let me start by saying that I already knew about the headmaster asking you to make that wish."
"He told you?"
blurted Hermione in startlement. The headmaster had said no one else was supposed to know. Professor McGonagall paused, looked at Hermione, and gave a sad little chuckle.
"It's good to see Mr. Potter hasn't corrupted you too much. Miss Granger, you aren't supposed to admit anything just because I say I know. As it happens, the headmaster did not tell me. I simply know him too well."
Hermione was blushing furiously now.
"It's fine, Miss Granger,"
said Professor McGonagall hastily.
"You're a Ravenclaw in your first year. Nobody expects you to be a Slytherin."
That really stung.
"Fine,"
said Hermione with some acerbity.
"I'll go ask Harry Potter for Slytherin lessons then."
"That wasn't what I wanted to,"
said Professor McGonagall, and her voice trailed off.
"Miss Granger, I'm worried about this because young Ravenclaw girls shouldn't have to be Slytherins. If the headmaster asks you to get involved in something you're not comfortable with, Miss Granger, it really is all right to say no. And if you're feeling pressured, please tell the headmaster that you would like me to be there. Or that you would like to ask me first.
Hermione's eyes were very wide.
Does the headmaster do things that are wrong?
Professor McGonagall looked a little sad at that.
Not on purpose, Miss Granger. But I think, well, it probably is true that sometimes the headmaster has trouble remembering what it's like to be a child. Even when he was a child, I'm sure he must have been brilliant and strong of mind and heart, with courage enough for 3 Gryffindors. Sometimes the headmaster asks too much of his young students, Miss Granger, or isn't careful enough not to hurt them. He is a good man, but sometimes his plotting can go too far.
But it's good for students to be strong and have courage,
said Hermione.
That's why you suggested Gryffindor for me, wasn't it?
Professor McGonagall smiled wryly.
Perhaps I was only being selfish, wanting you for my own house. Did the Sorting Hat offer you... No, I should not have asked.
It told me I might go anywhere but Slytherin,
said Hermione. She'd almost asked why she wasn't good enough for Slytherin before she'd managed to stop herself.
So, I have courage, Professor.
Professor McGonagall leaned forward over her desk. The worry was showing plainer on her face now.
Miss Granger, it's not about courage. It's about what's healthy for young girls. The headmaster is drawing you into his plots. Harry Potter is giving you his secrets to keep. And now you're making alliances with Draco Malfoy. And I promised your mother that you'd be safe at Hogwarts.
Hermione just didn't know what to say to that. But the thought was occurring to her that Professor McGonagall might not have been warning her if she'd been a boy in Gryffindor instead of a girl in Ravenclaw. And that was, well...
I'll try to be good,
she said.
And I won't let anyone tell me otherwise.
Professor McGonagall pressed her hands over her eyes. When she took them away, her lined face looked very old.
Yes,
she said in a whisper.
You would have done well in my house. Stay safe, Miss Granger, and be careful. And if you're ever worried or uncomfortable about anything, please come to me at once. I won't keep you any longer.
Aftermath, Draco Malfoy. Neither of them really wanted to do anything complicated that Saturday, not after fighting a battle earlier. So, Draco was just sitting in an unused classroom and trying to read a book called Thinking Physics. It was one of the most fascinating things that Draco had ever read in his life, at least the parts he could understand, at least when the accursed idiot who refused to let his books out of his sight could manage to shut up and let Draco concentrate.
Hermione Granger is a mudblood,
sang Harry Potter from where he sat at a nearby desk, reading a far more advanced book of his own.
I know what you're trying to do,
said Draco calmly, without looking up from the pages.
It's not going to work. We're still ganging up and crushing you. A Malfoy is working with a mudblood. What will all your father's friends think? They'll think Malfoys aren't as easily manipulated as you seem to believe, Potter.
The defense professor was crazier than Dumbledore. No future savior of the world could ever be this childish and undignified at any age.
Hey, Draco, you know what's really going to suck? You know that Hermione Granger has 2 copies of the magical allele, just like you and just like me. But all your classmates in Slytherin don't know that, and you're not allowed to explain.
Draco's fingers were whitening where they gripped the book. Being beaten and spat upon couldn't possibly require this much self-control. And if he didn't get back at Harry soon, he was going to do something incriminating.
So, what did you wish the first time?
Said Draco. Harry didn't say anything, so Draco looked up from his book and felt a twinge of malicious satisfaction at the sad look on Harry's face.
Harry said. A lot of people asked me that, but I don't think Professor Quirrell would have wanted me to talk about it.
Draco put a serious look on his own face.
You can talk about it with me. It's probably not important compared to the other secrets you've told me. And what else are friends for?
That's right. I'm your friend. Feel guilty.
It wasn't really all that interesting, Harry said with obvious artificial lightness. I wish Professor Quirrell would teach battle magic again next year.
Harry sighed and looked back down at his book, and said, after another few seconds,
Your father's probably going to be pretty upset with you this Christmas, but if you promise him that you'll betray the Mudblood Girl and wipe out her army, everything will go back to being all right, and you'll still get your Christmas presents.
Maybe, if he and Granger asked Professor Quirrell extra politely, and used some of their Quirrell points, the 2 of them would be allowed to do something more interesting to General Chaos than putting him to sleep. Hello, everybody. I wanted to apologize that the schedule has kind of fallen apart recently. We're supposed to release something new every Tuesday, I know, but I've had a lot of deadlines with Mother of Learning Arc 2, Mother of Learning Arc 3, and several other projects that all arrived in one go. Mother of Learning Arc 2 is about to come out, Vankir the Dragon Book 3 is also about to go live, so now that we've got some of this work done, we should get back onto schedule very soon. I tried to record the live show a week early, and then it gives my editor a week to edit it, and then it comes to you guys. So, if you want to, keep up and be a whole chapter ahead of everyone else, as I always say, come join the Discord and give your input into the story, the character voices, the emotions that are supposed to be portrayed. Let me know if I make any mistakes, very helpful in the live runs. Thank you so much for listening so far, and see you next week. Chapter 36. Status Differentials. Wrenching disorientation. That was how it felt to walk out of platform 9 3/4 into the rest of the world that Harry had once thought was the only real world. People dressed in casual shirts and pants, instead of the more dignified robes of wizards and witches. Scattered bits of trash here and there around the benches. A forgotten smell. The fumes of burned gasoline, raw and sharp in the air. The ambience of the King's Cross train station, less bright and cheerful than Hogwarts or Diagon Alley. The people seemed smaller, more afraid, and likely would have eagerly traded their problems for a dark wizard to fight. Harry wanted to cast Scourgify for the dirt and Everto for the garbage, and, if he'd known the spell, a bubblehead charm so he wouldn't have to breathe the air. But he couldn't use his wand in this place. This, Harry realized, must be what it felt like to go from a first-world country to a third-world country. Only it was the 0th world which Harry had left, the wizarding world, of cleansing charms and house elves, where, between the healer's arts and your own magic, you could hit 170 before old age really started catching up with you. And non-magical London, Muggle Earth, to which Harry had temporarily returned. This was where Mum and Dad would live out the rest of their lives, unless technology leapfrogged over wizardry's quality of life or something deeper in the world changed. Without even thinking about it, Harry's head turned and his eyes darted behind him to see the wooden trunk that was scurrying after him. Unnoticed by any muggles, the clawed tentacles offering quick confirmation that, yes, he hadn't just imagined it all. And then there was the other reason for the tight feeling in his chest. His parents didn't know. They didn't know anything. They didn't know.
"Harry?"
called a thin blonde woman whose perfectly smoothed and unblemished skin made her look a good deal younger than 33, and Harry realized with a start that it was magic. He hadn't known the signs before, but he could see them now. And whatever sort of potion lasted that long, it must have been terribly dangerous, because most witches didn't do that to themselves. They weren't that desperate. There was water gathering in Harry's eyes.
"Harry!"
yelled an older-looking man with a paunch gathering about his stomach, dressed with ostentatious academic carelessness in a black vest thrown over a dark grey-green t-shirt. Someone who would always be a professor anywhere he went, who would certainly have been one of the most brilliant wizards of his generation, if he'd been born with 2 copies of that gene, instead of 0. Harry raised his hand and waved to them. He couldn't speak. He couldn't speak at all. They came over to him, not running, but a steady, dignified walk. That was how fast Professor Michael Verris Evans walked, and Miss Petunia Evans Verris wasn't about to walk any faster. The smile on his father's face wasn't very wide, but then his father never was given to huge smiles. It was, at least, as wide as Harry had ever seen it. Wider than when a new grant came in, or when one of his students got a position, and you couldn't ask for a wider smile than that. Mum was blinking hard, and she was trying to smile, but not doing a very good job.
"So,"
said his father as he came striding up,
"made any revolutionary discoveries yet?"
Of course, Dad thought he was joking. It hadn't hurt quite so much when his parents didn't believe him, back when no one else had believed in him either, back when Harry hadn't known how it felt to be taken seriously by people like Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Quirrell. And that was when Harry realized that the boy who lived only existed in magical Britain, that there wasn't any such person in Muggle London, just a cute little 11-year-old boy going home for Christmas.
"Excuse me,"
Harry said, his voice trembling.
"I'm going to break down and cry now. It doesn't mean there was anything wrong at school."
Harry started to move forward, and then stopped, torn between hugging his father and hugging his mother. He didn't want either one to feel slighted, or that Harry loved them more than the other.
"You,"
said his father,
"are a very silly boy, Mr. Verris."
And he gently took Harry by the shoulders and pushed him into the arms of his mother, who was kneeling down, tears already streaking her cheek.
"Hello, Mum,"
Harry said with his voice wavering.
"I'm back."
And he hugged her, amid the noisy mechanical sounds and the smell of burning gasoline. And Harry started crying, because he knew that nothing could go back, least of all him. The sky was completely dark, and stars were coming out by the time they negotiated the Christmas traffic to the university town that was Oxford, and parked in the driveway of the small, dingy-looking house that their family used to keep the rain off their books. As they walked up the brief stretch of pavement leading to the front door, they passed a series of flower pots holding small, dim electric lights. Dim since they had to recharge themselves off solar power during the day, and the lights lit up just as they passed. The hard part had been finding motion sensors that were waterproof and triggered at just the right distance. In Hogwarts, there were real torches like that. And then the front door opened, and Harry stepped into their living room, blinking hard. Every inch of wall space is covered by a bookcase. Each bookcase has 6 shelves, going almost to the ceiling. Some bookshelves are stacked to the brim with hardcover books, science, math, history, and everything else. Other shelves have 2 layers of paperback science fiction, with the back layer of books propped up on old tissue boxes or 2x4s, so that you can see the back layer of books above the books in front. And it still isn't enough. Books are overflowing onto the tables and the sofas and making little heaps under the windows. The Veris household was just as he had left it, only with more books, which was also just how he had left it. And a Christmas tree, naked and undecorated, just 2 days before Christmas Eve, which threw Harry briefly before he realized, with a warm feeling blossoming in his chest, that of course his parents had waited.
"We took the bed out of your room to make room for more bookcases," said his father. "You can sleep in your trunk, right?"
"You can sleep in my trunk,"
said Harry.
That reminds me," said his father. "What did they end up doing about your sleep cycle?"
"Magic,"
Harry said, making a beeline for the door that opened upon his bedroom, just in case Dad wasn't joking.
"That's not an explanation,"
said Professor Verus Evans, just as Harry shouted,
"You used up all the open space on my bookcases."
Harry had spent the 23rd of December shopping for Muggle things that he couldn't just transfigure. His father had been busy, and he said that Harry would need to walk or take the bus, which had suited Harry just fine. Some of the people at the hardware store had given Harry questioning looks, but he had said, with an innocent voice, that his father was shopping nearby and was very busy, and had sent him to get some things, holding up a list in carefully adult-looking, half-illegible handwriting, and in the end, money was money. They had all decorated the Christmas tree together, and Harry had put a tiny dancing fairy on top, 2 sickles, 5 knuts at Gamble and Japes. Gringotts had readily exchanged galleons for paper money, but they didn't seem to have any simple way to turn larger quantities of gold into tax-free, unsuspicious Muggle money in a numbered Swiss bank account. This had rather spiked Harry's plan to turn most of the money he'd self-stolen into a sensible mix of 60% international index funds and 40% Berkshire Hathaway. For the moment, Harry had diversified his assets a little further by sneaking out late at night, invisible and time-turned, and burying 100 golden galleons in the backyard. He'd always wanted to do that anyway. Some of December 24th had been spent with the professor reading Harry's books and asking questions. Most of the experiments his father had suggested were impractical, at least for the moment. Of those remaining, Harry had done many of them already.
Yes, Dad. I checked what happened if Hermione was given a changed pronunciation and she didn't know whether it was changed. That was the very first experiment I did, Dad.
The last question Harry's father had asked, looking up from magical draughts and potions with an expression of bewildered disgust, was whether it all made sense if you were a wizard. And Harry had answered no. Whereupon his father had declared that magic was unscientific. Harry was still a little shocked at the idea of pointing to a section of reality and calling it unscientific. Dad seemed to think that the conflict between his intuitions and the universe meant that the universe had a problem. Then again, there were lots of physicists who thought that quantum mechanics was weird instead of quantum mechanics being normal and them being weird. Harry had shown his mother the healer's kit he'd bought to keep in their house, though most of the potions wouldn't work on Dad. Mum had stared at the kit in a way that made Harry ask whether Mum's sister had ever bought anything like that for Grandpa Edwin and Grandma Elaine. And when Mum still hadn't answered, Harry had said hastily that she must have just never thought of it, and then finally he'd fled the room. Lily Evans probably hadn't thought of it, and that was the sad thing. Harry knew that other people had a tendency to not think about painful subjects in the same way that they had a tendency not to deliberately rest their hands on red-hot stove burners. And Harry was starting to suspect that most Muggleborns rapidly acquired a tendency to not think about their family, who were all going to die before they reached their first century anyway. Not that Harry had any intention of letting that happen, of course. And then it was late in the day on December 24th, and they were driving off for their Christmas Eve dinner. The house was huge, not by Hogwarts standards, but certainly by the standards of what you could get if your father was a distinguished professor trying to live in Oxford. 2 stories of brick gleaming in the setting sun, with windows on top of windows, and one tall window that went up much further than glass should go. That was going to be one huge living room. Harry took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. There was a distant call of, "Honey, can you get it?" This was followed by a slow patter of approaching steps. And then the door opened to reveal a genial man of fat and rosy cheeks and thinning hair, in a blue button-down shirt, straining slightly at the seams.
"Dr. Granger?"
Harry's father said briskly before Harry could even speak.
"I'm Michael, and this is Petunia and our son Harry. The food's in the magical trunk."
And Dad made a vague gesture behind him, not quite in the direction of the trunk, as it happened.
"Yes, please, come in,"
said Leo Granger. He stepped forward and took the wine bottle from the professor's outstretched hands with a muttered, "Thank you," and then stepped back and waved at the living room.
"Have a seat, and—"
his head turning down to address Harry.
All the toys are downstairs in the basement. I'm sure Herm will be down shortly. It's the first door on your right."
And pointed toward the hallway. Harry just looked at him for a moment, conscious that he was blocking his parents from coming in.
"Toys?"
said Harry in a bright, high-pitched voice with eyes wide.
"I love toys."
There was an intake of breath from his mother behind him, and Harry strode into the house, managing not to stomp too hard as he walked. The living room was every bit as large as it had looked from the outside, with a huge vaulted ceiling dangling a giant chandelier, and a Christmas tree that must have been murder to manoeuvre through the door. The lower levels of the tree were thoroughly and carefully decorated in neat patterns of red and green and gold, with a newfound sprinkling of blue and bronze. The heights that only a grown-up could reach were carelessly, randomly draped with strings of lights and wreaths of tinsel. A hallway extended until it terminated in the cabinetry of a kitchen, and wooden stairs with polished metal railings stretched up toward a second floor.
"Gosh," Harry said, "this is a big house. I hope I don't get lost in here."
Dr. Roberta Granger was feeling rather nervous as dinner approached. The turkey and the roast, their own contributions to the common project, were steadily cooking away in the oven. The other dishes were to be brought by their guests, the Veris family, who had adopted a boy named Harry, who was known to the wizarding world as the boy who lived, and who was also the only boy that Hermione had ever called cute, or noticed at all, really. The Verises had said that Hermione was the only child in Harry's age group whose existence their son had ever acknowledged in any way whatsoever. And it might have been jumping the gun just a little, but both couples had a sneaking suspicion that wedding bells might be in the offing a few years down the road. So, while Christmas Day would be spent, as always, with her husband's family, they decided to spend Christmas Eve meeting their daughter's possible future in-laws. The doorbell rang while she was right in the middle of basting the turkey, and she raised her voice and shouted, "Honey, can you get it?" There was a brief groan of a chair and its occupant, and then there was the sound of her husband's heavy footsteps and the door swinging open.
"Dr. Granger," said an older man's brisk voice. "I'm Michael, and this is Petunia and our son Harry. The food's in the magical trunk."
"Yes, please come in,"
said her husband, followed by a muttered, "Thank you," that indicated some sort of present had been accepted, and
"Have a seat."
Then Leo's voice altered to a tone of artificial enthusiasm and said,
"And all the toys are downstairs in the basement. I'm sure Herm will be down shortly. It's the first door on your right."
There was a brief pause. Then a young boy's bright voice said,
"Toys? I love toys."
There was the sound of footsteps entering the house, and then the same bright voice said,
"Gosh, this is a big house. I hope I don't get lost in here."
Roberta closed up the oven, smiling. She'd been a bit worried about the way Hermione's letters had described the boy who lived, though certainly her daughter hadn't said anything indicating that Harry Potter was dangerous. Nothing like the dark hints written in the books Roberta had bought, supposedly for Hermione during their trip to Diagon Alley. Her daughter hadn't said much at all, only that Harry talked like he came out of a book, and Hermione was studying harder than she ever had in her life just to stay ahead of him in class. But, from the sound of it, Harry Potter was an ordinary 11-year-old boy. She got to the front door just as her daughter came clattering frantically down the stairs at a speed that didn't look safe at all. Hermione had claimed that witches were more resistant to falls, but Roberta wasn't quite sure she believed that. Roberta took in her first sight of Professor and Mrs. Veris, who were both looking rather nervous, just as the boy with the legendary scar on his forehead turned to her daughter and said, now in a lower voice,
"Well met on this fairest of evenings, Miss Granger."
His hand stretched back, as though offering his parents on a silver platter.
I present to you my father, Professor Michael Verris Evans, and my mother, Miss Petunia Evans Verris."
And, as Roberta's mouth was gaping open, the boy turned back to his parents and said, now in that bright voice again,
"Mum, Dad, this is Hermione. She's really smart."
"Harry!"
hissed her daughter.
"Stop that!"
The boy swiveled again to regard Hermione.
"I'm afraid, Miss Granger,"
the boy said gravely,
"that you and I have been exiled to the labyrinthine recesses of the basement. Let us leave them to their adult conversations, which would no doubt soar far above our own childish intellects, and resume our ongoing discussion of the implications of Humean projectivism for transfiguration."
"Excuse us, please,"
said her daughter in a very firm tone, and grabbed the boy by his sleeve and dragged him into the hallway. Roberta swiveled helplessly to track them as they went past her, the boy giving her a cheery wave. And then Hermione pulled the boy into the basement access and slammed the door behind her.
I apologize for," said Mr. Verris in a flattering voice. "I'm sorry," said the Professor, smiling fondly. "Harry can be a bit touchy about that sort of thing, but I expect he's right about us not being interested in their conversation."
"Is he dangerous?" Roberta wanted to ask, but she kept her silence and tried to think of subtler questions. Her husband beside her was chuckling, as if it found what they'd just seen funny, rather than frightening. The most terrible Dark Lord in history had tried to kill that boy, and the burnt husk of his body had been found next to the crib. Her possible future son-in-law. Roberta had been increasingly apprehensive about giving her daughter over to witchcraft, especially after she'd read the books, put the dates together, and realized that her magical mother had probably been killed at the height of Grindelwald's terror, not died giving birth to her as her father had always claimed. But Professor McGonagall had made other visits after her first trip, to
see how Miss Granger's doing.
And Roberta couldn't help but think that if Hermione said her parents were being troublesome about her witching career, something would be done to fix them. Roberta put her best smile on her face and did what she could to spread some pretend Christmas cheer. The dining room table was much longer than 6 people, 4 people and 2 children, really needed, but all of it was draped with a tablecloth of fine white linen, and the dishes had been needlessly transferred to fancy serving plates, which at least were of stainless steel rather than real silver. Harry was having a bit of trouble concentrating on the turkey. The conversation had turned to Hogwarts, naturally, and it had been obvious to Harry that his parents were hoping that Hermione would trip up and say more about Harry's school life than Harry had been telling them. And either Hermione had realized this, or she was just automatically steering clear of anything that might prove troublesome. So, Harry was fine. But, unfortunately, Harry had made the mistake of owling his parents with all sorts of facts about Hermione that she hadn't told her own parents. Like that she was general of an army in their after-school activities. Hermione's mother had looked very alarmed, and Harry had quickly interrupted and done his best to explain that all the spells were stunners, Professor Quirrell was always watching, and the existence of magical healing meant that lots of things were much less dangerous than they sounded, at which point Hermione had kicked him hard under the table. Thankfully, Harry's father, who Harry had to admit was better than him at some things, had announced with a firm professorial authority that he hadn't worried at all, since he couldn't imagine children being allowed to do it if it was dangerous. That wasn't why Harry was having trouble enjoying dinner, though. The problem with feeling sorry for yourself was that it never took any time at all to find someone else who had it worse. Dr. Leo Granger had asked at one point whether that nice teacher who'd seemed to like Hermione, Professor McGonagall, was awarding her lots of points in school. Hermione had said yes, with an apparently genuine smile. Harry had managed, with some effort, to stop himself from icily pointing out that Professor McGonagall would never show favouritism to any Hogwarts student, and that Hermione was getting lots of points because she'd earned every single one. At another point, Leo Granger had offered the table his opinion that Hermione was very smart and could have gone to medical school and become a dentist, if not for the whole witch business. Hermione had smiled again, and a quick glance had prevented Harry from suggesting Hermione might also have been an internationally famous scientist, and asking whether that thought would have occurred to the Grangers if they'd had a son instead of a daughter, or if it was unacceptable either way for their offspring to do better than them. But Harry was rapidly reaching his boiling point, and becoming a lot more appreciative of the fact that his father had always done everything he could to support Harry's development as a prodigy, and always encouraged him to reach higher, and never belittled a single one of his accomplishments, even if a child prodigy was still just a child. Was this the sort of household he could have ended up in if Mum had married Vernon Dursley? Harry was doing what he could, though.
And she's really beating you in all your classes except broomstick riding and transfiguration, said Professor Michael Varys Evans.
Yes, Harry said with forced calm as he cut himself another bite of Christmas Eve turkey. By solid margins in most of them. There were other circumstances under which Harry would have been more reluctant to admit that, which was why he hadn't gotten around to telling his father until now.
Hermione has always been quite good in school,
said Dr. Leo Granger in a satisfied tone.
Harry competes at the national level, said Professor Michael Varys Evans.
Dear,
said Petunia. Hermione was giggling, and that wasn't making Harry feel any better about her situation. It didn't seem to bother Hermione, and that bothered Harry.
I'm not embarrassed to lose to her, Dad,
Harry said. Right at this moment he wasn't.
Did I mention that she memorized all her school books before the first day of class? And yes, I tested it.
Is that, usual for her?
Professor Varys Evans said to the Grangers.
Oh, yes, Hermione's always memorizing things,
said Dr. Roberta Granger with a cheerful smile.
She knows every recipe in all my cookbooks by heart. I miss her every time I make dinner.
Judging by the look on his father's face, Dad was feeling at least some of what Harry felt.
Don't worry, Dad,
Harry said.
She's getting all the advanced material she can take now. Her teachers at Hogwarts know she's smart, unlike her parents.
His voice had risen on the last three words, and even as all faces turned to stare at him and Hermione kicked him again, Harry knew that he'd blown it. But it was too much. Just way too much.
Of course we know she's smart,
said Leo Granger, starting to look offended at the child who'd had the temerity to raise his voice at their dinner table.
You don't have the tiniest idea,
said Harry, the ice now leaking into his voice.
You think she reads a lot of books and it's cute, right? You see a perfect report card and you think it's good that she's doing well in class. Your daughter is the most talented witch of her generation and the brightest star of Hogwarts, and someday, Dr. and Dr. Granger, the fact that you were her parents will be the only reason that history remembers you."
Hermione, who had calmly got up from her seat and walked around the table, chose that moment to grab Harry's shirt by the shoulder and pull him out of his chair. Harry let himself be pulled, but as Hermione dragged him away, he said, raising his voice even louder,
"It is entirely possible that in 1,000 years, the fact that Hermione Granger's parents were dentists will be the only reason anyone remembers dentistry."
Roberta stared at where her daughter had just dragged the boy who lived out of the room with a patient look upon her young face.
"I'm terribly sorry,"
said Professor Verris with an amused smile.
"But please don't worry. Harry always talks like that. Aren't they just like a married couple already?"
The frightening thing was that they were. Harry had been expecting a rather severe lecture from Hermione. But after Hermione pulled them into the basement access and closed the door behind them, she had turned around and was smiling. Genuinely, so far as Harry could tell.
"Please don't, Harry,"
she said in a soft voice.
"Even though it's very nice of you, everything's fine."
Harry just looked at her.
"How can you stand it?"
he said. He had to keep his voice quiet. They didn't want the parents to hear, but it rose in pitch, if not volume.
"How can you stand it?"
Hermione shrugged and said,
"Because that's the way parents should be."
"No!"
Harry said, his voice low and intense.
"It's not. My father never puts me down. Well, he does, but never like that."
Hermione held up a single finger, and Harry waited, watching her search for words. It took a while before she said,
"Harry, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick like me because I'm the most talented witch of my generation and the brightest star of Hogwarts. And Mum and Dad don't know that, and you'll never be able to tell them, but they love me anyway, which means that everything is just the way it should be, at Hogwarts and at home. And since they're my parents, Mr. Potter, you don't get to argue."
She was once again smiling her mysterious smile from dinner time and looking at Harry very fondly.
"Is that clear, Mr. Potter?"
Harry nodded tightly.
"Good,"
said Hermione, and leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. The conversation had only just gotten started again when a distant, high-pitched yelp floated back to them.
"Hey! No kissing!"
The two fathers burst out in laughter just as the two mothers rose up from their chairs with identical looks of horror and dashed towards the basement. When the children had been brought back, Hermione was saying in an icy tone that she was never going to kiss Harry ever again, and Harry was saying in an outraged voice that the sun would burn down to a cold dead cinder before he let her get close enough to try. Which meant that everything was just the way it should be, and they all sat back down again to finish their Christmas dinner. Chapter 37. Interlude. Crossing the Boundary. It was almost midnight. Staying up late was simple enough for Harry. He just hadn't used the time-turner. Harry followed a tradition of timing his sleep cycle to make sure he was awake for when Christmas Eve turned into Christmas Day. Because, while he'd never been young enough to believe in Santa Claus, he'd once been young enough to doubt. It would have been nice if there had been a mysterious figure who'd entered your house in the night and brought you presents. A chill went down Harry's spine then, an intimation of something dreadful approaching. A creeping terror, a sense of doom. Harry sat bolt upright in bed. He looked at the window.
Professor Quirrell?
Harry shrieked very quietly. Professor Quirrell made a slight lifting gesture, and Harry's window seemed to fold into its frame. At once, a cold gust of winter blew into the room through the gap, along with a scant few flakes of snow from a sky spotted with grey night clouds amid the blackened stars.
"Fear not, Mr. Potter,"
said the defence professor in a normal voice.
"I have charmed your parents asleep. They shall not wake until I have departed."
No one's supposed to know where I am,
said Harry, still keeping the shriek quiet.
Even owls are supposed to deliver my mail to Hogwarts, not here.
Harry had agreed to that willingly. It would be silly if a Death Eater could win the whole war at any time just by owling him a magically triggered hand grenade. Professor Quirrell was grinning from where he stood in the backyard beyond the window.
"Oh, I shouldn't worry, Mr. Potter. You are well protected against locating charms, and no blood purist is likely to think of consulting a phone book."
His grin grew wider.
"And it did take considerable effort to cross the wards that the headmaster put around this house. Though, of course, anyone who knew your address could simply wait outside and attack you the next time you left."
Harry stared at Professor Quirrell for a while.
"What are you doing here?"
Harry said finally. The smile left Professor Quirrell's face.
"I've come to apologize, Mr. Potter,"
the defense professor said quietly.
"I should not have spoken to you so harshly as I—"
"Don't,"
Harry said. He looked down at the blanket that he was clutching around his pajamas.
"Just don't."
"Have I offended you that much?"
said Professor Quirrell's quiet voice.
"No,"
Harry said.
"But you will if you apologize."
"I see,"
said Professor Quirrell, and in an instant his voice grew stern.
"Then, if I am to treat you as an equal, Mr. Potter, I should say that you have gravely violated the etiquette that holds between friendly Slytherins. If you are not currently playing the game against someone, you must not meddle in their plans like that, not without asking them before. For you do not know what their true design may be, nor what stakes they may lose. It would mark you as their enemy, Mr. Potter."
"I'm sorry,"
Harry said in just the same quiet tone that Professor Quirrell had used.
"Apology accepted,"
said Professor Quirrell.
"But,"
Harry said, still quietly,
"you and I really must speak further on politics at some point."
Professor Quirrell sighed.
"I know you dislike condescension, Mr. Potter."
That was a bit of an understatement.
"But it would be even more condescending," said Professor Quirrell, "if I were not to state it clearly. You are missing some life experience, Mr. Potter."
"And does everyone who has sufficient life experience agree with you, then?"
said Harry calmly.
"What good is life experience to someone who plays Quidditch?" said Professor Quirrell, and shrugged. "I think you will change your mind in time. After every trust you place has failed you, and you have become cynical."
The defense professor said it as though it were the most ordinary statement in the world, framed against the black and the stars and the cloud-spotted sky as one or two tiny snowflakes blew past him in the biting winter air.
"That reminds me," said Harry. "Merry Christmas."
"I suppose," said Professor Quirrell. "After all, if it is not an apology, then it must be a Christmas gift. The very first one I have ever given, in fact."
Harry hadn't even started yet on learning Latin, so he could read the experimental diary of Roger Bacon, and he hardly dared to open his mouth to ask.
"Put on your winter coat," said Professor Quirrell, "or take a warming potion if you have one, and meet me outside under the stars. I shall see if I can maintain it a little longer this time."
It took Harry a moment to process the words, and then he was dashing for the coat closet. Professor Quirrell kept the spell of starlight going for more than an hour, though the defense professor's face grew strained and he had to sit down after a while. Harry protested only once, and was shushed. They crossed the boundary from Christmas Eve to Christmas Day within that timeless void where earthly rotations meant nothing. The one true, everlasting, silent night. And, just as promised, Harry's parents slept soundly all through it, until Harry was safely back in his room, and the defense professor had gone. Chapter 38. The Cardinal Sin. Bright the sun, bright the air, bright the students and bright their parents, clean the paved ground of platform 9.75. The winter sun hanging low in the sky at 9:45 a.m. in the morning on January 5th, 1992. Some of the younger students wore scarves and mittens, but most simply wore their robes. They were wizards, after all. After Harry had moved away from the landing platform, he took off his scarf and coat, opened a compartment of his trunk, and stowed away his winter things. For a long moment he stood there, letting the January air bite at him, just to see what it was like. Harry took out his wizard's robes, shrugged them on, and, finally, Harry drew his wand. And he couldn't help thinking of the parents he'd only just kissed goodbye, of the world whose problems he was leaving behind. With a strange feeling of guilt for the unavoidable, Harry said, "Thermos!" The warmth flowed through him, and the boy who lived was back. Harry yawned and stretched, feeling more lethargic than anything else at the conclusion of his vacation. He didn't feel like reading his textbooks or even any serious science fiction this morning. What he needed was something completely frivolous to occupy his attention. Well, that wouldn't be hard to come by, if he was willing to part with fork nuts. Besides, if the Daily Prophet was corrupt and the Quibbler was the only competing newspaper, there might be some suppressed real news in there. Harry trudged back over to the same newsstand from last time, wondering if the Quibbler could top the headline he'd seen before. The vendor started to smile as Harry approached, and then the man's face suddenly changed as he caught sight of the scar.
Harry Potter?
Gasped the vendor.
No, Mr. Durian,
said Harry, eyes dipping briefly to the man's name tag.
Just an amazing imitation.
And then Harry's voice stopped in his throat as he caught sight of the top fold of the quibbler.
Sloshed seer spills secrets, Dark Lord to return.
For just an instant, Harry tried to clamp down on his face, before realizing that not being shocked could be just as revealing, in a sense.
Excuse me,
Harry said. His voice sounded a little alarmed, and he didn't even know whether that was too revealing or just what his normal reaction would be if he didn't know anything. He spent too much time around Slytherins. He was forgetting how to keep secrets from ordinary people. 4 knuts hit the counter.
1 copy of the Quibbler, please. Oh, no worries, Mr. Potter,
said the vendor hastily, waving his hands.
It's... never mind, just...
A newspaper flew through the air and hit Harry's fingers, and he unfolded it.
Sloshed seer spills secrets, Dark Lord to return, wed Draco Malfoy.
It's free, said the vendor. For you, I mean. No, Harry said. I was going to buy one anyway.
The vendor took the coins, and Harry read on.
Gosh, Harry said half a minute later. You get a seer smashed on 6 slugs of scotch and she spills all sorts of secret stuff. I mean, who'd have thought that Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew were secretly the same person?
Not me,
said the vendor.
They've even got a picture of the 2 of them together, so we know who it is that's secretly the same person.
Yep,
said the vendor.
Pretty clever disguise, isn't it? And I'm secretly 65 years old. You don't look half that,
the vendor said amiably.
And I'm betrothed to Hermione Granger, and Bellatrix Black, and Luna Lovegood, and, oh yes, Draco Malfoy too. Gonna be an interesting wedding,
said the vendor. Harry looked up from the newspaper and said in a pleasant voice,
You know, I heard at first that Luna Lovegood was insane, and I wondered if she really was, or if she was just making stuff up and giggling to herself the whole time. Then when I read my second Quibbler headline, I decided that she couldn't be insane. I mean, it can't be easy to make this stuff up. You couldn't do it by accident. And now, do you know what I think? I think she must be mad after all. When ordinary people try to make stuff up, it doesn't come out like this. Something's got to go really wrong with the inside of your head before this is what comes out when you start making stuff up.
The vendor stared at Harry.
Seriously, said Harry. Who reads this stuff?
You?
said the vendor. Harry wandered off to read his newspaper. He didn't sit at the same nearby table he'd sat down at with Draco, the first time he'd prepared to board this train. That seemed like tempting history to repeat itself. It wasn't just that his first week at Hogwarts had been, judging by the Quibbler, 54 years long. It was that, in Harry's humble opinion, his life didn't need any new threads of complexity. So, Harry found a small iron chair somewhere else, distant from the main crowd and the occasional muffled cracks of parents apparating in with their children, and sat down and read the Quibbler to see if it contained any suppressed news. And, besides the obvious craziness, Heaven help them all if any of that was real. There was a good deal of snide romantic gossip, but nothing that would really be all that important if it were true. Harry was just reading about the Ministry's proposed marriage law to ban all marriages when—
"Harry Potter,"
said a silken voice that sent a shock of adrenaline jolting through Harry's blood. Harry looked up.
"Lucius Malfoy,"
Harry said, his voice wary. Next time, he was going to do the smart thing and wait outside in the Muggle part of King's Cross until 10:55 a.m. Lucius inclined his head courteously, sending his long white hair drifting over his shoulders. The man was still carrying that same cane, lacquered in black, with a silver snake's head for its handle, and something about his grip silently said, "This is a weapon of deadly power," not, "I'm feeble and leaning on this." His face was expressionless. 2 men flanked him, their eyes continuously scanning, their wands already gripped low in their hands. The 2 of them moved like a single organism with 4 legs and 4 arms. The senior, Crabbe and Goyle. And Harry thought he could guess which was which, but then it didn't really matter. They were merely Lucius's appendages, as certainly as if they'd been the 2 rightmost toes on his left foot.
"I apologize for disturbing you, Mr. Potter,"
said the smooth, silken voice.
"But you have answered none of my owls, and this, I thought, might be my only opportunity to meet you."
"I have received none of your owls," Harry said calmly. "Dumbledore intercepts them, I presume, but I wouldn't have answered them if I had, except through Draco. For me to deal with you directly, without Draco's knowledge, would trespass on our friendship. Please go away. Oh, please go away."
The grey eyes glittered at him.
"Is that your pose, then?"
said the senior Malfoy.
"Well, I shall play along a little. What was your purpose in manoeuvring your good friend, my son, into a public alliance with that girl?"
"Oh," Harry said lightly. "That's obvious, right? Draco's working with Granger will make him realise that Muggleborns are human after all. Wah-ha-ha-ha!"
A thin trace of a smile moved over Lucius's lips.
"Yes, that does sound like one of Dumbledore's plans, which it is not."
"Indeed," said Harry. "It's part of my game with Draco, and no work of Dumbledore's. And that is all I'll say."
"Let us dispense with games,"
said the senior Malfoy, the grey eyes suddenly hardening.
"If my suspicions are true, you would hardly do Dumbledore's bidding in any case, Mr. Potter."
There was a slight pause.
"So, you know,"
Harry said, his voice cold.
"Tell me, at which point exactly did you realise?"
"When I read your response to Professor Quirrell's little speech,"
said the white-haired man, and chuckled grimly.
"I was puzzled at first, for it seemed not in your own interest. It took me days to understand whose interest was being served. And then it all finally became clear. And it is also obvious that you are weak in
some ways, if not others." "Very clever of you," said Harry, still cold. "But perhaps you mistake my interests." "Perhaps I do." A hint of steel came into that silken voice. "Indeed, that is precisely what I fear. You are playing strange games with my son, to a purpose I cannot guess. That is not a friendly act, and you cannot but expect me to be concerned." Lucius was leaning upon his cane with both hands now, and both those hands white, as his bodyguards had suddenly tensed. Some instinct within Harry claimed that it would be a very bad idea to show his fear, to let Lucius see that he could be intimidated. They were in a public train station anyway. "I find it interesting," Harry said, putting steel into his own voice, "that you think I could benefit from doing Draco harm. But it is irrelevant, Lucius. He is my friend, and I do not betray my friends." "What?" whispered Lucius. His face showed sheer shock. Then, "Company," said one of the minions, and Harry thought, from the voice, that it must be the senior crab. Lucius straightened and turned, then let out a hiss of disapproval. Neville was approaching, looking scared but determined, in tow behind a tall woman who didn't look scared at all. "Madam Longbottom," Lucius said icily.
"Mr. Malfoy,"
returned the woman with equal ice.
"Are you being an annoyance to our Harry Potter?"
The bark of laughter that came from Lucius seemed strangely bitter.
"Oh, I rather think not. Come to protect him from me, have you?"
The white-haired head shifted toward Neville.
"And this would be Mr. Potter's loyal lieutenant, the last scion of Longbottom, Neville, self-styled of chaos. How strangely does the world turn. Sometimes I think it must all be mad."
Harry had no idea at all what to say to that, and Neville looked confused and frightened.
"I doubt that it is the world that is mad,"
said Madame Longbottom. Her voice took on a gloating tone.
"You seem to be in a poor mood, Mr. Malfoy. Did the speech of our dear Professor Quirrell cost you a few allies?"
"It was clever enough slander of my abilities," Lucius said coldly, "though only effective upon the fools who believe that I was truly a Death Eater."
"What?"
blurted Neville.
"I was under the Imperius, young man," said Lucius, now sounding tired. "The Dark Lord could have hardly begun recruiting among pure-blood families without the support of House Malfoy. I demurred, and he simply made sure of me. His own Death Eaters didn't know it until afterward, hence the false mark I bear. Though since I did not truly consent, it does not bind me. Some of the Death Eaters still believe I was foremost among their number, and for the peace of this nation, I let them believe it, to keep them controlled. But I was not such a fool as to support that ill-fated adventurer of my own choice."
"Ignore him,"
Madame Longbottom said, the instruction addressed to Harry as well as Neville. He must spend the rest of his life pretending for fear of your testimony under veritaserum, said with malicious satisfaction.
Lucius turned his back on her dismissively and faced Harry again.
Will you request this harridan to depart, Mr. Potter? I think not, said Harry in a dry voice. I prefer to deal with the part of House Malfoy that's my own age.
There was a long pause then. The grey eyes searched him.
Of course, said Lucius slowly. I do feel the fool now. This whole time you were just pretending to have no idea what we were talking about.
Harry met the gaze and said nothing. Lucius raised his cane a few centimetres and struck it hard on the ground. The world vanished in a pale haze. All sounds went quiet. There was nothing in the universe but Harry and Lucius Malfoy and the snake-headed cane.
My son is my heart, said the senior Malfoy. The last worthwhile thing I have left in this world. And this I say to you in a spirit of friendship. If he were to come to harm, I would give my life over to vengeance. But so long as my son does not come to harm, I wish you the best of luck in your endeavours. And as you have asked nothing more of me, I will ask nothing more of you.
Then the pale haze vanished, showing an outraged Madame Longbottom being blocked from moving forward by the senior crab. Her wand was in her hand now.
"How dare you!"
she hissed. Lucius's dark robe swirled around him and his white hair as he turned to the senior Goyle.
"We return to Malfoy Manor."
There were 3 pops of apparition, and they were gone. A silence followed.
"Dear heavens!" said Madame Longbottom. "What was that about?"
Harry shrugged helplessly. Then he looked at Neville. There was sweat on Neville's forehead.
"Thank you very much, Neville," said Harry. "Your help was greatly appreciated, Neville. And now, Neville, I think you should sit down." "Yes, General," said Neville, and instead of coming over to one of the other chairs near Harry, he semi-collapsed into a sitting position on the pavement. "You have wrought many changes in my grandson," said Madame Longbottom. "I approve of some, but not others." "Send me a list of which is which," said Harry. "I'll see what I can do."
Neville groaned but said nothing. Madame Longbottom gave a chuckle.
"I shall, young man. Thank you."
Her voice lowered.
"Mr. Potter, the speech given by Professor Quirrell is something our nation has long needed to hear. I cannot say as much of your comment on it." "I'll take your opinion under advisement," Harry said mildly. "I dearly hope that you do," said Madame Longbottom, and turned back to her grandson. "Do I still need to—" "It's okay for you to go, Grandma," said Neville. "I'll be fine on my own this time." "Now that I approve of," she said, and popped and vanished like a soap bubble. The 2 boys sat quietly for a moment. Neville spoke first, his voice wary. You're gonna try to fix all the changes she approves of, right? Not all of them, Harry said innocently. I just want to make sure I'm not corrupting you.
Draco looked very worried. His head kept darting around, despite the fact that Draco had insisted on them going down into Harry's trunk and using a true quieting charm and not just the sound-blurring barrier.
What did you say to Father?
Blurted Draco the moment the quieting charm went up and the sounds of platform 9 3/4 vanished.
Look, can you tell me what he said to you before he dropped you off? Said Harry. That I should tell him right away if you seemed to be threatening me, said Draco. That I should tell him right away if there was anything I was doing that could pose a threat to you. Father thinks you're dangerous, Harry. Whatever you said to him today, it scared him. It's not a good idea to scare Father.
Oh, hell.
What did you talk about? Demanded Draco.
Harry leaned back warily in the small folding chair that sat at the bottom of his trunk's cavern.
You know, Draco, just as the fundamental question of rationality is, what do I think I know, and how do I think I know it, there's also a cardinal sin, a way of thinking that's the opposite of that, like the ancient Greek philosophers. They had no clue what was going on, so they'd go around saying things like, all is water, or all is fire, and they never asked themselves, wait a minute, even if everything is water, how could I possibly know that? They didn't ask themselves if they had evidence which discriminated that possibility from all the other possibilities you could imagine. Evidence they'd be very unlikely to encounter if the theory wasn't true. Harry! Draco said, his voice strained. What did you talk about with Father? I don't know, actually, said Harry. So, it's very important that I not just make stuff up. Harry had never heard Draco shriek in horror in quite that high a pitch before. Chapter 39. Pretending to be Wise. Part 1. Whistle, tick, bzz, ding, glorp, pop, splat, chime, toot, puff, tinkle, blah, 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 beep, dum, whoosh, Professor Flitwick had silently passed Harry a folded parchment during Charms class that Monday, and the note had said that Harry was to visit the headmaster at his convenience, and in such fashion that no one else would notice, especially not Draco Malfoy or Professor Quirrell. His one-time password for the gargoyle would be Squeamish Ossifrage. This had been accompanied by a remarkably artistic ink drawing of Professor Flitwick staring at him sternly, the eyes of which occasionally blinked, and, at the bottom of the note, underlined 3 times, was the phrase, "Don't get into trouble." And so, Harry had finished up Transfiguration class and studied with Hermione, and eaten dinner, and spoken with his lieutenants, and, finally, when the clock struck 9, turned himself invisible, and dropped back to 6 p.m., and warily trudged off toward the gargoyle, the turning spiral stairs, the wooden door, the room full of little fiddly things,
and the silver-bearded figure of the headmaster. This time, Dumbledore looked quite serious, the customary smile absent, and he was dressed in pyjamas of a darker and more sober purple than usual.
"Thank you for coming, Harry,"
said the headmaster. The old wizard rose from his throne, began to slowly pace through the room and find the strange devices.
"First, do you have with you the notes of yesterday's encounter with Lucius Malfoy?"
"Notes?" blurted Harry.
"Surely you wrote it down,"
said the old wizard, and his voice trailed off. Harry felt rather embarrassed. Yes, if you'd just fumbled through a mysterious conversation full of significant hints you didn't understand, the bloody obvious thing to do would be to write it all down immediately afterward, before the memory faded, so you could try to figure it out later.
"All right," said the headmaster. "From memory, then."
Harry sheepishly recited as best he could, and got almost halfway through before he realized that it wasn't smart to just go around telling the possibly crazy headmaster everything, at least not without thinking about it first. But then Lucius was definitely a bad guy, and Dumbledore's opponent, so it probably was a good idea to tell him, and Harry had already started talking, and it was too late to try and calculate things out now. Harry finished his recollections honestly. Dumbledore's face had grown more remote as Harry went on, and at the end there was a look of ancientness about him and sternness in the air.
"Well," said Dumbledore, "I suggest you take the best of care that the heir of Malfoy does not come to harm, then. And I will do the same."
The headmaster was frowning, his fingers drumming soundlessly through the inky black surface of a plate inscribed with the word Laleel.
"And I think it would be most extremely wise for you to avoid all interaction with Lord Malfoy henceforth."
"Did you intercept owls from him to me?"
said Harry. The headmaster gazed at Harry for a long moment, then reluctantly nodded. For some reason, Harry wasn't feeling as outraged as he should have been. Maybe it was just that Harry was finding it very easy to sympathize with the headmaster's point of view right now. Even Harry could understand why Dumbledore wouldn't want him to interact with Lucius Malfoy. It didn't seem like an evil deed. Not like the headmaster blackmailing Zabini, for which they had only Zabini's word, and Zabini was wildly untrustworthy. In fact, it was hard to see why Zabini wouldn't just tell the story that got him the most sympathy from Professor Quirrell.
"How about if, instead of protesting, I say that I understand your point of view?" said Harry. "And you go on intercepting my owls, but you tell me who from."
"I have intercepted a great many owls to you, I am afraid," Dumbledore said soberly. "You are a celebrity, Harry, and you would receive dozens of letters a day, some from far outside this country, did I not turn them back."
"That,"
Harry said, now starting to feel a bit of indignation,
"seems like going a little too far."
"Many of those letters,"
the old wizard said quietly,
will be asking you for things you cannot give. I have not read them, of course, only turned them back to their senders undelivered. But I know, for I receive them too, and you are too young, Harry, to have your heart broken 6 times before breakfast each morning.
Harry looked down at his shoes. He should insist on reading the letters and judging for himself, but there was a small voice of common sense inside him, and it was screaming very loudly right now. "Thank you," Harry muttered.
"The other reason I asked you here," said the old wizard, "was that I wished to consult your unique genius."
"Transfiguration?"
said Harry, surprised and flattered.
No, not that unique genius," said Dumbledore. "Tell me, Harry, what evil could you accomplish if a Dementor were allowed onto the grounds of Hogwarts?"
It developed that Professor Quirrell had asked, or rather demanded, that his students test their skills against an actual Dementor after they learned the words and gestures to the Patronus charm.
"Professor Quirrell is unable to cast the Patronus charm himself,"
said Dumbledore as he paced slowly through the devices.
"Which is never a good sign. But then he volunteered that fact to me in the course of demanding that outside instructors be brought in to teach the Patronus charm to every student who wished to learn. He offered to pay the expense himself if I would not. This impressed me greatly, but now he insists on bringing in a Dementor."
"Headmaster,"
Harry said quietly,
"Professor Quirrell believes very strongly in live fire tests under realistic combat conditions. Wanting to bring an actual Dementor is completely in character for him."
Now the headmaster was giving Harry a strange look.
"In character?"
said the old wizard.
"I mean," said Harry, "it's entirely consistent with the way Professor Quirrell usually acts."
Harry trailed off. Why had he put it that way? The headmaster nodded.
"So, you have the same sense I do, that it is an excuse, a very reasonable excuse to be sure, more so than you may realize. Often, wizards seemingly unable to cast a Patronus charm will succeed in the presence of an actual Dementor, going from not a single flicker of light to a full corporeal Patronus. Why this should be, no one knows, but it is so."
Harry frowned.
"Then I really don't see why you're suspicious."
The headmaster spread his hands as though in helplessness.
"Harry, the defense professor has asked me to pass the darkest of all creatures through the gates of Hogwarts. I must be suspicious."
The headmaster sighed.
"And yet the Dementor will be guarded, warded in a mighty cage. I will be there myself to watch it at all times. I cannot think of what ill could be done. But perhaps I am merely unable to see it. And so I am asking you."
Harry stared at the headmaster with his mouth open. He was so shocked he couldn't even feel flattered.
"Me?"
said Harry.
"Yes,"
said Dumbledore, smiling slightly.
"I try my best to anticipate my foes, to encompass their wicked minds and predict their evil thoughts. But I would never have imagined sharpening a Hufflepuff's bones into weapons."
Was Harry ever going to live that down?
"Headmaster,"
Harry said wearily.
"I know it doesn't sound good, but in all seriousness, I'm not evil. I'm just very creative."
"I did not say that you were evil,"
Dumbledore said seriously.
"There are those who say that to comprehend evil is to become evil, but they are merely pretending to be wise. Rather, it is evil which does not know love, and dares not imagine love, and cannot ever understand love without ceasing to be evil. And I suspect that you can imagine your way into the minds of dark wizards better than I ever could, while still knowing love yourself. So, Harry,"
the headmaster's eyes were intent,
"if you stood in Professor Quirrell's shoes, what misdeeds could you accomplish after you tricked me into allowing a Dementor onto the grounds of Hogwarts?"
"Hold on,"
said Harry, and in something of a daze trudged over to the chair in front of the headmaster's desk and sat down. It was a large and comfortable chair this time, not a wooden stool, and Harry could feel himself enveloped as he sank into it. Dumbledore was asking him to outwit Professor Quirrell. Point 1. Harry was rather fonder of Professor Quirrell than of Dumbledore. Point 2. The hypothesis was that the defense professor was planning to do something evil, and in that subjunctive case, Harry ought to be helping the headmaster prevent it. Point 3.
"Headmaster,"
Harry said,
"if Professor Quirrell is up to something, I'm not sure I can outwit him. He's got a lot more experience than I do."
The old wizard shook his head, somehow managing to appear very solemn, despite his smile.
"You underestimate yourself."
That was the first time anyone had ever said that to Harry.
"I remember," the old wizard continued, "a young man in this very office, cold and controlled as he faced down the head of House Slytherin, blackmailing his own headmaster to protect his classmates. And I believe that young man is more cunning than Professor Quirrell, more cunning than Lucius Malfoy, that he will grow to be the equal of Voldemort himself. It is he who I wish to consult."
Harry suppressed the chill that went through him at the name, frowned thoughtfully at the headmaster.
"How much does he know?"
The headmaster had seen Harry in the grip of his mysterious dark side, as deep as Harry had ever sunk into it. Harry still remembered what it had been to watch, invisibly time-turned, as his past self faced down the older Slytherins, the boy with the scar on his forehead who didn't act like the others. Of course, the headmaster would have noticed something odd about the boy in his office. And Dumbledore had concluded that his pet hero had cunning to match his destined foe, the Dark Lord. Which wasn't asking for very much, considering that the Dark Lord had put a clearly visible dark mark on all of his servants' left arms, and that it slaughtered the entire monastery that taught the martial art he'd wanted to learn. Enough cunning to match Professor Quirrell would be a whole different order of problem. But it was also clear that the headmaster wouldn't be satisfied until Harry went all cold and darkish, and came up with some sort of answer that sounded impressively cunning, which had better not actually get in the way of Professor Quirrell's teaching defense. And, of course, Harry would go over to his dark side and think it through from that direction, just to be honest, and just in case.
Tell me, Harry said, everything about how the Dementor is to be brought in and how it is to be guarded.
Dumbledore's eyebrows rose for a moment, and then the old wizard began to speak. The Dementor would be transported to the grounds of Hogwarts by an Auror trio, all three personally known to the headmaster, and all three able to cast a corporeal Patronus charm. They would be met at the edge of the grounds by Dumbledore, who would pass the Dementor through the Hogwarts wards. Harry asked if the pass was permanent or temporary, whether someone could just bring in the same Dementor again the next day. The pass was temporary, replied the headmaster with an approving nod, and the explanation went on. The Dementor would be in a cage of solid titanium bars, not transfigured, but true forged. In time, a Dementor's presence would corrode that metal to dust, but not in a single day. Students awaiting their turn would stay well back of the Dementor, behind two corporeal Patronuses maintained by two of the three Aurors at any given time. Dumbledore would wait by the Dementor's cage with his Patronus. A single student would approach the Dementor, and Dumbledore would dispel his Patronus. And the student would attempt to cast their own Patronus charm. And if they failed, Dumbledore would restore his Patronus before the student could suffer any permanent damage. Past dueling champion Professor Flitwick would also be present while there were students near, just to add safety margin.
Why just you waiting by the Dementor? Said Harry. I mean, shouldn't it be you plus an Auror?
The headmaster shook his head.
They could not withstand the repeated exposure to the Dementor each time I dispel my Patronus.
And if Dumbledore's Patronus did fail for some reason, while one of the students was still near the Dementor, the third Auror would cast another corporeal Patronus and send it to shield the student. Harry poked and prodded, but he couldn't see a flaw in the security. So, Harry took a deep breath, sank further into the chair, closed his eyes, and remembered.
And that will be 5 points. No, let us make it an even 10 points from Ravenclaw for back chat.
The cold came more slowly now, more reluctantly. Harry hadn't been calling much on his dark side lately. Harry had to run through that entire session in potions in his mind before his blood chilled into something approaching deadly crystalline clarity. And then he thought of the Dementor. And it was obvious.
"The Dementor is a distraction," Harry said,
the coldness clear in his voice, since that was what Dumbledore wanted and expected.
"A large, salient threat, but in the end, straightforward and easy to defend against. So, while all your attention is focused on the Dementor, the real plot will be happening elsewhere."
Dumbledore stared at Harry for a moment, and then gave a slow nod.
"Yes," said the headmaster, "and I do believe I know what it might be a distraction from, if Professor Quirrell means ill. Thank you, Harry."
The headmaster was still staring at Harry, a strange look in those ancient eyes.
"What?"
said Harry with a tinge of annoyance, the cold still lingering in his blood.
"I have another question for that young man," said the headmaster. "It is something I have long wondered to myself, yet been unable to comprehend. Why?"
There was a tinge of pain in his voice.
"Why would anyone deliberately make himself a monster? Why do evil for the sake of evil? Why Voldemort?"
Harry stared at the headmaster in surprise.
"How would I know?"
said Harry.
"I'm supposed to magically understand the Dark Lord because I'm the hero or something."
"Yes," said Dumbledore. "My own great foe was Grindelwald, and him I understood very well indeed. Grindelwald was my dark mirror, the man I could so easily have been had I given in to the temptation to believe that I was a good person, and therefore always in the right. For the greater good. That was his slogan, and he truly believed it himself, even as he tore at all Europe like a wounded animal. And him I defeated in the end. But then, after him came Voldemort, to destroy everything I had protected in Britain."
The hurt was plain now in Dumbledore's voice, exposed upon his face.
"He committed acts worse by far than Grindelwald's worst. Horror for the sake of horror. I sacrificed everything only to hold him back. And I still don't understand why. Why, Harry? Why did he do it? He was never my destined foe, but yours. So, if you have any guesses at all, Harry, please tell me why."
Harry stared down at his hands. The truth was that Harry hadn't read up on the Dark Lord yet, and right now he hadn't the tiniest clue. And somehow that didn't seem like an answer the headmaster wanted to hear.
Too many dark rituals, maybe? In the beginning, he thought he'd do just one, but it sacrificed part of his good side, and that made him less reluctant to perform other dark rituals, so he did more and more rituals in a positive feedback cycle until he ended up as a tremendously powerful monster.
No! Now the headmaster's voice was agonized. I can't believe that, Harry. There has to be something more to it than just that.
Why should there be?
Thought Harry, but he didn't say it, because it was clear that the headmaster thought the universe was a story and had a plot, and that huge tragedies weren't always to happen except for equally huge, significant reasons.
I'm sorry, Headmaster. The Dark Lord doesn't seem like much of a dark mirror to me. Not at all. There isn't anything I find even the tiniest bit tempting about nailing the skins of Yermy Wibble's family to a newsroom wall.
Have you no wisdom to share? Said Dumbledore. There was pleading in the old wizard's voice, almost begging.
Evil happens, thought Harry. It doesn't mean anything or teach us anything, except not to be evil. The Dark Lord was probably just a selfish bastard who didn't care who he hurt, or an idiot who made stupidly avoidable mistakes that snowballed. There's no destiny behind the ills of this world. If Hitler had been allowed into architecture school like he wanted, the whole history of Europe would have been different. If we lived in the sort of universe where horrible things were only allowed to happen for good reasons, they just wouldn't happen in the first place.
And none of that, obviously, was what the headmaster wanted to hear. The old wizard was still looking at Harry from over a fiddly thing like a frozen puff of smoke, a painful desperation in those ancient, waiting eyes. Well, sounding wise wasn't difficult. It was a lot easier than being intelligent, actually, since you didn't have to say anything surprising or come up with any new insights. You just let your brain's pattern-matching software complete the cliché, using whatever deep wisdom you'd stored previously.
Headmaster, Harry said solemnly, I would rather not define myself by my enemies.
Somehow, even in the midst of all the whirring and ticking, there was a kind of silence that had come out a bit more deeply wise than Harry had intended. You may be very wise, Harry, the headmaster said slowly. I do wish that I could have been defined by my friends. The pain in his voice had grown deeper. Harry's mind searched hastily for something else deeply wise to say that would soften the unintended force of the blow.
Or perhaps, Harry said more softly, it is the foe that makes the Gryffindor, as it is the friend that makes the Hufflepuff, and the ambition that makes the Slytherin. I do know that it is always, in every generation, the puzzle that makes the scientist.
It is a dreadful fate to which you condemn my house, Harry, said the headmaster. The pain was still in his voice. For now that you remark on it, I do think that I was very much made by my enemies. Harry stared at his own hands, where they lay in his lap.
Maybe he should just shut up while he was ahead.
"But you have answered my question,"
said Dumbledore more softly, as though to himself.
"I should have realized that would be a Slytherin's key. For his ambition, all for the sake of his ambition. And that I know, though not why."
For a time, Dumbledore stared off into nothingness. Then he straightened, and his eyes seemed to focus on Harry again.
"And you, Harry," said the headmaster, "you name yourself a scientist?"
"You don't like science," said Harry a little wearily. He'd hoped Dumbledore would be fonder of Muggle things.
"I suppose it is useful to those without wands," said Dumbledore, frowning. "But it seems a strange thing by which to define yourself. Is science as important as love, as kindness, as friendship? Is it science that makes you fond of Minerva McGonagall? Is it science that makes you care for Hermione Granger? Will it be science to which you turn when you try to kindle warmth in Draco Malfoy's heart?"
You know, the sad thing is, you probably think you just uttered some kind of incredibly wise knockdown argument.
Now, how to phrase the rejoinder in such fashion that it also sounded incredibly wise?
"You are not a Ravenclaw,"
Harry said with calm dignity.
"And so it might not have occurred to you that to respect the truth and seek it all the days of your life could also be an act of grace."
The headmaster's eyebrows rose up, and then he sighed.
"How did you become so wise, so young?"
The old wizard sounded sad as he said it.
"Perhaps it will prove valuable to you."
"Only for impressing ancient wizards who are overly impressed with themselves,"
thought Harry. He was actually a bit disappointed by Dumbledore's credulity. It wasn't that Harry had lied, but Dumbledore seemed far too impressed with Harry's ability to phrase things so that they sounded profound, instead of putting them into plain English like Richard Feynman had done with his wisdom.
"Love is more important than wisdom,"
said Harry, just to test the limits of Dumbledore's tolerance for blindingly obvious clichés completed by sheer pattern matching without any sort of detailed analysis. The headmaster nodded gravely and said,
"Indeed."
Harry stood up out of the chair and stretched his arms.
"Well, I'd better go off and love something then. That's bound to help me defeat the Dark Lord, and next time you ask me for advice, I'll just give you a hug."
"This day you have helped me much, Harry," said the headmaster. "And so there's one last thing I would ask that young man."
"Great."
"Tell me, Harry,"
said the headmaster, and now his voice sounded simply puzzled, though there was still a hint of pain in his eyes.
"Why do dark wizards fear death so greatly?"
Said Harry. Sorry, I've got to back the Dark Wizards on that one."
Whoosh, hiss, chime, glorp, boop, bubble.
said Dumbledore.
Death is bad,
said Harry, discarding wisdom for the sake of clear communication.
Very bad. Extremely bad. Being scared of death is like being scared of a great big monster with poisonous fangs. It actually makes a great deal of sense and does not, in fact, indicate that you have a psychological problem.
The headmaster was staring at him as though he'd just turned into a cat.
Okay, said Harry. Let me put it this way. Do you want to die? Because if so, there's this muggle thing called a suicide prevention hotline.
When it is time,
the old wizard said quietly.
Not before. I would never seek to hasten the day, nor seek to refuse it when it comes.
Harry was frowning sternly.
That doesn't sound like you have a very strong will to live, Headmaster.
Harry.
The old wizard's voice was starting to sound a little helpless, and he had paced to a spot where his silver beard, unnoticed, had drifted into a crystalline glass goldfish bowl, and was slowly taking on a greenish tinge that crept up the hairs.
I think I may have not made myself clear. Dark wizards are not eager to live. They fear death. They do not reach up toward the sun's light, but flee the coming of night into infinitely darker caverns of their own making, without moon or stars. It is not life they desire, but immortality, and they are so driven to grasp at it that they will sacrifice their very souls. Do you want to live forever, Harry?
Yes, said Harry. I want to live one more day. Tomorrow I will still want to live one more day. Therefore, I want to live forever. Proof by induction on the positive integers. If you don't want to die, it means you want to live forever. If you don't want to live forever, it means you want to die. You've got to do one or the other. I'm not getting through here, am I?
The two cultures stared at each other across a vast gap of incommensurability.
I have lived 110 years,
the old wizard said quietly, taking his beard out of the bowl and jiggling it to shake out the colour.
I have seen and done a great many things, too many of which I wish I had never seen or done. And yet I do not regret being alive, for watching my students grow is a joy that has not begun to wear on me. But I would not wish to live so long that it does. What would you do with eternity, Harry?
Harry took a deep breath.
Meet all the interesting people in the world. Read all the good books and then write something even better. Celebrate my first grandchild's 10th birthday party on the moon. Celebrate my first great-great-great-grandchild's 100th birthday party around the rings of Saturn. Learn the deepest and final rules of nature. Understand the nature of consciousness. Find out why anything exists in the first place. Visit other stars, discover aliens, create aliens, rendezvous with everyone for a party on the other side of the Milky Way once we've explored the whole thing. Meet up with everyone else who was born on old Earth to watch the sun finally go out, and I used to worry about finding a way to escape this universe before it ran out of negentropy, but I'm a lot more hopeful now that I've discovered the so-called laws of physics are just optional guidelines.
I did not understand much of that, said Dumbledore. But I must ask if these are things that you truly desire so desperately, or if you only imagine them so as to imagine not being tired as you run and run from death.
Life's not a finite list of things that you check off before you're allowed to die, Harry said firmly. It's life. You just go on living it. If I'm not doing those things, it'll be because I found something better.
Dumbledore sighed. His fingers drummed on a clock. As they touched it, the numerals changed to an indecipherable script, and the hands briefly appeared in different positions.
In the unlikely event that I am permitted to tarry until 150, said the old wizard, I do not think I would mind. But 200 years would be entirely too much of a good thing.
Yes, well,
Harry said, his voice a little dry as he thought of his mum and dad and their allotted span if Harry didn't do something about it.
I suspect, Headmaster, that if you came from a culture where people were accustomed to living 400 years, that dying at 200 would seem just as tragically premature as dying at, say, 80.
Harry's voice went hard on that last word.
Perhaps, the old wizard said peacefully. I would not wish to die before my friends, nor live on after they had all gone. The hardest time is when those you loved the most have gone on before you, and yet others still live, for whose sake you must stay.
Dumbledore's eyes were fixed on Harry and growing sad.
Do not mourn me too greatly, Harry. When my time comes, I will be with those I have long missed on our next great adventure.
Oh,
Harry said in sudden realization.
You believe in an afterlife. I got the impression wizards didn't have religion.
Toot, beep, thud.
How can you not believe it?
Said the headmaster, looking completely flabbergasted.
Harry, you're a wizard. You've seen ghosts.
Ghosts? Harry said, his voice flat.
You mean those things like portraits, stored memories and behaviours with no awareness or life, accidentally impressed into the surrounding material by the burst of magic that accompanies the violent death of a wizard?
I've heard that theory,
said the headmaster, his voice growing sharp.
Repeated by wizards who mistake cynicism for wisdom, who think that to look down upon others is to elevate themselves. It is one of the silliest ideas I have heard in 110 years. Yes, ghosts do not learn or grow, because that is not where they belong. Souls are meant to move on. There is no life remaining for them here, and if not ghosts, then what of the veil? What of the resurrection stone?
All right,
Harry said, trying to keep his voice calm.
I'll hear out your evidence, because that's what a scientist does. But first, Headmaster, let me tell you a little story.
Harry's voice was trembling.
You know, when I got here, when I got off the train from King's Cross, I don't mean yesterday, but back in September, when I got off the train then, Headmaster, I'd never seen a ghost, I wasn't expecting ghosts. So, when I saw them, Headmaster, I did something really dumb. I jumped to conclusions. I thought there was an afterlife. I thought no one had ever really died. I thought that everyone the human species had ever lost was really fine after all. I thought that wizards could talk to people who'd passed on, that it just took the right spell to summon them, that wizards could do that. I thought I could meet my parents, who died for me, and tell them that I'd heard about their sacrifice and that I'd begun to call them my mother and father.
"Harry," whispered Dumbledore. Water glittered in the old wizard's eyes. He took a step closer across the office.
"And then," spat Harry, the fury coming fully into his voice, the cold rage at the universe for being like that and at himself for being so stupid. "I asked Hermione, and she said that they were just after images, burned into the stone of the castle by the death of a wizard, like the silhouettes left on the walls of Hiroshima. And I should have known. I should have known, without even having to ask. I shouldn't have believed it, even for all of 30 seconds. Because if people had souls, there wouldn't be any such thing as brain damage. If your soul could go on speaking after your whole brain was gone, how could damage to the left cerebral hemisphere take away your ability to talk? And Professor McGonagall, when she told me about how my parents had died, she didn't act like they'd just gone away on a long trip to another country, like they'd emigrated to Australia back in the days of sailing ships, which is the way people would act if they actually knew that death wasn't just going somewhere else. If they had hard evidence for an afterlife, instead of making stuff up to console themselves, it would change everything. It wouldn't matter that everyone had lost someone in the war. It would be a little sad, but not horrible. And I'd already seen that people in the wizarding world didn't act like that. So, I should have known better. And that was when I knew that my parents were really dead and gone forever and ever. That there wasn't anything left of them. That I'd never get a chance to meet them and the other children thought I was crying because I was scared of ghosts."
The old wizard's face was horrified. He opened his mouth to speak.
"So, tell me, Headmaster. Tell me about the evidence. But don't you dare exaggerate a single tiny bit of it. Because if you give me false hope again, and I find out later that you lied or stretched things just a little, I won't ever forgive you for it. What's the veil?"
Harry reached up and wiped at his cheeks, while the glass things of the office stopped vibrating from his last shriek. "The veil," said the old wizard, with only a slight tremble in his voice, "is a great stone archway kept in the Department of Mysteries, a gateway to the land of the dead."
"And how does anyone know that?" said Harry. "Don't tell me what you believe. Tell me what you've seen."
The physical manifestation of the barrier between worlds was a great stone archway, old and tall and coming to a sharp point, with a tattered black veil like the surface of a pool of water, stretched between the stones, rippling, always, from the constant and one-way passage of the souls. If you stood by the veil, you could hear the voices of the dead calling, always calling in whispers barely on the wrong side of comprehension, growing louder and more numerous if you stayed and tried to hear, as if they tried to communicate. And
If you listened too long, you would go to meet them. And in the moment you touched the veil, you would be sucked through and never be heard from again.
That doesn't even sound like an interesting fraud,
Harry said, his voice calmer now that there was nothing there to make him hope, or make him angry for having hopes dashed.
Someone built a stone archway, made a little black rippling surface between it that vanished anything it touched, and enchanted it to whisper to people and hypnotize them.
Harry,
the headmaster said, starting to look rather worried.
I can tell you the truth, but if you refuse to hear it...
Also not interesting. What's the resurrection stone?
I would not tell you,
the headmaster said slowly,
save that I fear what this disbelief may do to you. So, listen, then, Harry. Please, listen.
The resurrection stone was one of the 3 legendary Deathly Hallows, akin to Harry's cloak. The resurrection stone could call souls back from the dead, bring them back into the world of the living, though not as they were. Cadmus Peverell used the stone to call back his lost beloved from the dead, but her heart stayed with the dead, and not in the world of the living. And in time it drove him mad, and he killed himself to be truly with her once more. In all politeness, Harry raised his hand.
Yes,
the headmaster said reluctantly.
The obvious test to see if the resurrection stone is really calling back the dead, or just projecting an image from the user's mind, is to ask a question whose answer you don't know, but the dead person would, and that can be definitely verified in this world. For example, call back...
Then Harry paused, because this time he'd managed to think it through one step ahead of his tongue, fast enough to not say the first name and test that had sprung to mind.
Your dead wife, and ask her where she left her lost earring, or something like that, Harry finished. Did anyone do any tests like that?
The resurrection stone has been lost for centuries, Harry,
the headmaster said quietly. Harry shrugged.
Well, I'm a scientist, and I'm always willing to be convinced. If you really believe the resurrection stone calls back the dead, then you must believe a test like that will succeed, right? So, do you know anything about where to find the resurrection stone? I got one Deathly Hallow already under highly mysterious circumstances, and, well, we both know how the rhythm of the world works on that sort of thing.
Dumbledore stared at Harry. Harry gazed equably back at the headmaster. The old wizard passed a hand across his forehead and muttered,
"This is madness."
Somehow, Harry managed to stop himself from laughing. And Dumbledore told Harry to draw forth the cloak of invisibility from his pouch. At the headmaster's direction, Harry stared at the inside and back of the hood until he saw it, faintly drawn against the silvery mesh in faded scarlet like dried blood, the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. A triangle, with a circle drawn inside, and a line dividing them both.
"Thank you,"
Harry said politely.
"I shall be sure to keep an eye out for a stone so marked. Do you have any other evidence?"
Dumbledore appeared to be fighting a struggle within himself.
"Harry,"
the old wizard said, his voice rising,
"this is a dangerous road you are walking.
I am not sure I do the right thing by saying this, but I must wrench you from this way. Harry, how could Voldemort have survived the death of his body if he did not have a soul?
And that was when Harry realized that there was exactly one person who'd originally told Professor McGonagall that the Dark Lord was still alive in the first place. And it was the crazy headmaster of their madhouse of a school, who thought the world ran on clichés.
Good question, Harry said after some internal debate about how to proceed. Maybe he found some way of duplicating the power of the Resurrection Stone, only he loaded it in advance with a complete copy of his brain state, or something like that.
Harry was suddenly far from sure that he was trying to come up with an explanation for something that had actually happened.
Actually, can you just go ahead and tell me everything you know about how the Dark Lord survived and what it might take to kill him? If he even still exists as more than Quibbler headlines.
You are not fooling me, Harry, said the old wizard.
His face looked ancient now and lined by more than years.
I know why you are truly asking that question. No, I do not read your mind. I do not have to. Your hesitation gives you away. You seek the secret of the Dark Lord's immortality in order to use it for yourself.
Wrong! I want the secret of the Dark Lord's immortality in order to use it for everyone.
Tick, crackle,
Albus, Percival, Wulfric, Brian Dumbledore just stood there and stared at Harry with his mouth gaping open, dumbly. Harry awarded himself a tally mark for Monday, since he'd managed to blow someone's mind completely before the day was over.
And in case it wasn't clear, said Harry, by everyone, I mean all muggles too, not just all wizards.
No,
said the old wizard, shaking his head. His voice rose.
No, no, no! This is insanity!
said Harry. The old wizard's face was tight with anger and worry.
Voldemort stole the book from which he gleaned his secret. It was not there when I went to look for it. But this much I know, and this much I will tell you. His immortality was born of a ritual terrible and dark, blacker than pitchest black. And it was Myrtle, poor sweet Myrtle, who died for it. His immortality took sacrifice. It took murder.
Well, obviously, I'm not going to popularize a method of immortality that requires killing people. That would defeat the entire point.
There was a startled pause. Slowly, the old wizard's face relaxed out of its anger, though the worry was still there.
You would use no ritual requiring human sacrifice?
I don't know what you take me for, Headmaster,
Harry said coldly, his own anger rising.
But let's not forget that I'm the one who wants people to live, the one who wants to save everyone. You're the one who thinks death is awesome and everyone ought to die.
I am at a loss, Harry,
said the old wizard. His feet once more began trudging across his strange office.
I know not what to say.
He picked up a crystal ball that seemed to hold a hand in flames, looked into it with a sad expression.
"Only that I am greatly misunderstood by you. I don't want everyone to die, Harry."
"You just don't want anyone to be immortal,"
Harry said with considerable irony. It seemed that elementary logical tautologies like "all people die" equal "there are no people who don't die" were beyond the reasoning abilities of the world's most powerful wizard. The old wizard nodded.
"I am less afraid than I was, but still greatly worried for you, Harry,"
he said quietly. His hand, a little wizened by time but still strong, placed the crystal ball firmly back into its stand.
"For the fear of death is a bitter thing, an illness of the soul by which people are twisted and warped. Voldemort is not the only dark wizard to go down that bleak road, though I fear he has taken it further than any before him."
"And you think you're not afraid of death?"
Harry said, not even trying to mask the incredulity in his voice. The old wizard's face was peaceful.
"I am not perfect, Harry, but I think I have accepted my death as part of myself."
"Uh-huh,"
Harry said.
See, there's this little thing called cognitive dissonance, or in plainer English, sour grapes. If people were hit on the heads with truncheons once a month and no one could do anything about it, pretty soon there'd be all sorts of philosophers pretending to be wise, as you put it, who found all sorts of amazing benefits to being hit on the head with a truncheon once a month. Like, it makes you tougher, or it makes you happier on the days when you're not getting hit with a truncheon. But if you went up to someone who wasn't getting hit and you asked them if they wanted to start, in exchange for those amazing benefits, they'd say no. And if you didn't have to die, if you came from somewhere that no one had ever even heard of death, and I suggested to you that it would be an amazing, wonderful, great idea for people to get wrinkled and old and eventually cease to exist, why, you'd have me hauled right off to a lunatic asylum. So, why would anyone possibly think any thought so silly as that death is a good thing? Because you're afraid of it. Because you don't really want to die. And that thought hurts so much inside you that you have to rationalize it away. Do something to numb the pain so you won't have to think about it.
"No, Harry,"
the old wizard said. His face was gentle. His hand trailed through a light pool of water that made small musical chimes as his fingers stirred it.
"No, I can understand how you must think so."
"Do you want to understand the Dark Wizard?"
Harry said, his voice now hard and grim.
"Then look within the part of yourself that flees not from death, but from the fear of death, that finds that fear so unbearable that it will embrace death as a friend and cozy up to it, try to become one with the night so that it can think itself master of the abyss. You have taken the most terrible of all evils and called it good. With only a slight twist, that same part of yourself would murder innocence and call it friendship. If you can call death better than life, then you can twist your moral compass to point anywhere."
"I think,"
said Dumbledore, shaking water droplets from his hand to the sound of tiny tinkling bells,
"that you understand dark wizards very well. without yet being one yourself."
It was said in perfect seriousness, and without accusation.
"But your comprehension of me, I fear, is sorely lacking."
The old wizard was smiling now, and there was a gentle laughter in his voice. Harry was trying not to go any colder than he already was. From somewhere there was pouring into his mind a blazing fury of resentment at Dumbledore's condescension and all the laughter that wise old fools had ever used in place of an argument.
Funny thing, you know. I thought Draco Malfoy was going to be this impossible to talk to, and instead, in his childish innocence, he was 100 times stronger than you."
A look of puzzlement crossed the old wizard's face.
"What do you mean?"
"I mean,"
Harry said, his voice biting,
"that Draco actually took his own beliefs seriously and processed my words instead of throwing them out the window by smiling with gentle superiority. You're so old and wise, you can't even notice anything I'm saying. Not understand, notice."
"I have listened to you, Harry,"
said Dumbledore, looking more solemn now.
"But to listen is not always to agree. Disagreements aside, what is it that you think I do not comprehend?"
"That if you really believed in an afterlife, you'd go down to St. Mungo's and kill Neville's parents, Alice and Frank Longbottom, so they could go on to their next great adventure, instead of letting them linger here in their damaged state."
Harry barely kept himself from saying it out loud.
"All right,"
Harry said coldly.
"I'll answer your original question then. You asked why dark wizards are afraid of death. Pretend, Headmaster, that you really believed in souls. Pretend that anyone could verify the existence of souls at any time. Pretend that nobody cared at funerals because they knew their loved ones were still alive. Now, can you imagine destroying a soul? Ripping it to shreds so that nothing remains to go on its next great adventure? Can you imagine what a terrible thing that would be? The worst crime that had ever been committed in the history of the universe, which you would do anything to prevent from happening, even once, because that's what death really is, the annihilation of a soul."
The old wizard was staring at him, a sad look in his eyes.
"I suppose I do understand now," he said quietly.
"Oh?"
said Harry.
"Understand what?"
"Voldemort," said the old wizard. "I understand him now at last, because to believe that the world is truly like that, you must believe there is no justice in it, that it is woven of darkness at its core. I asked you why he became a monster, and you could give no reason. And if I could ask him, I suppose his answer would be, why not?"
They stood there, gazing into each other's eyes. The old wizard in his robes, and the young boy with the lightning bolt scar on his forehead.
"Tell me, Harry," said the old wizard, "will you become a monster?"
"No,"
said the boy with an iron certainty in his voice.
"Why not?"
said the old wizard. The young boy stood very straight, his chin raised, high and proud, and said,
There is no justice in the laws of nature, Headmaster. No term for fairness in the equations of motion. The universe is neither evil nor good. It simply does not care. The stars don't care, or the sun, or the sky. But they don't have to. We care. There is light in the world, and it is us.
I wonder what will become of you, Harry, said the old wizard. His voice was soft, with a strange wonder and regret in it. It is enough to make me wish to live, just to see it. The boy bowed to him with heavy irony, and departed, and the oaken door slammed shut behind him with a thud.